Finishing off the last week of my July and August price records for Ethereum, I want to remind everyone that these were recorded at, or around midnight, Central Standard Time. On the 14th of August 2022, the price recorded for Ethereum was 1,990.33, up 425.86 from the price of 1,564.47 on the 24th of July 2022, but down 16.95 from the recorded price the day before. On the 15th of August 2022, the price recorded for Ethereum was 1,923.94, up 425.86 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, down 66.39 from the recorded price the day before. On the 16th of August 2022, the price recorded 1,873.06, up 308.59 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but again down by 50.88 from the price recorded the day before. On the 17th of August 2022, the recorded price was 1,891.07, up from the price of 1,564.47, recorded on the 24th of July 2022 by 326.60. It was also up 326.60 from the recorded price from the day before on the 16th of July 2022. On the 18th of August 2022, the price recorded was 1,850.69, up 286.22 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but down 40.38 from the price recorded the day before. On the 19th of August 2022, the recorded price was 1,731.86, up 167.39 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but also down by 118.83 from the price recorded the day before. On the 20th of August 2022, the recorded price was 1,641.22, up 76.75 from the price recorded on the 24th of July 2022, but down again by 90.64 from the recorded price from the day before. On the 21st of August 2022, the price recorded was 1,572.13, up 7.66 from the recorded price on the 24th of July 2022, but down again by 76.75 from the price recorded the day before, on the 20th of August 2022.
Yeah, no, actually I have my Coinbase connected to it because MetaMask.
Connected to MetaMask. And then you can do whatever Moose is saying you can do just off of MetaMask.
I can do that.
And
because I for the longest time I haven't ever relied on my crypto when it comes to mines. I mean, it's always been cash. That's all I care about. I'm okay.
Well, this is how you get your cash, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Because you got to get to that $100, right, to get the cash.
Yeah.
So it's like, to get to the $100, you kind of got to pay to play if you want to get there faster.
Well, like, I've already cashed out twice. That's on the 3rd, 2 days from now will be a year. I've cashed out. I've made 275 so far, if I count the 50 that I've still got in my wallet.
Well, I guess 586 or whatever. I can take the screenshot and show you, and then I have 88 in it right now too, and so like I'm almost there to do it again. So I'm telling you, like, a winning strategy is just to put some money in there. If you have it, just toss it in there and just leave it and collect the tokens every single day, right?
Yeah.
And then boost whatever your best post is, and just boost the hell out of that. And then you'll get all these likes, and then, people will remind your shit. And then if people in this little group start reminding each other's stuff, then you get a little more traction there.
See, that's what I was saying. Like, we've got right here. I mean, you know, we start sticking together and networking. Somebody was talking about that earlier, and I'm like, you know, you don't have to manipulate nothing. It's just a matter of freaking, you know, if you know people and you guys are returning the favors.
Mm-hmm.
Like I like and remind your shit. You do the same for me, and then I do the same. That's what it's all about.
That's what the community's about, right? I mean, that's what community's about. It's not manipulation, and as long as you do, like, you know, you comment every once in a while, you say something like, hey, you know, or quote the post or whatever, and then you just take the post over to your page. But like, really, that we can do that. But dude, I put a contest on for my Freedom Gardening channel, or my group. There's over 700 people in there. An entire month went by, and I got 2 entries. I gave away 175 tokens for 2 entries. Yeah. It was embarrassing.
It's those private things. I did the private thing. I've got freaking house party. I got freaking my MILF stepmom for the game. I've got freaking The Adventures of Macaco on there. And this is like animated porn, dude. You know what I'm saying? For private, for anybody who wants it. And nobody freaking wants. I've got one person who actually did it. And this is after a month and a half. Okay? I turned around and I did this censored version for House Party. And people are liking that. But they don't want anything to do with freaking the private stuff. And I've told them over and over again. You can't give this stuff away, man. You know what I mean? They don't want it.
Sorry.
And like,
do you have any subscriptions on your channel, Moose?
No, dude, not one person, bro. Not one person. I even tried to put up I wanted to teach people how to do Midjourney, right? I wanted to teach people how to do the AI art. I wanted to give them everything. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
I can.
Sorry, my headphones was like, it was cutting back. So I wanted to teach everybody like how to do that, right? And I put a $20 price tag on it, because if you actually, you know, if you value it, I mean, it's worth more than $20. Like, you know, the knowledge I have to give you and stuff. And not one person did it. A lot of people were like, oh, it's a great idea, you know, but the thing is I find that people are not motivated to do anything. I've offered to give my best friends, I've offered to show them how to do mines, how to make money on mines. I've like, they literally have all the time in the world, you know, some people I grew up with. Not one person has taken me up on it. Not one person has taken like any initiative, even in the business out here. Like, it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. People just don't really like, they don't have a drive, dude. I have that tiger inside me. I'm always hustling.
Okay. But do they have Facebook? They have Instagram?
All these fuckers have Facebook. They're sucked into Facebook so hard. And it's like, just getting them to click the link, just getting them to come over to Minds,
right,
is like,
I'd love to have freaking comments on my freaking stuff. I don't care about any of that. If somebody would at least make a comment on mine, I'd be happy. I'm starting to get it now that my friend John came over, you know, and he's reminding and making comments. But like, me and him's been networking for freaking years, so we kind of have an understanding, you know what I mean? I do his shit, he does mine. But like, on mines, man, it's like you're in the middle of a freaking barren desert, man. Nobody wants to freaking comment. They don't want to remind. They'll give you a thumbs up. That's it.
No. Yeah. Okay. So what is your
profile?
Sorry, go ahead.
What was that, Dave?
If you'll look near the top of my profile, and I haven't updated it recently, I have a pinned post called Good Citizens of Mines. And I have different categories of people in there. But basically, the best way to get on that list is to interact with me.
Yeah.
And I kind of, it's basically a yellow pages people who will comment on your stuff. Is what it boils down to.
Yeah.
And each time I post one, I post a link to the old version, and people do fall off of it. So and I add new people as I go, and basically the best way to do it to get there is to interact.
Yeah.
And I've gotten those have been some of my most popular posts since I've been on there. That and my little autobiography, which needs to update, but that's not happening until some things change in my life.
Yeah. That's actually a good idea. They do that on, what is that, Patreon? At the end of it, they'll freaking, at their videos and stuff, they'll thank people for, donating or being a part of or joining their Patreon and stuff. And that's actually smart.
I had one of those posts myself, and I accidentally pinned too many posts, and because I literally post way too much, I couldn't find it. I was scrolling for hours and I could not find the post.
I found
I gotta remake it.
I found the secret to that, Moose.
Search for it.
What's the secret?
Go into your profile and put it in the About Me. Like, that's where I put my schedule. So if people freaking go and they see my profile, they'll see my schedule and everything that I do on there. So
okay.
And then it's a lot. It's better for me because, like, if you notice, I do a lot of posts, and when I go down that list of what I have to do on what day, I can keep track of it. It's just really helpful. Because, like, I post a lot of shit, and I've actually slowed down. I was doing, like, 8 posts a day for 6 months.
Dude, I do a lot. I do a ton of posts. And I don't know. It's just because I generate so many images every day, and like I really don't know what people like on mine. Like I literally don't know what people like. They just click on shit and they don't interact. So I never really know like what they like about it, unless it's a hot chick. If it's a hot chick, they're like, "Oh, I'd bang that girl," or "Oh, that girl's hot," Like that's how I get people to interact with me, is posting like women.
I do that
It's
to
clickbait.
Kendra.
No, are you prepared for Jehovah's Return? You put a hot chick on something like that and then have
I do that with chemtrail all
Are
the
you
time.
ready for the return of God now?
Like chemtrail, I don't know if you guys ever watched him on the freaking mines, but like he posts some of the hottest chicks on freaking there, dude. I've seen hot chicks on mine, dude, but he like hits it right on the freaking nose. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, dude, I know that, dude. I know that chick.
I've had to unfollow him because I scroll mines at work, and he's crossed over the line of what I can have on my screen.
Yep.
So I've actually, even though I really like following the guy, I've had to unfollow him for my own security.
But he doesn't use the NSFW tag on his post?
Not always.
Nah,
He might now.
he doesn't. And my wife's walked in and she's like, "Whoa."
Oh,
Like, what the fuck? He's a trip. He's a crazy old man, dude. I'm like, fuck. Yeah.
I just follow the political stuff.
Oh, the political stuff.
The political stuff, the conscious stuff, the stuff that's gonna, Unless you guys got some guys in some Speedos, that might be more my Speedo, Like,
I mean, I can
lift
generate
bodies.
that, but I don't want to.
No, I don't want an AI
I
version.
can put myself in a Speedo, but you'd never come back.
Let's test that theory. I am subscribed to you, so let's test that theory.
Oh, Robot, he was on here, man. If he was on here in
Robot
a
was
thong,
on here, hands down. That would have been right up my Speedo.
She even put the video on so that he could see what she looks like whenever
That
we
is
were all
not
three on
why
there.
I did not do that.
I was like, oh, hell no.
I
was like,
put me on blast. We're live now, just so you know. You want me to come back tomorrow?
I gave you guys 2 accounts down there in the chat, Lady Red and John G. And if you interact with those 2 every day, like those are 2 of the people that when she left the platform for like a week, like my engagement dropped dramatically because she's like, when she reminds one of your things, like people like it.
And whenever
Lady Red is pretty popular.
I've seen her on here, I go by her. I usually, whenever I do it, I go by like everybody who subscribed to me, and I'm subscribed to them, and like they're regularly active on my notifications. Like if they notify me that they've liked something, I'll usually return the thing, but then I'll go into the timeline and kind of double check, see if there's some stuff I can check off, and she's always on there.
Oh wow, Lady Red is even a pro, huh?
Yeah, she's a big dog.
Cool.
That's what I call them.
She says she likes it. She says she's doing okay. I've asked her a couple questions, and she's never been like unhappy with what she's getting.
No, I would be willing to do the pro, but like for me, I'm kind of old school on like the whole business thing. Like, you know, when I invest something, I don't just want to make my money back. A good investment should at least pay you back 2, maybe 3 times the amount you put into it, you know. So if I'm investing $60 a year, I'd like to make at least 80 or $180 back, you know what I mean? And that's like old school ethics right there.
I think you can, though. I know you can.
Well, I know I can. I know now that you can do it, you know. But I know on Minds Plus that you can do it. So,
one thing that confuses me is if you go to the Minds Pro page right now, it says that you can get paid in Ethereum, Bitcoin, cash, or tokens, and then it also says how you still get a website. And so I'm confused because they told me that you weren't going to get a website, and that's what I bought it for. Yeah. So that's the one thing that we have to like push them to get clarity on, because if they're going to change everything to affiliate marketing, it's going to be an MLM. It's going to be a pyramid scheme. And if you guys, like, if they don't clarify things and they're not really giving what they're offering, we're going to be basically bad faith actors.
Right. Don't get me started on that. I told Dan. Getting everything checked or started up, and then I'm gonna check the streams to make sure that the audio sounds good.
I'm just creating a new email address for a new new Microsoft account.
Getting a new Microsoft account.
Just creating an email address specifically for this one user. I'm about to do it.
You said you had a contract you had to start doing through that stuff too, didn't you?
Yeah. I've my contract allows me just to well, it's a bare bone VM, so I've installed Ubuntu on that. I've had Ubuntu on this since 2017 or something, and been running Apache, a lab server, and a mail server.
So far, X and DLive is working. I do know that much. I'm having to go through with Twitch and Kick now and check out the audio.
Alias MS Teams.
Oh, that's right. I'm not doing untethered on YouTube.
Do you want to give Microsoft my phone number? Nope. Is the email changing?
Good luck keeping it away from them.
Actually, no, Microsoft shouldn't have my phone number at all, actually. Unless somebody used like MS Windows and phone, which is very rare these days, and using a Microsoft account on top of that, or using Outlook maybe. But no, nobody's got my mobile phone anyway. I keep my mobile phone extremely secret, but yeah, I've got 2 extra SIP accounts. So traditional voice over IP, phone over IP accounts, which I used for public purposes.
Okay, it looks like I got everything. I guess I could do YouTube this time, but I don't know if I want to be honest with you.
Why not? YouTube's okay for this sort of stuff.
Well, it's heavily censored too, so I don't know for sure what it is that I'm allowed to say.
Have you been hit recently with a strike?
On my main account with everything we did with the mine, like people on mines.com are just completely uncontrollable.
Yeah. How long ago? When was your last strike?
Last February, January, somewhere around there.
Okay.
And it was 2 of them, one right after the other. It's because of all of those rebellious Minds.comers.
Isn't YouTube's policy still 3 strikes within 90 days?
Yeah, but see, the only problem is when you get a strike, they hold you. They make it to where you have that strikes for 90 days, and if you get another strike, you still
again within that 90 days. Yeah.
Then the warning stays permanently on your freaking YouTube channel.
Okay.
So now I've always got my a warning's nothing but a glorified strike. So that's basically what it is. It's like, we're going to warn you this time, but don't let it happen again.
Slap on the hand.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, this one is actually going to be a good one, though, because that's the whole thing.
This is your internet scam thing.
Yeah, the internet is a scam.
The internet, all of the internet is a scam.
It is. It's all a fucking scam.
Okay. I tell you what is a scam. Just found it, I think. Me changing my
Settle down. I didn't hear a bit of what you just said.
Yeah, no, I've done it. I had to go through hoops to get to email Microsoft's account email preferences.
Yeah, that's retarded. That's the only way you can say it. Is it's pretty retarded. So, okay, I did a sound check. I'm gonna keep an extra eye on the audio whenever we do this, because I don't want to take a chance of it doing like the last time where everybody's audio was gone. So I'm gonna be monitoring it mostly. I've got the talking points up and ready to go. And here in a minute, we can start it. But what I want to do is go smoke a cigarette real quick. Now, before we start, I know this sounds weird to say, but kind of remind me to pop the audio up so that I can see the audio on here, okay?
Okay. Yeah.
So,
Next to the equalizer.
Yeah, that way I can see it. And I don't want to lose any of this. If it turns out to be like the last attempt, it's going to be a good episode.
You just reminded me actually. I wanted to install PathView monitor. The PathView framework, close audio, graphical interface.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was going to install the monitor.
Okay, hold on a minute.
Even though you can do it through OBS anyway, but
Well, I'm sick of freaking doing all that shit. It just pisses me off. I hate saying it, but
well, like I say, whenever I use OBS, I've actually got templates I can work from.
I'm gonna set the background up while I'm gone, and I'm gonna go get some coffee and smoke a cigarette, and then I'll come back. And I'm gonna put some cool music on. I know you like Mr. Robot stuff.
I'm going to have to reduce the volume again.
Do you want me to just go ahead and leave the music off?
I don't care either.
Because I'm thinking about driving all these freaking people who get on here.
You've got to come up with a solution to allow music to be through one channel and not through the other.
Well, see, that's a Rumble issue, to be honest with you.
No. Control your browser through one thing, and then.
Well, you can do that on OBS, but as you've seen a couple of times, it gets a little bit freaking complicated and annoying. So I've been working on separating the audio, but it's not an easy task. Just put it to you that way, not without buying extras. So that might be an option. Yeah. So I'm gonna go ahead and put this on.
Okay, no problem.
Oh man, it's Aretha, baby. Check me out, right? Hey, I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise. Bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like a supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives. Always deliver, cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. Yo. I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So come along as I show the people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just want to be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Can drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't mean to, I do this just for fun. But I guess I am just, well, the one. I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So what you know about that? know about that? Bow. I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise, hit me bye-bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like the supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only crushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives, always deliver, cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So come along as I show the people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just want to be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Could drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't need to, I do this just for fun. But I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So what you know about that? One. I am the one. That's what you know about that. Bow. I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise, hit me bye-bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like the supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only crushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives, always deliver, cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Right into the hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. strong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Could drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't mean to, I do this just for fun, but I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Write another hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. I am the one. So what you know about that? One. I am the one. That's what you know about that. Bow. I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay, likewise. Bye. Do not try to cross me if you're in your right mind. See me shine bright, shining like the supernova, lighting up the night sky. Put me in the limelight, like-minded people stay connected like I'm Wi-Fi. Only pushing bangers like it is my 9-5. No, I'm never lazy when I write rhymes. People give me high fives. Always deliver, cause that is my style. So what you know about it? Think that you can do it like I doubt it. One. I am the one. So come along as I show the people how it's done. I don't want a lot, I just want to be the number one. I'm coming from places I do not belong. Rise against the wind, never lazy, keep on going strong. I don't know, it just happens like that. Could drop a bad song, but I don't have the patience for that. I'm sorry, I can't help it, I'm just keeping it clean. Look at these people bouncing, see what I mean? I don't mean to, I do this just for fun, but I guess I am just, well, you know, the one. Ooh, I do it like that. Drop another banger, then I bring it right back. Write another hit song just for fun. They can't do it like me because I am the one. You know about that. Oh man, yeah. It's Aretha, baby. Check me out, huh? Right. Hey, I keep it moving, coming right into the prime time. I do not think I belong on the sideline. Oh, you don't like my style? Okay.
I was just saying, God, this is tedious.
Yeah, no, it just
And
keeps.
you,
So I was saying I need to pull together like the music and just make like a 15-minute thing to where it has different music at least.
yeah,
So
at least 3 tracks. Yeah, at least 3 tracks.
yeah. So I am going to go ahead and get this thing started. You know what I mean? See if we can
Uh,
get things going. I'm so glad I freaking turned off all the notifications on the VoIPs and stuff. So everybody, as soon as we start doing it, freaking everybody starts sending messages and shit.
that's the first thing I do whenever I configure any sort of notification thing, unless it's important. I mean, extremely important. Switch off the audio notifications.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm gonna do my silent freaking countdown, and then I'm gonna start the show. We'll get
Okay.
started. So here we go. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the second episode of Untethered. This is Roger Hanson. I'm here with Mark Edworthy. I'd like to say hello to you guys.
Hi.
And
Hi.
hello to everybody. And today is our second attempt at making episode 2, just so everybody knows. The first attempt was actually a pretty damn good stream. We had a really good conversation about the topics that we were talking about. And at the end of it, it was weird because, well, first of all, let me tell you something. Dealing with conspiracies for I don't know how many years now, it makes a person a little bit edgy when you have a stream like that, and right after you mention not using freaking YouTube because of their excessive censorship, the freaking audio for everybody on the panel just goes mute. You know what I mean? It does something to you. It makes you kind of suspicious, and
It's coincidence.
yeah, I mean, I know, like, that's ordinary way of thinking, but you got to remember, too, man. I mean, I deal with conspiracy freaking all the time, you know what I mean? So it's just something that's, like, built into my brain now, you know? And it was a good topic or a good conversation. I think it was, at least.
I can hardly remember it.
Yeah, I know. It's
Mind you,
because
we've had, what, 3 video since, so...
it was...
Yeah.
It was a complex conversation that kind of went into a lot of different topics too. Because first first of all, let me just tell everybody what the theme of this stream is. Now, I call this stream Untethered for a reason, and that's because that's what it is. We're not tethered to any topic or anything. Last time we did a show, it was about Moloch and the people who believe in Moloch and the history behind it. Now, this one is about the internet. Now, the theme of it is the internet is a scam. And this is something that I've been wanting to do for quite a long time. And I was really, when I first thought of this, I was really caught between where I wanted to start it off at, because first of all, I've had like experiences from the time I've started doing all of this streaming stuff, and even before that, dealing with eBay and just trying to sell stuff on the internet, So there's things that I've been wanting to talk about on these streams that really there's no proper place to do it if you go according to like topics and things of that nature. Um, that's one of the reasons why I wanted to do this show because I wanted to just say fuck all that bullshit. Let's have a conversation about real stuff and stop trying to follow the leader and figure out what's popular and follow.
More like it's real stuff.
Right.
Okay.
Well, it really is. It's more conversation. It's actually more conversation about what's on people's minds. You know what I mean? It's not
Okay.
about. I don't go on and I don't freaking find out what the current news is or what the most popular conspiracy theories are, and come on and do stuff like that. But there's a lot of people who do that. You know what I mean? And
indeed, we know quite a few like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's kind of one of the things that's really been bugging me because there's a lot of things that don't pertain to those subjects that are really needing to be talked about, So this week I wanted to talk about just things that I was stuck in between two things. I was stuck between what I said about my experiences starting out all the way up to now, or about a lot of the conversations that we've all had on the Minds Chat concerning just everyday topics when it comes to freaking the internet, So I pulled together some of the stuff that we've actually gotten into good conversations about in some of the streams and everything, and I freaking decided I was going to go with that instead, and I think the one thing that really stuck out to me is why, and it's the reason why I made the theme for this show, "The Internet is a Scam," was every time I bring up this thing about the internet is supposed to be a place where people can share information freely among one another. Me personally, I think that's a load of shit, and I think that it was that was a freaking idea that was planted into people's heads to try to get them to believe that that's what it was about, when in reality it wasn't. And I've done research on this shit too, and I know me and you have our differences of opinion about that.
Well, I agree. There was a portion 90s, early 2000s that the internet was free in your estimation. But it will determine on what you mean by free, really, doesn't it?
Well, I mean, free is free, dude.
Free, what free? As in free, as in beer, or free? The old open source argument. The free as in beer, or free as in liberty.
Why can't you have free beer and free liberty? I mean, shit. Come on, dude.
That's good.
We got a freaking use and shit. You know what I mean? That's the scam, dude. That's exactly the example I needed to freaking say my point. That's what the scam is. Now you have to pick and choose. What are we talking about when it comes to freedom? You know what I mean?
What you determine? What do you call freedom? What do you call free?
Okay.
More importantly, freedom.
And this brings me to what I was talking about with DARPA. Okay. Now everybody, whoever freaking does the actual research, knows that freaking DARPA was the one who developed the internet first.
Aided to develop, not developed. Universities, MIT.
They used universities. They used these universities as experiments so that they could, they were basically guinea pigs to see if the freaking shit.
Cambridge, around Cambridge in the UK, a lot of inventions have been created due to the internet. They aided in the World Wide Web as part of the CERN project.
now you're talking about the World Wide Web, and we've already had that
Yeah,
discussion.
but
too.
but Cambridge is also known for universities. UK universities was known for aiding and abetting in the creation of the internet of the 1967 post-67 internet.
But okay, now with academic roots, okay, that started between the 70s and the 80s. So, and the internet itself was being
companies like Acorn Computers. The people, if it wasn't for Acorn Computers, you wouldn't have any ARM chipsets now, because they came up with the entire concept of RISC and ARM but yeah, they had influence in wide area networking as well.
Now this
in the 80s, early 80s.
This is only for the academic roots, though. Like that was during the 70s.
No, Acorn Computers had association with the Department of Education, but it was also a private company in its own right.
But see,
and it did sell.
Military research into frickin' the internet goes all the way back into the 60s, maybe even in
68, 67.
You know,
was arguably 64, but 67 is the common sort of concept of when the internet was born.
Now, with the internet, they used to. Everything about DARPA was established.
Actually, to say the internet, let's call it wide area network rather than the internet.
Well, let's call it ARPANET. Let's call it ARPANET.
Wide area TCP/IP network, and in effect.
Now, like everybody today, when you say DARPA, everybody thinks conspiracy theory, but they don't realize that freaking DARPA is actually the name that it was changed to is originally named ARPANET. Okay, and that was Advanced Research Project Agency Network. Okay, now that was what freaking I'm referring to when I say ARPANET, and that is the roots of DARPA. That's where DARPA came out of, and that all centers around the internet. Okay, nothing else. The internet, and it also has ties into video games, and they use video games to experiment with these colleges, is what I found out. And the game Pong that everybody used to play our ages when we were young, okay, that was actually called ping pong that the military used in colleges, and they would have students playing ping pong so that they could freaking measure their reaction time whenever it came to hitting the ball on the video game. You know, that was the information I came up with. With what you were saying too with MIT, I haven't yet been able to find the information out on MIT yet. I haven't had time to.
Okay. Well, there is a big university drive in the US at this time. Back in the, I've just found a diagram of ARPANET's the principles of TCP/IP. So ARPANET.
TCP/IP,
which is really what ARPANET did. It actually created the TCP/IP protocol for wide area networks.
Mm-hmm.
Switching.
Distributed control, and it was one of the first computer networks to implement it.
The diagram that I've got, I just gave you the URL to, is data 73, so there has been changes within, 7 years?
Is it in?
73?
Now that's in the chat, right? Yeah, there we go.
And yeah, it's been published by Harvard, Stanford, so MIT.
Now, I'm going to pull that one up. I also have a diagram for ARPA too that I can show as well. Um, that's 973.
Yeah.
And
6 years later from the original concept. 7 years later from the original concept.
yeah, they won't let me pop it up as a picture by itself, though. That's the only bad part. Actually, you know what? I could probably save in image.
Yeah, that screen capture or something.
Yep. Let me go ahead. I can put it into my saved pictures. I usually save this stuff anyhow, so it's important to keep it that way. I can make a cool slideshow out of it later on. And then what I'll do is I can come in here and I can freaking just upload it directly to the stream so that everybody can see it. But
yeah.
Let me figure out what the hell I'm doing because I'm not as bad as what I was over before, but I'm still having issues when it comes to all this stuff. Like they also have graphics on here, and then they have overlays. Now I'm gonna name this one ARPA 2, and I'm gonna make it full screen. And we can do it that way. Okay, here we go. So this is what we've got right here. And I can probably go ahead and just do it as background.
You might want.
You're going.
Oh no. It was just my screen. Yeah, it looks okay.
Okay. All right. So this is basically what you've got right there. That's the map of it. Now this is for today, or is this originally but when it first started?
This is the concept as it was in 1973.
Okay, so I found one that's for 1977.
Okay, so
now I can add
that much difference between the two, but there will be some differences.
Yeah. Now I can turn around. I can pull that one up too here in a minute. I've got that one uploaded, and all I can do is switch them around because this is actually pretty interesting. You've got this in 1973. Like, is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what it's dated for.
So we have that one, and then this is what it would look like in 4 years. ARPA. This actually should have been ARPA 2, and the one right there. This one should have been ARPA 1, and then this next one should have been ARPA 2.
There's been a couple of versions between 1967 and 19.
You see that?
Yeah. Oh, I have to move it down to my smaller screen.
Now
okay, so they've changed the name.
Yeah, and it's a logical map. Apparently, I think that's different. No, that's a logical map too.
Yeah. I'm just comparing the. Do you want to switch back to the other one?
Yeah.
Comparing the numbers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Big difference. ETAC down there, and then the pop 10 right there. You see all that?
But you've got PDP. It's PDP or POP, POP. POP 10 on the other one. Yeah, there.
PDP 15 and PDP 10. Now down up on in that same area it says PDP 10 and then
Yeah, it's exactly the same. Yes. So yeah, in essence, nothing has really changed.
Now there's
been more.
Yeah, there's more added.
Yes, that.
More added. That's the thing that really stood out to me because, like, whenever I seen the one you just showed, it looks like it expanded a bit more right there, up in this area right here on the left hand side. Well, actually, all over the place. To be honest with you, that's huge. Well, no, it's pretty interesting. It really is.
But yeah, point being that the concept wasn't ever moving until what 90? I don't know when. Well, I suppose technically the internet became, the web became the internet, so to speak, in 93, 94. So web first Netscape Navigator released its first version in 92. Or Mozilla, the original Mozilla, released it in 92.
There was something, in our last time trying to do this, there was something that I really should have gotten started out with that I failed to do until later when Mr. Robot came in. But I really think that it should have been brought up earlier after I mentioned it. But we were talking about freaking hold up, what was the name of that that company that was out? Let me I've got to find it. I can pop down here.
Company doing what?
We were talking about CDK Global and all that.
Yeah, the car people. Yeah.
But before I got into that, what I should have been doing is actually discussing another company that was first before we got into that because they're CompuServe.
Okay. Yeah.
Now, when we were talking like at this phase right here, that is something that was actually important that really should have been brought up, like how CompuServe actually played a part when it came to early internet users. You know what I'm saying?
I would argue on the especially in Europe, not so much in the US, but in Europe, TV things like teletext, Oracle, the French national version, which I can never remember the name of, those telex TV systems were probably the first thing that the average person would have in Europe, at least, would have in far as the internet. Arguably for so-called geeks and people that were interested, 78, 79, so CompuServe, BBX systems.
That was back in 1969. Yeah. And they started out as a time sharing and remote access service.
Yeah.
They were marketing.
But it wasn't really. 82, I would argue, in both in UK and US, that BBS systems became popular in society at large.
Now, the whole thing about CompuServe, though, that you have to understand, this became so notorious, okay, that this is where a lot of the conspiracies about Radio Shack came out of, and H&R Block. And I know a lot of people today haven't heard about all that, but like with Radio Shack,
back in the UK. Radio Shack was labeled under branding on Tandy in the UK.
And that's where Radio Shack actually hit big, was back in 1979. Because CompuServe ended up selling.
But Radio Shack really got popular because of its so-called boom boxes and other hi-fi equipment at the time.
Yeah, but it was pretty strange because, like, now people don't know. Okay, but like people our age, we know. Like,
and also remember back in I think 80, 81, they introduced their own computer, 8-bit computer. I think it was called the Tandy.
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Here they had an 8-bit computer, but it didn't last as long as, let's say, the Commodores and the BBCs. But it lasted something like 4 or 5 years before all software development was ceased.
Mm-hmm. And with Radio Shack, I mean, the amount of growth they had was amazing because it was like, here in the United States, we always talk about that with a convenience store called Circle K. Like Circle K is on every corner. And that was the way Radio Shack was. There was a Radio Shack pretty much in every freaking town, and not just cities. I'm talking every town.
Tandy, the UK subsidiary company, was extremely popular, but it was also popular because of hire purchase agreements. You could, hire meant your TV or your radio, buy it on lease from them. So they had a real big sort of. Quite a few companies were doing that sort of practice at the time, but that's buy equipment on buy to lease contracts is what made them very popular in the UK.
And then when you stop and think about it, like in 1980, okay, that's when H&R Block ended up buying freaking Radio Shack, and then CompuServe started dominating the industry all through the 1980s. They even bought their competitor, The Source, out.
Yeah, there's two competitors. I can never remember the name of one. Metra, something I can't remember. But also AOL. This is where AOL started in business as well. The 80s, but obviously they didn't really get popular until they became a more internet thing back in 90. They were extremely early on the market. They were 94 or 90, 96, I think.
Yeah, and now it's also worth noting that this is also where, when you're talking about AOL and everything, this is also the beginnings of the World Wide Web.
Yeah, but AOL also did BBS systems beforehand.
But you know what I'm saying, though. It was like this was like.
But AOL jumped onto the web market quite quickly. But it was originally another CompuServe dial-up service.
Now the one big thing that has to also be pointed out is something that you were mentioning about chatting. CompuServe was basically an online chat system by the time the 90s came, and that's why. Well, I'm presuming that's why you were talking about you had chat.
In Europe, I was talking about the telex system, but services like Prestel came to market, and they were sort of really insular sort of BBS systems, much more common in Europe than in the US.
Now, the other one I believe you were talking about, other than American Online, it was also Prodigy. Prodigy was another of the.
yeah. I can never. Yeah.
And now after you get into AOL, you start seeing the rise of like the modern systems, the stuff that everybody's used to now with
I don't know. AOL for a long time, throughout the 90s, late 90s, and throughout the 2000s, they were using their sort of own closed, I don't know, I wouldn't call it browser, but their own closed application.
now.
One day. They weren't really using, they used, for a long time, AOL used Netscape, for as a subsidiary sort of browser when we were looking at pages, but a lot of AOL's appeal was that one single interface that you could pick up emails and chats and do other things. And
Well, see, this is the thing that what I'm coming up with, and a lot of people miss out on this because they don't remember it all that well. But you remember WorldCom, don't you?
maybe,
MCI,
yeah, MCI.
Verizon. Yeah, Verizon, MCI.
MCI.
Yeah, MCI is actually freaking. Their trade name is Verizon Enterprise Solutions.
Oh, okay.
But they were also known as WorldCom. Okay, and
okay, yeah. No, that makes sense. Yeah, carry on.
now what happened is in right around 1997 or so, freaking this company WorldCom, which is Verizon, ended up acting as a broker. Then they are the ones who eventually sold CompuServe to freaking AOL. Okay, so
Okay.
all of this started being I guess you could say it started being merged together, becoming eventually the World Wide Web. And you've seen that a lot back in the day where it was all being freaking put together and conglomerated or whatever you want to call it. All of these different companies that were all in, big part of the internet, they were being merged together. And that's what I remember when it comes to AOL, and then the emergence of the World Wide Web. And even like today, when everybody talks about the World Wide Web, okay, like it was supposed to be so much more than what it was actually. It actually turned out to be. Like they were making it out to be the next best thing. You know what I mean? Everybody was supposed to freaking get on the World Wide Web, and we were all going to live free and happy lives. You know what I'm saying?
You've been watching too much Star Trek.
No, I mean, I remember the 80s. I remember freaking middle-aged women going to strip malls and fucking learning how to type and learn word processing. You know what I mean? So that they could freaking learn how to be a secretary and work on a computer, you know?
I remember back in the mid-90s, I was teaching, or I was acting as classroom support and tech support for a college.
And this introduces my first part of the internet is a fucking scam. Okay, all those people that went to those strip malls to learn word processing, I guarantee you, are still working a shit job, saying, you know what, fuck y'all, motherfuckers.
They might be working from home.
What are they doing?
Well, still typing. You don't have to be in an office to type.
I've never had a secretary job in my life, and I can type freaking 60 words per freaking second, dude. Okay? And I know QWERTY.
A minute.
That's
per
like
second.
Isn't it per second?
Yeah.
It's like 60 words per second.
Per minute. So yeah, 60 divided by 12.
60 words per minute. Yeah. That's the minimum for being a secretary right there, dude. I've never had a class.
Yeah. That's always the thing. But I don't know. I probably am quite rusty. I haven't had the test in years, but at 1.120.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, I figured out.
That was many years ago.
I figured that was one thing that I messed up on with the first time whenever we did it. I think it would have been, especially with talking about ARPA and DARPA,
Okay.
bringing up CompuServe would have been a better way of doing it, because I know that you wanted to point out what I considered what the internet was, and you got pretty rowdy about it, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
Now, we've been kind of talking about it too, but like the other day when we were on Tech Talk, and we were talking about sound waves and things of that nature. Things like back in the day, whenever you used the internet, you freaking took your phone and you stuck it on the receiver. You remember that?
Yeah.
And it did the ringtones. You remember the funny little ringtones?
Well, if you've got a iPhone or a Apple device, you've got some wonderful ringtones on those.
Mm-hmm. Now that is what that's what I was talking about. That was before metadata. You know what I mean? And that right there is probably the purest form of internet that you could possibly get. Now, when you start looking at in my opinion, when you start looking at the wonderful world of internet, the World Wide Web, what you're looking at is metadata. You know what I mean? You're looking at frickin' HTMLs and stuff like that. That's what that's all about.
You watch the I can't remember the UK Loki. The rule is the thing is that the internet is just a load of pages with interlinked resource locators in them. So that's what the internet is. That's what the web is, should I say?
And like the networks actually is what is important, because a lot of people don't understand, like your router that's sitting in your house.
The internet is mainly about hardware.
It's your routers
itself is.
It's running out to different networks. And it's creating its own network. You're getting excited.
And being added to another network. In theory, any computing device could become an internet server of one description or another.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's the entire concept. Networks of networks.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense?
Yeah. Now this brings me back to ARPA. Now ARPA, or at the time it was called ARPA. Now it's referred to as DARPA. What I learned was the earliest forms of internet was when gaming emerged. And I've mentioned this on Gaming with Infamy.
The earliest form of internet would be email, actually.
It could have been beforehand. It could have been before, maybe, but I doubt it. You know what I mean? Because this started with the academia.
Emails, standard addresses go back to 1960s, possibly late 50s.
Maybe.
But back in at least the mid 60s. So email addresses was, as you could argue, was the first practical usage of the internet.
Well, networks like ARPANET would also allow researchers and freaking institutions to connect computers into like colleges and stuff too, so that they could.
And that's where you get protocols like FTP and Gopher and Finger from. when was the last time you used the Gopher service?
I know.
Presume you have.
All I know is from that era, they were saying that they were using them for experiments like multi-user dungeons. They had that,
Yeah.
And then they were using freaking text-based games.
Colossus Caves. Yeah.
Yeah.
Colossus Caves, it dates back to about 73, 74.
Now, you remember text-based games, right?
I am a fan of text-based adventures. What a lot of people would call interactive fiction these days. But yeah, I do occasionally, very occasionally these days.
They also had the older ones that you did over the phone. You didn't even have to freaking be like when they first came out with the mobiles. You know what I mean? I remember you could actually play a text-based game over a mobile phone. Where they would say that like a troop of maybe 10,000 soldiers were marching towards your fort, and you had to either defend it or attack it, and it would literally take in real time 3 days before their troops got to you.
Okay.
So you had to wait in real time 3 days to find out if you won the battle or not. You know what I mean? It was pretty cool, actually. And then you built up your armies, and all it was freaking digital numbers. You know what I'm saying? There was no animation, no nothing.
Okay. Once upon a time, chess over phone was popular. Playing chess over a couple days, a game over a couple days. Yeah.
Well, I mentioned the Colossal Cave Adventure to you. You remember that, don't you?
Yeah.
That was back in 1976.
Okay, since 6.
Yeah, and they were precursors to like modern day role playing games. So
adventure games. I do play a few point and click adventure games, so Monkey Island type things.
Now, see, a lot of people, or you especially, because you're real hard headed about this. Just to let you know, okay? But these games, they had a limited audience, okay? Only people who had access to them, or had access to like a specialized system could be a part of it. You know what I mean? Not everybody could have access.
I don't know. By 82, technology was easier to come by.
Well, we're talking about 1970.
In the 8-bit revolution.
Yeah, you got to also remember we're talking about the 70s and stuff. On 1970, 1980, right around there.
Okay, 78 was the start of the sort of computer revolution. There was a lot of places that were using dumb terminals in effect. But yeah, the 8-bit computer revolution really didn't start until
MCI brokered a deal with CompuServe and sold CompuServe to AOL, which eventually became the beginnings of the World Wide Web, where these corporations started merging together and taking control and saying, look, man, all your free internet exchange bullshit is a pack of lies. Now you're going to do shit according to our rules. This is what you have to do.
But you're missing the point of the internet or the web.
Yeah,
because it's all about allowing any machine to be a server of any response. You could spin up your own network. You can spin up your own web server. You can spin up your own.
Are there rules? Are there rules that you have to follow in order on the internet, on the world web? Anything that has the name. What are the rules? What are the rules?
It depends on what you're doing on the internet.
Tell me
Depends.
what is coming to your mind right now when it comes to rules and what we're talking about.
I was just thinking about the recent online UK online child safety and what's happening in Canada and what's happening in Australia at the moment. But wills, what wills? Such a broad question.
You know exactly what I'm talking
Such a
about.
broad question.
Okay, now what are the rules of the internet? When you okay, what are the rules concerning the World Wide Web?
In which relation, there's tons of rules. In the US, as an example, the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, the various child safety acts, the various making sure that internet servers are not exploding rules.
Okay, now this is basically a generic explanation freaking of what the World Wide Web is. It allows documents and other web resources to be accessed over the internet according to specific rules of the Hypertext Transfer Protocol, the HT.
Oh, you mean those sort of rules?
Yeah.
The request for comment rules and the ISO standards and the IEC and standards, and there's a lot of rules.
Now, that's what I'm talking about. That is where it all got. That's where it all became the big scam, dude. Everybody freaking fell for it. They're like, "Oh, this is just an open society of free information." And
it can be.
They didn't bother to think that freaking once they put that HTTP on that shit, everything you freaking do, everything you say, everything is already being monitored. They can freaking track you because of your freaking address. Okay.
That's why you shouldn't publish your address everywhere.
But that's my whole point. Now they've gone from, it was like me and you had the conversation on Minds Roundtable, okay, about the VCR and the reason why corporations hated the VCR with a passion, okay.
Yeah.
And the reason why is because
license agreements, really.
No, it was really untraceable. That's really what annoyed them. Okay, like they had content that they were broadcasting over the television, and this
was organisations where that's why Betamax never got off, because of the license agreement.
But they wanted to push this metadata.
Like you do with metadata.
Yeah, they wanted to push this metadata afterwards because they seen it as an issue when it came to freaking people being able to just freely record TV shows. You know what I'm saying? And,
ownership.
Right, and the thing about VCRs is when you recorded something on a VCR that was untraceable, it was clean. Okay. The original VCRs, they were clean. There was no metadata in it whatsoever. So that means that they can't hit you with copyright laws. They have to physically arrest you.
Well, if you're breaking copyright laws, then unless you've gone down the Mr. Robot or Bill Ottman's route of the internet, everything on the internet should be free, and there's no such thing as ownership argument.
Well, that's the thing that gets really tricky about it all. Is like you have to. I mean, because when it comes to copyright, there are copyright things that I do agree with. You know what I mean? I think freaking. But I also know that copyright doesn't pertain to everybody. You know what I mean? Like freaking, if I don't have the money to put a copyright on something, then I'm screwed. somebody can come along and steal my shit. I have no way of freaking protecting myself because, and they always say, oh, yeah, put a date on there with your name and it's copywritten. Well, that doesn't work on the fucking internet.
No. Best trick is to stick your ID in an envelope, then send it registered mail posted to you.
Yeah, I've actually heard that. Now that's in real life. That is in real life. You can do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, excuse me. That coffee started breaking me down. I had coffee and then I ate some peanut butter before that, which I know I shouldn't do, but it's just hard to stay away from. You know what I mean? But
I stand peanut butter.
You can't stand peanut butter. That's horrible.
Stop peanut butter.
Now, the thing that I also wanted to mention too about these games is even though they are freaking they're specialized, that you had to have specialized access, basically, is what I was saying, in order to participate in these games. All right.
Okay.
And not everybody had access to them, I mean, they were interconnected games that were like set up like in universities to where people went in there and they freaking played these games, and they were being monitored so that freaking the military could actually see what their reaction times were in these games and how they
also there is the commercial element to that. It wasn't just the military. Speed times is of interest to commercial bodies as well.
You also have to take into consideration the time periods. Like in the 70s, that was the military's time. Now in the 80s, when it started getting commercial, with CompuServe and what we were just talking about, that was when everything started getting commercial. And I think we even had a conversation too where there was a company that ended up getting into a freaking lawsuit over video games because I think it was the ones that came up with the pinball machines. They ended up freaking getting into it. It was over Pong, over the rights to who actually owned Pong.
Okay.
They were actually contractors for the freaking United States government, and they had the rights to it.
This one. Yeah.
And they actually,
I've heard of it.
Mm-hmm. And they had the rights to it, but when they had it, it was called ping pong, and the ones that we're aware of that was on Atari was actually Pong.
Yeah. You mean on the Atari 2600 series machines, yeah.
And see, the thing of it is why I think all this is interesting is because of the growth, okay, when it comes to games. Like now, gaming is the largest segment of the entertainment industry, to be honest with you.
I don't know. I would have to look at actual data on that one.
I'm pretty sure it's higher than both film and music combined. From the last time I've seen it, it's really, really high. I mean,
on GDP.
And when we were talking about Activision too, you know what I mean? Like freaking that was a big deal. That was freaking the entire freaking EU that put their noses into that freaking transaction.
Yeah, but also we get issues with the game industry these days, or the mainstream game industry. Have a look at all the corruption that happens.
Mm-hmm.
The allegations that are made.
Now, after all of that, what we were actually talking about, we passed on to that from that one, and then we got into freaking computer hacking, the cool stuff. So You know what I mean? That was where everything got really, really cool, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah. Where I criticised your usage of the word hacking.
Well, you know, I'm going to tell you right now, hacking is a very, very useful word.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It really is, because I agree with you, but I also agree with Mr. Robot on some of his points too. You know,
Okay.
because like on your with your points, I do agree that freaking hacking doesn't necessarily mean freaking hacking a computer. Okay.
Yeah.
There are people who like life hacks or hacking freaking cooking hacks, things of that nature. So the term, I mean, it's basically
it has been misused in the computer industry for the last 30, 40 odd years. Yeah.
well, you
Or
called it
30.
the bastardization of the word hacking, is what I remember.
Something like that. Yeah.
The only thing I disagree with you and Robot over is the fact I think that all of it was done intentionally. Okay, I personally believe that all of this was done intentionally, and
So,
because I believe that they really wanted to come down on the internet community with harsher freaking rules and regulations that they had to follow. And I used, what was his name again? He was the guy that parachuted out of the airplane with all that money. Um, oh God, I'm gonna run his name up again, because this is real, huh?
Richard Branson.
No, he was back in the 70s. He
Okay.
parachuted out of an airplane. DB Cooper. Okay. Now
Okay.
this is where my conspiracy about the whole thing comes into play, because a lot of the conspiracy theorists believe this, and I think they have actually a good argument here. The older conspiracy theorists. Now they believe that DB Cooper was actually a government agent who freaking staged the whole thing. Okay, and the reason why they were doing it was back during the 70s. There were
And
a
on
lot.
stage, what then?
He
You said
staged.
stage.
Well, see, the whole thing that took place was he was supposed to have been on this airplane. He stole like $2,000 back in the 70s, 20,000
Yeah.
somewhere around there. I think it was $20,000.
Equivalent to 650, so 1,600 million
Mhm.
in 200,000 at the time.
200,000, yeah.
Yeah,
He
US dollars.
to see what happened was he was supposed to have parachuted out of the airplane, and they never found him at all whatsoever.
Yeah.
They found some
Yeah.
of the money eventually, but not all of it. Now the big conspiracy is that this guy was an FBI agent, and the reason why he did this was he was staging it so that freaking it would later make it possible for the government to come up with freaking stronger regulations on the airports, which they eventually did, like maybe 6 months later. You see, so but they had to get the public's freaking attention and make it seem as if there was a need for it. You know what I mean? Because at the time there were terrorists that were taking over airplanes and using.
The Iranian, not Iran
Well, you
issues.
remember the one down in Florida too, don't you? Or they.
I can't remember that much as far as US-Iran issues. I remember things like the UK, the US embassy in UK incident. But yeah, what was it? The 1982 incident where Thatcher was doing the Conservative annual meeting.
Mm-hmm. And the other one that I was talking about, they were in Florida, and the hostages had taken over the airplane and wanted to go to Cuba.
Okay.
And they said,
Actually, yeah, I seem to, yeah.
Okay, now that was going on, and they really wanted to put stronger regulations on airports to stop that from happening. So a lot of conspiracy theorists believe that freaking they staged DB Cooper and what happened there so that they could freaking make it a national freaking uh, incident that everybody could see on the news. And whenever they started trying to put these regulations in, they could say, well, we need to do it because look what happened with DB Cooper over here. He was able to steal $200,000 and jump out of an airplane with it, you know?
Okay.
So, and why I'm bringing all that up is that's what I'm thinking about when it comes to these hackings, these supposed hackings that took place in the 1970s and the 1980s. I believe that these were all they were staged so that they could use them as examples in order to put freaking stronger regulations on the internet. And I really do believe that.
When was the first UK internet related? I suppose you could say the Communications Act of 94. I think was the first version, First Amendment. You had some malicious communication acts, both the UK and the US, dating back to '87. Maybe a bit earlier.
Now, I know that was when I wanted to mention something that I'm glad in a way, that we did this over because, well, before I get on to it, let me kind of put where I'm going with all this.
Okay.
Now, when I was growing up, I remember that they were really pushing it on television and movies, how kids were running around and hacking into freaking bank ATMs and shit with these little devices and stealing money out of ATMs and running amok and everything. You know what I mean? They were just horrible teenagers and stuff. And they had freaking movies come out like War Games. You know what I mean? Where this kid accidentally hacks into the freaking government's freaking nuclear freaking program and gets a supercomputer to freaking play a game that's gonna release nuclear weapons. You know?
It's fictional.
Well, I mean, that I don't think that stuff was actually freaking just somebody coming up with an idea. I think that this stuff was being paid for by the government so that freaking they could push this agenda to where people think that this stuff was actually real and it was actually happening. Okay, because there was a lot of it. Okay, I remember episodes of like Simon and Simon where freaking they brought it up. They came out with a TV series called The Whiz Kid, where he was.
Yeah, you showed me a few clips in the past.
You know.
Yeah.
So they were really pushing it, and I did research on it, and I found out that like in the 1970s there were very few arrests at all when it comes to hacking. Computer hacking was like still in its infancy. And it's like most of them were like freaking tech hobbyists, engineers, maybe some students, and that was it. You know, and it was like what you said. That, you know, back then, like the word hacking was actually just another word for that meant like tinkering. You know, or tinkering or pushing systems to their limits.
Yeah.
Now, this is where we got into MIT the last time. Do you remember the Model Railroad Club?
Well, Model Railroad Club was in Hornby.
Out of MIT, Tech Model.
Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Now, MIT's Tech Model Railroad Club, they came out with like the early version of phone phreaking. Okay, and that's where it comes in with like tinkering tinkering around with things. Like I remember I used to know how to take a freaking paper clip, and I used to wrap it around my freaking pointing finger. And if I wrapped it around right and I hooked it at a straight hook, I could take and put that inside of the key area of a freaking payphone, and I could jiggle it, and I could actually get free phone calls.
Owning up to a crime. I have come across some extremely good 70s sort of how to modify radio and books, and I've actually come across a 1950s. Back in the 50s, especially in the US, it was quite common for young boys mainly to play on the crystal radio sets and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So there was a big sort of movement in the 50s, and when it got to the 70s and early 80s, there was a big movement in modifying stuff, and how to it goes back to the World War II thing of trying to keep your machines running for as long as possible, rather than today's concept of just throw away equipment.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is like, it was really the arrests were actually not very freaking frequent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but again, it's white collar crime, and it was done by very few people because they didn't have the resources.
Well, I mean, back in the 70s, this is where I bring up Captain Crime. Now, a lot of people don't know him. I actually mentioned it to you guys in the first attempt to do this, and you guys thought I was talking about the serial guy. So,
okay,
yeah, but Captain Crunch, his real name was John Draper. Now, what he did is he actually got arrested because he got arrested for phone freaking, and what he did is he used a toy whistle to make free calls. He would mimic the AT&T tones with an actual toy whistle. Yeah, he would mimic the freaking phone AT&T tones, and it would give him a free call. You know, so that right there is, and that was one of the most freaking prominent ones. That was the biggest, one of the biggest ones they could come up with back in the 70s. Then they said that the most recognizable arrests started happening in the early 1980s, and that was because that was with the rise of.
That's because of the 8-bit machines being computers being popular, and modems slowly becoming popular, with restrictions on shared phone lines.
Mm-hmm. And they started becoming they became more common, and like the last time we tried to do this, I brought up 414s, the 414s, which was a group of teenagers out of Milwaukee. But before I do that, I need to bring up the most infamous hacking incident that happened ever, especially when it comes to the 1980s. Ever. Yeah, ever, dude, ever.
Okay.
And see, I should have remembered this one, because this is probably the most famous hack job that was ever done, and that was when Max Headroom took over frickin' WGN.
Okay. Yeah.
In Chicago. Okay. And I mean, we've had this conversation at least 3 times, and I at least, and I don't understand why I freaking forgot it. And then after we did that show the last time, I was sitting on the back porch, smoking my cigarette, and I freaking said, "Dude, just Max Headroom popped into my head." I was like, "Hold on, dude! Like that was like the freaking biggest hack in history, dude. You know?" And freaking, I never once thought of it until that moment. I'm like, dude, I should be ashamed of myself. You know what I mean? Like, but what happened is this was in 1987, and a guy dressed up like Max Headroom hijacked the television station, or actually it was 2 stations in Chicago. The first attempt was with WGN, which apparently the people involved with it had a problem with. So they had some kind of vendetta with them, and they got on there and they started their hack on taking over the actual freaking network while I was in the middle of broadcast. And it lasted for about 15 seconds until the station caught on to the fact that they had done it, so they shut them down. So what they ended up doing, that they ended up freaking, well, they didn't have their entire broadcast done. So that's what they suspect. They said, well, these guys freaking really wanted to get it out, so they went to their competitor channel station and hack them to finish the freaking broadcast. Okay, so that's the big one. Now that takes me back to freaking what I was talking about with this shit just being a setup, like with what's his name, Cooper, DB Cooper. You know what I mean? To this day, they have never busted the people who were involved in that incident whatsoever. They've got no leads on it. It's still a mystery that they've never been able to solve. They've had theories on it, but they don't know.
Yeah. What's this about LJ Cosse? Yeah, Cosse. That's related to the speakers.
Well,
just looking through the Wikipedia page, and there's an entry called "Death of L.J. Cosse."
What does that mean, though? You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about that. What does that mean? I mean, that's the crazy part about it is, the second incident I found out it was during the later on during the day. They did it in the same day. It was WTTW's broadcast of Doctor Who. During Doctor Who, that's when they did it. I think that was probably the most really wretched part about it. Like, Max Headroom freaking butting in on Doctor Who as he was saving the universe, I know. Now, I mean, you being English, that should just piss you off, dude.
Who was Doctor Who back in '87?
What?
What's the name of Doctor Who back in '87?
That was the blonde one.
That make me, 11?
Yeah. That would have been the blonde one. He would have been the later one, so.
Okay.
Now, the thing about this is like they got on there, okay, and the guy was imitating Max Headroom, who at the time was like really big on Coke commercials. So he made it look like on the video it was a Coke commercial, and then he goes to freaking showing his butt, his bare butt, and then out of the sight a woman takes freaking fly swatter and starts swatting his butt with the fly swatter. yelling, "They're coming to get me." It's like I don't know. He was yelling, "They're coming to get me." I'm guessing, and freaking and then the woman was responding by saying, "Bend over, bitch." So it got a little out of hand and rowdy up in there. So the whole thing, the reason why I say that that's suspicious is because that happened, okay? And then the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, came in and did a criminal investigation. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And they couldn't find anything out. But it freaking hit national news, you know? So that right there is really suspicious to me. I think it is, you know. I really believe that was just a scam. It was a freaking form of propaganda to freaking have it to where the FCC could freaking put stronger regulations on the airways and freaking internet and all that stuff.
I don't know the history of the FCC, but it's not as old as the Office of Communication, Ofcom. I mean, Ofcom's been around since, I think, the 1950s.
Yeah, I don't know about that, to be honest with you. Ofcom?
Yeah, I think they've been around since the 1950s, possibly earlier. No, actually, it'd be post-war because with the Office of Information or something during World War II. So yeah, it'd be in the 1950s. Ofcom's been around. So how long has the FCC been?
Hold up, let me find the date first. I've got it pulled up on the freaking search engine, so I can probably find the date when it was started for Ofcom. Now, no, it doesn't. Managing it's most definitely older than the FCC because it was like we said last night. I mean, the British are freaking anal retentive about regulating shit. You know what I mean?
Some British.
Well, I mean, not really. I had to do it.
Okay.
Now, Ofcom was formed. When was Ofcom established? Is what I should do. Ofcom was established on December 29th, 2003. So it's not. So FCC would have been older than Ofcom.
In its modern form. No, that's in its modern form. What was Ofcom has been known as Office of Communication for a lot longer. That's a modern telephone. The FCC was founded the Communications Act of 1934.
Yeah.
To regulate telephone, telegraph, and radio communications. When was UK Office of Communication formed?
It was Ofcom was formally established on December the 29th, 2003. It was created under the Communications Act of 2003.
Oh yeah. The Independent Television Commission, as it was called before.
Right. So it officially became as Ofcom in 2003, but it inherited the duties of 5 previous regulators. So I mean, yeah. 5.
Okay. No, but yeah, some of them are older than others. I mean, just saw the Independent Television Commission. That was 1991, but that was a new body that was brought in by the Broadcasting Act of 1990. But yeah, there are over unlike the US, at one point we had multiple organisations dealing with television, radio, and telegraph, phone.
Now, see, after that, then you come to the 414s, okay? Now, these were a group of teenagers from Milwaukee, and this one is even suspicious too, because especially people who get into conspiracy theories, they would really catch on to this real quick, okay? Um, they were actually they actually hit national news after they supposedly were after they tried to or after they did break into like a dozen of high profile systems, and one of these systems actually was Los Alamos National Labs here in the United States. Freaking Los Alamos is pretty freaking controversial, especially when it comes to the conspiracy theorist community. They talk about Los Alamos quite a bit. And I find it odd that freaking these kids were supposed to have supposedly done this, and a couple of them were arrested, but most of them only got probation from it. Okay.
Okay.
So they broke into freaking the Los Alamos National Lab Systems and ended up getting away with it with only probation. I don't see that as happening. Now maybe they might have gotten like restrictions away from the computer for the rest of their lives or some shit, or 20 years or whatever.
But I would need to know each individual case.
Right. I wouldn't take it off of a blanket statement because I really, I mean, because even when you look at it like that, did they really get banned from the computer until they were like 35? I mean, that's shit that you see in Hollywood on television.
But at the time, there was no law stating that as a punishment, you were getting banned from a computer.
Right. Cause
that's a recent phenomenon.
And yes, exactly. Now, between 1984 and 86, sporadic arrests of individuals and hacking collectives like Legion of Doom and Master of Deception. They were two of them that were big. Now, I've mentioned this before. I'm going to mention again. I actually freaking really love these two because freaking they actually were named two heavy metal bands that I really liked when I was growing up was named after them, so I did know about them. If you're a heavy metal, hardcore heavy metal fan like I am, yeah, I am into punk rock too, but I love heavy metal too, like real heavy metal, and these were the two bands that you knew about. You didn't just know about it, you knew about the history of the name, everything. So I was aware of them. Now with them though, it was just like sporadic arrests and stuff like that. It was just a group, you know what I mean, that did these things. There was nothing big about them. At the time, I was probably naive. Now I look back at it and I'm like, man, this stuff is probably just stuff that was being used as propaganda so they could bring out the frickin' CFAA, which is the computer.
CFAA.
Yeah, that in 1986 they came out with the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
Okay.
And that's where I'm getting at it with is they wanted to come out with freaking a law that comes down on people for freaking not following certain rules, breaking the law and being hoodlums.
Well, you got to protect society at large.
Well, I mean, the whole history behind it is really a lot more suspicious than what I thought it was. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I mean, it really is. It just like the whole thing about hacking is just really, really suspicious. So I always did find that odd. Now we're at like an hour and 46 minutes. I'm gonna put some music on and take a break so we can get some coffee.
Good idea. Yeah.
And I'll be back, and we will continue this here in a second, guys. Okay, I am back. Let me drop this background. Before I do, I should mention that this was done with the help of Satori D from Lens.com. He did uh, the artificial AI for the stuff right there. I did Mark Edworthy's picture and my picture in the room on A frame, and I took out the background for Mark Edworthy and me and put them on there myself. So here's the real deal right there. Old Mark smoking a cigarette. He's rolling.
Yeah.
He's rolling that doobie. So let me just do a little run through on the channels and see if we got any kind of comments.
Okay.
We usually don't get any comments because we aren't popular like all those cool kids. You know, it's always worth mentioning. Okay, so Will asks if I know Aaron Hanson. No, I don't. My name's spelled with O, not an E. E means Sweden. O means Norway. So just for future references. And Sniffhard, no, we are not on drugs.
Okay.
And freaking, he says that you look like an ugly Jew.
Okay.
And it says, is that my picture in description? That Ancient Kick says, hello, is that your picture in description? I didn't know there was a picture in description. Thanks for letting me. Oh, are you talking about my profile? Yeah, that's my profile picture. Yeah, that's me. That's not Mark Edworthy. Now, Sniff Hard, the thing about the ugly Jew thing, at least I don't sniff hard, you know what I'm saying? Or at least we don't sniff hard, you know? And what are you sniffing, really? I mean, are you sniffing your balls? I mean, so it's kind of a dumb thing to be saying, I think. Don't you?
Yeah.
Actually, it's actually kind of queerish, something that a homosexual. He's probably like one of those homosexual gamers, you know.
Okay.
You know how those gamers are. It's got to be woke.
Okay. Not all gamers, though.
Well, not all gamers, just most of them. And you know, if you're popular on Kick, you're either like a chick who's bouncing her boobs or a fucking gamer. You ain't got much of a life. You're just kind of like on there talking, yeah, whatever, dude, move left. You know, so there ain't really much on Kick that I've noticed when it comes to things. There's just like
I've not really explored Kick. Yeah, I've only spent less than 5 minutes using Kick.
It's really interesting how versatile the followers are. Like one moment you could have 49 followers and it could drop down to like 46 and go back up to like 48 and then down to 35 and then up to 49 again. I don't like platforms like that where it's more of a trendy thing.
That's nice. All I need is one more subscriber on my Minds account, and then I get 1,500 subscribers. Just need one more person to subscribe to minds.com/Medworthy.
Well, let me go ahead and find out if I've subscribed to you. Maybe I can get that.
Probably.
I can get that going on. And I am going to check on the YouTube thing too and see if it's working properly. That's one thing I did. Yeah, there we go. We got it. So I had it on, but I didn't check the audio on it. But okay, so we got through we made it to the Computer Fraud Act of 1986 here in the United States.
87.
Was it 87?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, with all the stuff that I mentioned about these early hackers, what do you think about that? I mean, what's your take on all of that? And also,
what's my take on all that?
And like, if you want to like mention like stuff, your thoughts about ARPA and DARPA.
I think I've already told you my thoughts about ARPA and DARPA. What stupid names they are.
Hold up, so still.
What's my thoughts about white collar crime? People go to prison.
Yeah, but I mean, I personally don't believe a lot of that happened. To be honest, though, like
there will be incidences of again, without looking at any single court document. Yeah. You're asking me such a broad question again.
Because I mean, I know you were like maybe about 4 years younger than I am, but at the same time, you were still around. I mean, and I don't know if you remember it as well as I do, but it was really, really. I mean, this whole hacking thing was really publicized. That there.
I remember maybe in the US, but I'm in the UK.
Well, you guys are even worse than we are. I'm pretty sure if you looked hard enough, you'll find a lot of.
Like I probably would find something might jog my memory, but yeah, it was in I don't know, 86, 87. 86 I would be 10 years old. 87 I'd be 11. Yeah, so yeah.
You'd have been watching the cool stuff too. That would have been highlighting the whole kids freaking hacking the system kind of shit. You know what I mean? It would have been aimed at your generation specifically, because I remember it was all aimed towards my generation. You know what I mean? It was, oh, look at these kids out there stealing money from ATMs and stuff, and it was.
I've never stolen money from an ATM.
I've never met a person who's done it, ever.
Okay.
See it on TV plenty of times growing up.
Probably a lot more common, especially in the UK at the moment. I do come across reports every couple of months.
Yeah, but are they true? That's the big question. You know what I mean? Or is it
mainstream media?
Is it just like spin? And well, I mean, it's like freaking. You'll hear a lot of people who believe in UFOs talking about freaking disclosure. Okay, they want to know about freaking aliens. We need to know about aliens. Are they real? Are they real? But this is the kind of stuff that needs to be added into it too. You know what I mean? Was any of this real, or was it just freaking a spin, a form of propaganda, so that they could get regulations put into place?
I believe there has been some good cases that caused regulations to come in.
I've found absolutely nothing to back that up.
Again, I would have to look at every single case to make a conclusion.
As a matter of fact, they said that there was a handful of arrests, and there's no official or reliable statistics from law enforcement.
Yeah, because the data wasn't being collected at the time.
Yeah. Now, it's safe to estimate, though, that only a handful of people were arrested for anything that resembled hacking. Okay.
And then remember, a lot of it will be under sort of
under what?
white collar fraud.
Well, I mean,
Change.
they would.
Wouldn't be there again. You said the US was 87.
No, this is in the early. No, now in 1887, yeah, was when the Computer Fraud Act, the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act.
So yeah, before then it was just a lot of it was conflicted under just standard fraud.
Well, I mean, there's no reliable statistics of it though. There's no from the law enforcement themselves.
Well, yeah, because there's no measurement. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like they have actually no information that they could pull statistics up saying this was a hacker. You know what I mean? They could easily do that. I mean, there's people that go through and freaking do filing the old way through filing cabinets.
Yeah, but in US legalese, has there been a definition of the word hacker, term hacker? Has the term hacker ever existed in a actual piece of legislation?
Yeah, we actually went over this last time. It was computer fraud, because that would actually be the term, because the actual Abuse Act was named Computer Fraud and Abuse.
Yeah.
So it would be
beforehand there would just been conventional financial fraud on cases.
Now, in the entire 1970s, it was safe to estimate only a handful of people were arrested for anything resembling hacking, but by the late 1980s, arrests were increasing, but still relatively rare.
Yeah.
Likely dozens to low hundreds globally, often depending on how broadly you define the word hacking. That's what you're getting into.
Yeah.
Now, even there, they're talking globally. That's in the low 100s or in the low hundreds. Okay, likely dozens to low hundreds in the 19.
Yeah, you say convicted. How many cases did go through the systems?
Not convicted. They were arrested.
Arrested. Okay.
Okay. So convictions, we don't know. I can find that out later. Now, with that brings me to the topic of technology and alt tech platforms. Okay. When it comes to freaking all of these alt techs that's coming out, you know what I mean? When it comes to them, and then freaking you look at freaking companies like what we mentioned before with CDK, okay,
Yeah.
and what they were supposed
they're not alternative tech. They're mainstream technology.
Well, alternative tech and technology is what I wanted to bring it out, but like tech platforms, alternative tech platforms too. When you take a look at what we were talking about with CDK Global and the technology that I think that they could have used, which was DMS, to use for their security.
That's only a part.
Hold up, go ahead.
So for a lot last time, that's only security should never be treated as a one-all solution.
Mm-hmm. Well, the thing that I forgot to bring up in the last time we tried to do this was the alt platforms things too. Like I was telling you about freaking trying to get onto what was it? I keep forgetting the damn. It's not Odyssey. It's a. Um, oh my goodness, BitChute.
Okay.
Okay, now BitChute went. I was okay with them for the longest time, but I turned around and I tried to get into that monetized system they've got there that's supposed to be cryptocurrency.
Okay.
And when I went in there and I tried to enroll in it, it literally denied me, saying the reason for it was because I was in the United States.
Okay.
Now, that right there to me is suspicious. So why would a
The US have got regulations that is not compatible with European regulations.
that would mean that you guys are doing something underhanded?
No, it means that we approach regulations differently than you do in the US, as proven many times.
I mean, we're not allowed to even be on the platform because we're not.
Okay, I would have to have a look at the
You see,
actual.
we're not even allowed to be a part of it, sign in and have an account. You know what I mean? Because we are here in the United States. We don't. The United States has been.
Yeah, it's because you've got different regulations then. It's, well, mainly in the EU, but other EEA countries as well.
And then I also, well, see, the thing of it is, I could pretty much get away with it if I got on a VPN and
Yeah.
did it from where it appeared I was at a different location other than the United States. But for me, that would be a security risk. You know what I mean? Why would I want to have any kind of why would I want to have any kind of program or any kind of platform have any connection with that if freaking I have to do it in a freaking pretty shady way of doing things? You know what I'm saying? And I found
VPN shady.
Yeah, I mean, I would have to literally say that I'm actually in Canada on the VPN, which I can change my locations on the VPN and be able to get away with it. It's like if I wanted to watch the BBC, like me and you talked about before, you know, all I'd have to do is that I'd have to set my freaking VPN to where I was a resident of Britain and I could watch it.
London, or something.
You know? But for me, that's a shady way of doing something in order to get what I want. You know what I mean? And plus, you set yourself up to a lot of illegal shit happening to you because you're doing something wrong, and you know you're doing something wrong.
VPNs are. I can think of a lot of legitimate uses for VPN for private networks.
Well, if I turn around and change my location, though, I'm not using it properly, am I? I'm actually freaking doing something that's underhanded, and if I get in trouble, they're going to find out. Look, I'm freaking broadcasting.
It's not. Wasn't it Brazil just last year that made VPNs? Tried to make VPNs illegal. No, it was earlier this year, January's time. But yeah, no. I mean, westernized countries, VPNs aren't illegal. At least not yet.
Not yet.
US, no.
No, that's not my whole point. It's how I use a VPN.
If you are using a VPN to aid you in breaking the law anyway, yeah.
You know?
But that's no more different than if you're using, I don't know, a lockpick to illegally enter into somebody's house. VPN's just a tool in that respect.
So you're saying it's okay to use a lockpick to get into other people's houses?
No, I wouldn't recommend that.
Okay, I just wanted to set that clear. So
okay.
We know. Okay, now now that goes into like what we were talking about the other day about Binance. You know, Binance is what really freaking set up the red flags for me, because I ended up doing projects with Bob Dub and Minds Gaming and Within the Vacuum on MetMe. And everybody on MetMe is all pushing Binance like it's this really, really great freaking coin. You know what I mean? So I figured I'd check it out. Well, come to find out that freaking it's illegal to trade Binance here in the United States.
It's not compatible with FCC rule or FSA rules.
You know, now it's okay to use Binance USD because apparently they did something to comply with freaking FCC rules, or the Federal Communications is FCC is the other one. The one, what was it you just said?
Say it's with the financial SEC, sorry, Security and Exchange Commission.
Yeah.
In this relation.
But that's what I found out. And then when I started getting emails from them, I mean, I would literally get warnings saying these people are going to steal your identity. You know what I'm saying? It's like these people are known to steal your identity. And that right there is disturbing enough, because I know
companies identity.
Huh?
It's not like you got unless you're in California. It's not like you got protections like the GDPR rules. American U.S. citizens concerned about people stealing their identity. That's very ironic.
Well, you need us to take a look at it. I had protections there. I mean, my email was straight up telling me, do not open this. Yeah. You know what I mean? That's a protection, dude. You know what I mean? If you're dumb enough to freaking not pay attention to your freaking email when it tells you to not do something, then it's on.
I remember these days people sign up to Google, Microsoft, Facebook, wherever, and they sell their identity away anyway. So people don't care these days.
Well, dude, this is called untethering. I'm just going to say it like it is. They're stupid. You know, I mean, people also get freaking, spam in their emails, and you know what they do? They just let it keep on coming. They don't care. They get all that, let's get all those porn freaking spammers sending you porn left and right, and just let that stuff go. You know what I mean? Don't worry about it. Got freaking 5,000 emails in their freaking email. And they don't even delete it. You know what I mean? It just sits there. And they think that that's okay. It's sitting in, you know now, if you freaking even open a freaking email, they can freaking track it.
Depends on how you're viewing the email. If using native desktop or phone clients, and not as much. Maybe using example, more than possible. Outlook, actually, it's also about Microsoft Outlook as.
You're kind of fading in and out on me. I'm actually wondering if you keep going in and out. I don't know what the deal is with it. It just kind of stops and everything. So, but yeah, I know what you're saying there, but like this goes back to what I was saying too. Like a lot of people's problems is themselves. You know what I mean? Like common sense shit. Like when you decide you want to download something, you should really check the check marks. You know what I mean? At the bottom of the freaking download to make sure they're not going to download extra shit onto your computer. That's a really good security measure. It starts right there with you.
Yeah. Security should be the users. We saw the administrator's responsibility. User administrator. Whatever.
But what do? They just go on and they just click that thing and they never forget. And then there's an option too to where you can see the hidden information because they always like to hide it. When you click on
Okay.
it, it shows you the advanced freaking information. They don't want to do that because that takes too much time. You know what I mean? When all you got to
Okay.
do is click on it and read and uncheck the marks or undo the check marks to say freaking add the extra stuff, and it won't come on there. But most people don't do that, and then they wonder later on why their computer has spam and it's been hacked. You know?
Yeah.
I mean that to me is really the weird the bad part of it, and that was one of the things that really gets to me when it comes to that. And that was one thing that I wanted to bring up when it came to that with the alternate, I know the alt tech platforms and the freaking the Mint Me, because like
Okay.
to this day, man, just because I put Mint Me in the description and shared it on X and Facebook, to this day, I still get freaking spammers coming onto my comment sections saying, you know what I mean? In my videos, dude, saying, I have an issue with freaking so and so coin. What's your thoughts on it? And the video is not even about cryptocurrency. And, you know what I mean? And just because I put their freaking link in my freaking description, now I keep getting those, and I have to freaking go in there and take them out of my comment section.
Okay.
So that's another aspect of the scam. You know what I mean? The internet is a big freaking scam, dude.
The internet itself isn't a scam.
You know what's next, right? Next, we get into the big dog. We get into CDK Global. You
Again?
Yeah, that's the reason why we were doing it again.
Do we have to?
he ran away. Well, I knew something was happening to his network, so he started fading in and out of there. I know he has to freaking go out and come back in, but yeah. Now that I've started up that sends us down the path of a current event that happened concerning CDK Global. Now, that is something that really stuck out to me. I've been wanting to do something relating to major hacks that took place in the world, and this is one of the big ones that took place concerning car dealers here in the United States and in Canada. And I started doing research on it, and I found out that CDK, which is a organization that organizes and secures documents for a lot of car companies in the United States, was actually hacked, and their data was held hostage. And it caused a significant disruption for car dealers nationwide here in the United States. This actually led to shutdowns of systems and forced many of the dealerships to go back to their manual processes where they actually had to do the process manually. So that's basically the gist of it. Hello, are you back?
Camera's not working, but no.
Yeah, I knew something was happening. I ended up you're bouncing in and out. There you go. You're back.
Yeah.
You've been kind of getting bouncy back and forth. I went ahead and kind of explained what the whole situation for CDK Global was. Now, before, what I was bringing up, and I brought it up on another series that we did with the DMS, DMS. Let's get that right this time.
Document management system.
Yeah, okay. Because
document management system.
me and you like had this huge conversation, and you misunderstood what I said because I forgot what.
Yeah, I thought you meant domain name system.
Yeah.
Domain name system. Yeah, you the DMS without any.
We were by the time it was done, I was like, "Hold on, dude, what the hell are we talking about?" You know what I mean? It was like,
I was thinking.
now, see, with me, my whole theory is a DMS, which isn't new technology. This is stuff that they've been talking about since like the 1970s. Would have been perfect.
Document management systems have been talked about. Filing cabinets have been talked about for hundreds of years.
Well, I mean, the actual,
the principle, but filing cabinet is the principle of, isn't it? It's just an electronic filing cabinet.
Right. Now, it organizes and it secures documents, okay? And it makes it easier to find and share information. You know, and they've been talking about this stuff. They've actually had seminars in different states here in the United States where people would get up and talk about this stuff for hours and just literally make you fall asleep and shit. Like, you know what I mean? But it's been around forever. And my whole take on it was, well, the whole thing about CDK, let me make a point of this. CDK apparently didn't have backups available for these files and everything when it came to freaking making sure that these car dealerships could still function. You know what I mean? And what happened is these hackers, okay, or actually I should be like I was the last time because I know you get upset when I start using the word hacker too much. But what was it? These computer fraud, these people who were committing computer fraud, what they basically did was they turned around and they freaking stole this information and held it by using ransomware. It was a ransomware attack on CDK Global. And they wouldn't give the information back until they paid the ransom. And this has been going on with other corporations too. It goes on all the time. Matter of fact, Mark can tell you all about it. He's a pro when it comes to that stuff. You know,
actually, I've not read any recent reports in the last couple of months. I've just ignored reports. But did have a figure on the amount of US ransomware fraud for last year, and I think it was something like about 2,000 convictions.
2,000. So you're telling me that in modern hacking, it's gone from a handful to maybe the low hundreds to 2,000 hacking
in the US convicted
alone. That's not globally.
Yeah.
All right.
No, that's just in the US. I would have to have a look at. Yeah, I would have to search for figures.
Well, it's like I said before, you know, this is a conversation. You don't have to get all technical if you don't want to. We're just having a conversation right now. So,
yeah, let's say 2,000 last year in the US.
All right. Now, see, the fact that they didn't have backup, that tells me that they could have at least had a freaking DMS that organizes and secures.
Did they have paper-based? Did they have paper-based documentation?
That's what they ended up having to do it all by. And see,
prior to.
Now with filings, though, okay, they have deadlines for this stuff. You know what I mean? Like whenever frickin' they make a sell on a car, they can't just let it sit for frickin' the longest time. They
2
have,
months, yeah.
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a deadline that they have to have this documentation turned into. Um, and that's what the big issue was really when it came to it, because they had to take this freaking information after selling a car. They had to do it manually, and then they had to be able to turn it in according to a time limit so that they could freaking do it legally in the right way. So there was a big rush. It became more of a problem for the frickin' people who were in Billings than what it was for the actual people who were out selling the vehicles. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
So it became a basic nightmare for these people. They probably actually haven't really done real work like that in decades, and then all of a sudden, you know, they're having to freaking go back to the old ways. At least that's my interpretation of it.
Okay.
You know, you don't have anything to say about that? You agree? You agree with it?
Yeah, I agree with they needed to. Did they employ more people for the sort of administration rush?
Well, see, that's the whole thing about CDK, though. They're so shifty. Okay, the story doesn't really match up. Like that, I couldn't find anything out like that whatsoever. You know what I mean? And then when I found out about their freaking parent company, that even got even more crazy. It makes me think that this was like maybe a freaking.
It was an asset stripping company anyway.
Yeah.
Just not.
Yes, it was.
We had a long discussion about the reason why CDK is or was in the situation it was, because it was its owners was an asset stripping company. So.
And see, this still doesn't go against what I was trying to say. I personally think that if they used DMS and they used it with data visualization tools, it would have helped them out with backing up their files, and it would have also helped out at least a little bit when it comes to security. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know about backing up the files. That's just a system administration thing. From a sort of end user sort of response of being able to see each individual document,
and like collaborating on projects, you know what I'm saying? If you have people collaborating and working on files together, freaking, then each of them would be able to have their own backups for those files, because they're actually interacting with one another with those visualization tools. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It would have helped them out with better insights. The whole 9 yards. I mean, it would have been more efficient. Even, you know, they would have been able to manage.
But it sounded like it was a lost cause company anyway, because they didn't have many many sort of disaster recovery sort of.
And that's where
services.
That's where it gets. Let me make sure that the audio is working, because like I'm really suspicious. Yeah, there we go.
Okay.
Because this is where I started saying some shit. People don't like hearing shit on YouTube, but I think it was an inside job. To be honest with you, this was freaking a high price freaking theft, if you ask me. Like you said, I mean, they went in and they gutted the freaking company out. They privatized it. And when you privatize it, it takes them off the stock market. You know what I mean? It make them ineligible for the stock market. So it was basically privatized, and this is a global. CDK isn't just United States based; they're global. You know what I mean? That's why they're called CDK Global. So and they went private. And what I found out was they went in and they what did I call it? Um, fuck was it? It. Let me find it real quick. Yeah, because what happened was is they ended up freaking going private, and they became a private equity. That's what it is. And they did that in April of
Okay.
2000. Yeah, they did it in April of 2022, and
Yeah.
this is where shit starts getting suspicious. Brookfield Business Partners, together with institutional partners, entered into an agreement, and they acquired CDK Global for a total enterprise value of $8.3 billion. Now, it was suggested that Brookfield buying CDK Global and making it a private equity. By doing that, they stripped away security protocols that could have prevented the ransomware attacks. Okay, and they say that that's standard procedure when it comes to turning freaking a corporation like that into a private equity. The first thing they do is they go into the freaking business and they strip it down. You know what I mean? They stripped away the security protocols and everything, and they work from the ground up. You're still there, right? No, he backed out. So, and that's what I've ended up finding out about it. You guys have to be patient with us. We are having some issues with the audio or the video mostly, but I'm checking the audio, making sure that everything's okay. Now, that was one of the issues that I had. Now, Brookfield Business Partners, like I said, was the parent company of CDK Global. Now, they experienced a significant ransomware attack too. All right, although CDK's global operations were harmed, Brookfield Business Partners did not consider it material enough to report what had happened to the Securities and Exchange Commission, which is the SEC, under new rules for reporting breaches, which is something that is required here in the United States. It looks like Mark finally made it back in. And I'm kind of glad that I had to do this, because this was something that me and Mark had been talking about, or I brought it up in the last one, that we weren't able to record. So let's see if he's on it. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm back, I think. Yeah.
Okay. So now I mentioned Brookfield Business Partners, okay, and that's the parent partner company. I went through and I was talking about how what had happened was they became a freaking private equity firm. Okay.
Mm.
And I explained how what I had found out, that is, these private equity firms, whenever they buy like a huge corporation and then privatize it like that, the first thing they do is they go in and they freaking gut out all the security protocols. And from what I've heard, that's standard practice for a lot of these corporations whenever they do that. What's your do you know much about that when it comes to how private equity firms deal with?
A lot of the company, a lot of these companies will split the their child company up into smaller companies.
Okay.
But yeah.
So So basically, yeah, you're talking about freaking here in the United States we call them freaking well, I forgot what the name was, but it's basically a hack and slash job. They
Yeah, yeah.
buy a big corporation and they just cut it down to pieces.
Mm.
That's basically what you're talking about right there.
Mm.
Right? I mean, I could be wrong, but is that what you're basically talking
Yeah,
about?
yeah.
Okay. Now, what happened was Brookfield Business Partners also, previous to freaking what had happened with CDK, I believe, in 1990 or April of 2022 is when they, together with institutional partners, um, acquired CDK Global. And they did that for $8.3 billion. Now, that is when I found out from another source who did a video on YouTube, and she was a part of she was a part of a accounting group that was involved in the actual car dealerships, and she did I believe it was either a video or a blog, maybe both, but she was talking about what happens when these equity firms take over freaking big corporations like that, because she's had to deal with it, you know. And she says the first thing that happens is they freaking well, like they bought CDK Global, okay, and then they made it into a private equity, and then after that they stripped away every security protocol, and they started from the ground up with it. And she said that's protocol for every company they buy. You know, most of these firms do that automatically, and that's what I learned from her. So that was interesting when I heard about that. Then after that, this supposed ransomware happened. Okay, and when that happened, I did some more digging and I found out Brookfield Business Partners also had a significant ransomware attack. Okay, but they decided that Brookfield Business Partners didn't consider it material enough to report it to the Securities and Exchange Commission.
Yeah.
And this is where we were talking about. There are new rules for reporting breaches that are in place with the SEC. Okay. That's another suspicious thing that happened there that never got reported, you know. So anybody who's on here listening, you know, this is the first time you're probably going to hear about that, because I don't remember anybody bringing that up when it happened, you know. That's how smart I am.
Actually, no, it was reported at least in the UK. In certain circles, I saw quite a few UK tech channels and maybe two US YouTube tech channels talking about it at the time.
Are you talking about Brookfield Business Partners, or are you talking about CDK?
Yeah.
Which one?
The CDK incident. CDK.
Okay, no, I'm talking about Brookfield Business Partners when they had their attack. They also had one, but they didn't feel that it was material enough to report it to the Security and Exchange Commission.
Yeah. But it was reported. Both were reported about as depending on who you watch.
Probably after the investigation on CDK Global started, that's when they fessed up to it. You know.
Okay, maybe.
You know, but they kept it quiet because they ended up, from what it sounds like, they ended up paying this ransomware, and because there's a big thing going out now where these corporations would rather pay the freaking ransom than to actually go after the freaking criminals doing it, because they would lose more money if they did that rather than just give them the money they want and let it go. So for them, it's
But
better.
any company who's got who knows what they're doing will have better policies in place anyway beforehand.
Mm-hmm. Now, another incident involved Brookfield Residential Properties, a wholly owned division of Brookfield Asset Management, which admitted to being victimized by an unspecified cyber attack. Now, Brookfield Residence Properties, which is a wholly owned division of Brookfield Assets Management, which is BAM, they did acknowledge a cyber attack in 2020. Unauthorized access to a limited subset of files occurred, prompting immediate action to restore affected systems and implement additional security measures. Now, the incident affected internal employees and company and the company and security measures. Well, no, the incident affected internal employees, and the company reached out to those whose information had been assessed. Now, Mr. Robot, the last time we tried this, came in and he said that he had more information on this. So basically, what they did is they paid these employees off with hush money, and then they turn around and they gave them security systems to freaking back up their systems. Like, oh, and we're giving you extra security now because you were hacked. You know what I mean? So it was kind of a bullshit.
No.
It was pretty shitty, you know. From what that's why I said I wish that we really didn't freaking lose all that. But that's the basic whole story about what's going on there. And I also found out too that these guys had another incident that a group called Darkside claimed responsibility for a ransomware attack against Brookfield, but they didn't specify which division was targeted. Now, the parent company emphasized that Brookfield Residential operates independently on a separate network from the parent company. Now, CDK Global, an automotive data provider, suffered a cyber attack incident that disrupted operations across the U.S. and Canada. The company, that company right there, was purchased by Brookfield Business Partners in 2022. So you're looking at a 2-year difference right there where this stuff happened. You're looking at like a 2-year time difference where this stuff happened, and it's all the same shit. You know what I mean? It's the same company, and they've been getting hit by ransomware over and over again, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And I think one of them actually involved the Canadian freaking military.
Okay.
This is the one I think we were talking about the last time, where it was.
Yeah. I remember. Yeah.
So I mean, that's what I wanted to get into right there. So let me see here. Now we do have the Chaos Crew, but we can come back to them if you want to, and maybe do that at a later time, because it's getting near to 3 hours now.
Well, yeah. Where you really talked about the Chaos Crew anyway.
Oh, well, we haven't done it on this one yet. And later on, I do want to. I do want to get further into it too. You know what I mean? Because um, the thing. Well, from the first time that we tried this and we missed it, we actually had good conversations from this point on when we started talking about the Chaos Crew and their attacks on Sony and stuff.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And then we started getting into the difference between the Chaos Computer Club and then the other one. What was it? CCS something. They were the ones that do the malicious shit. You have the CCC, which is the Chaos Computer Club, and then you have the Chaos Crew Club, I believe is what it is.
Okay. Yeah, I remember.
And a lot of people.
Yeah, leave that one to the next.
Yeah.
And leave that to the next episode.
Yeah. Now, what we're going to do, though, is we're going to switch off of computer hacking and all the cool stuff with computer hacking and how the internet's just a complete and utter fraud that nobody should believe whatsoever.
Okay.
We're going to switch from that topic, and next week we're going to get into freaking politics. We want to talk about the cool shit.
Politics, okay. What about politics?
We're going to talk about tariffs and all the cool stuff that's going down right now with tariffs.
Oh, the U.S. tariffs, yeah.
And we might even talk about those dirty freaking Mexicans that are getting shipped off to freaking Central America. And if things work out, we'll be sending American citizens down there with them. Isn't that cool? Huh?
Maybe. Again, this is a fresh story. Really, it's only been happening. We've only found out in the last week or so. So, yeah, we'd love more information to go on by next week.
Mm-hmm. But that's the one thing that I want to do next week. We'll get into the politics and start talking about stuff. I want to actually dive into some of the Doge too, because I think there's a lot of interesting things that has been coming out of there. And because
they're taking notice over the last couple of weeks.
Dude, the last 2 weeks has just been freaking insane. Okay, if you go on and you watch American news right now, just everybody's going freaking haywire over the shit that's going on with Doge, and they're getting really nervous too because the Social Security office is being.
Yeah, I saw a clip on that. I saw a notification for something related to that earlier.
So it's.
I've been more interested in British politics because British politics has been really interesting in the last couple of weeks.
Well, your guys' stuff is always
just really ignored US.
You guys have always been on a heightened thing here lately, but like I'm talking about like especially like within the last 2-3 weeks, you should really check out some of the stuff that's been going on over here. And plus, there's a couple of meetings that took place with Trump, and I believe there's a woman from England, and then another one from the EU.
Actually didn't need to meet. Didn't he perform more occasion with the king within the last couple of days?
Oh, then yeah, that's right.
I know he met with it. There was a public meeting with him and Starmer back in last month before.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Within the last 2 months, I know.
Yep. And next week we'll shift to that one, and we'll start talking about some politics. And it's like I said, I want to do some things about just stuff that can't be freaking talked about in a certain genre, Also, I want to start talking about not only politics, but like current events, even get into some entertainment and things too. Um,
Okay.
stuff of that nature. Maybe do that and see where it goes because I'm finding this stuff kind of interesting, even though I'm not really into the whole garbage
Cool.
politics thing. I
Right,
try
not
to
too bad. Yeah.
I try my best to stay away from it, but like everybody I'm associating with fucking seems to love this shit. So I was like, okay, I got to do something. So I started checking this stuff out, and like a lot of it's pretty interesting to be honest. Like I'm still wondering how P Diddy freaking uh, got that fucking
Peace.
that baby oil and shit, dude.
Yeah, baby oil.
It's like fucking
So
he
I
had
think
the
you
receipt. He
I think you're obsessed with P Diddy and
No, it's a valid question. Okay, if you're into
yeah,
mysteries, okay, he had the receipt that specifically said that baby oil came from freaking Costco. Okay, now according to Costco, they have never sold baby oil ever. It has never been on their shelves whatsoever. How did he get that freaking receipt? Somebody's lying. It's just plain and simple. You got to
yeah,
admit, dude, somebody is lying. You know, but that's the reason
yeah.
why. That's the reason why I wanted to name this untethered is because this is kind of stuff I think is good to talk about on this stream. What do you think?
Hmm. Okay, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so before we go,
Well,
you wanna tell everybody how they
couple
can
of things.
find you, Mister Mark Edworthy?
Okay, okay, yeah, easy to find. I'm on minds.com under Medworthy. So Medworthy, yeah.
Okay, and you can find me on Rumble, X, D Live, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Minds.com. Uh, until next month, you can find me on Skype, but after that, I will be on Teams as well as Elements. I will not be streaming any kind of video from Teams. It'll just be for chat, but you can find me on there. You can find me also on Discord, and I did say Element, right? So
Yeah.
you can find me on Element too as live it, under live with Roger Hanson. The links for the Element is on X, and I believe I have them on my stream descriptions for the Wonderful World of Weirdness, which is a channel I have on YouTube and Rumble that you guys can find there. Um, and well, I mean, other than that, that's where you can find me. So thank you guys for stopping by and watching. If you liked what you've seen, please like, subscribe, share, make comments, leave comments. We do love comments. Just don't be a dick, if you're trolling, just keep on moving on because we really don't get into all that stuff. You know what I mean? You don't feed the troll. Just if you have serious criticisms, bring them up in the comment section and I'll respond to them. If you just want to be a troll and troll on everybody, then I'm just going to delete your comment and you're probably going to be deleted from the channel too because I don't do that. So just be respectful, treat people the way you want them to be treated, and with that, everybody will get along, you know. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and end the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you have a good night or a good morning or wherever you are. What time of the day it is. I hope you enjoy that. So, that talk to you later. Alright, so I am getting ready to do my sound check, so give me a second here and I will get it up and going. Let's see what we got here. Gotta refresh Rumble. The reason why I'm talking so much too is because I have to be able to hear my voice when I do my sound check on the live stream. So let me go in and get this going, see what it sounds like on Rumble. Okay, sounds good on Rumble. Gotta hit refresh on X. Let's see, D Live is up and going. I gotta hit play. Everything's running a little bit late. I had to run over and get some stuff real quick. Sounds good on D Live. Twitch is up. Audio sounds good on there. Kick is up and going. Everything sounds good on there. What's going on with YouTube? It's pretty rough on there because whenever I do YouTube, I have to make sure it's the right YouTube channel. And sometimes it doesn't work out that way. So let me come back into studio and see if it's at least in the studio. Yeah. Okay, so live stream conspiracy is being put on there already. So the one that I'm on isn't needed. Okay, so I'll go in there and we should be set up and ready to go. So all right, so let me do an audio check. Okay, Joe is back today. He says, okay, bro, how are you? Bye, bro. Glad you stopped by, Joe. Okay, today is going to be conspiracy. But first, before I get everything started out, I am going to put on some music so I can go take a quick smoke break and get some coffee. So with that being said, let me go ahead and get this going. I didn't want to take a chance of not doing an audio test because the other day I had like a 4-hour stream just go completely empty. So I did not want to jump in here and get ahead of myself and not do a good sound check, make sure it's going. So with that, I am going to put on another song from Mr. Robot. Here we go. I'll mute out and I'll be back here in a little bit.
Okay, I am back. I'm going to do a last minute audio check. Make sure that everything's good. The music actually came out on there, so that was a good thing. Alright, so my voice is on X, voice is on Rumble, voice is on DLive, on Twitch, Kick. Well, I can hear. And it's on YouTube. So we are up and ready to go. So today's conversation is going to be on a conspiracy. So with that being said, I got my coffee, went out and smoked me a quick cigarette, got everything set up, and I am ready to go. So let me go ahead and actually hold on a minute. I'm going to, okay, here we go. So I am going to go ahead and do my imaginary countdown, which is to start the show, and I will do the introduction and I'll go into it. Before I get started, I want to say that the music that I used was from Mr. Robot. You can find him on minds.com, Element, and Element, as well as on Rumble. He goes by Illuminati on Rumble, and his channel is Hacker Radio. So if you guys like the music, stop by and check out his mixes. And like, subscribe, and share. Tell him how much you enjoy his music in the comment section. It's very important. So with that being said, I am going to get into this and get started. So let me go ahead and do that. I'll do my introduction. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of Conspiracy here on the wonderful world of weirdness. Today, I am going to go a step farther from what I did last week when it came to the JFK assassination. I am going to start adventuring into the New World Order. Now, there's a lot of people who have different opinions of what the New World Order is, but my opinion of it is this. 1984 has already happened, ladies and gentlemen, just so you know. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through some things that actually relate to this topic, and it's information that you can find on the internet. It's not classified, it's right there in your face, and all you have to do is check it out for yourself, and you'll be able to connect the dots. So with that being said, I am going to start on my reading. Now, this might have to be more than one episode because it is pretty long. So let me just tell you now that this might not be the entire part of it. I might have to do a sequel to it. So with that said, I am going to start. Now, members of the Warburg family were deeply involved with the reconstruction of Europe after World War II, particularly in financial and economic matters. The Warburgs were a prominent banking dynasty with ties to both European and American financial institutes, and some of their key figures played significant roles in post-war reconstruction. First, there was James Warburg, and he lived between 1896 to 1969. James Warburg was a banker, economist, and advisor to U.S. policymakers. He served as a financial advisor during the New Deal era and was involved in post-war economic planning. Warburg was a strong advocate for a world federal government and promoted economic cooperation to prevent future global conflicts like World War II. He was a key figure in discussions about the Bretton Woods system, which led to the creation of the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, both crucial institutions for European reconstruction. After that, we have Paul M. Warburg, who lived between 1868 to 1932. And he had pre-war influence. Paul Warburg was one of the architects of the U.S. Federal Reserve System in the early 20th century. Though he died before World War II, his influence in global banking structures played a foundational role in post-war economic policy. Now, after that, you have Max Warburg, who lived between 1867 to 1946. Max Warburg was a prominent German banker who played a role in international finances before the war, though his influence waned after Nazi Germany rose to power. The Warburg banking network continued to have an impact on post-war European finance through various institutions. Now, finally, we have Eric M. Warburg, and he lived between 1900 all the way up until 1990. Eric Warburg was directly involved in post-war European economic reconstruction. He founded E.M. Warburg and Company, which later became Warburg Pincus, a major investment firm that played a role in post-war financial recovery. He worked with U.S. and European institutions in economic rebuilding efforts, particularly in Germany. His financial expertise helped to reestablish West Germany's banking system, which was crucial for its recovery under the Marshall Plan. Now, this is where we connect from the last episode where I was talking about JFK. Now, the Marshall Plan is where one of the members of the Warren Commission was a part of, and that would be the connection there. So this all ties into JFK too, eventually later down the road. Okay, let me shut that door. Okay, now after World War II, Europe needed extensive financial and structural rebuilding. The Warburg family, with its deep connections in banking and international finance, contributed to several key initiatives. First was the Marshall Plan, which was between 1948 to 1952. The Marshall Plan was a U.S. initiative to aid Western Europe's recovery, and it depended heavily on financial institutes with Warburg connections. Eric Warburg and other financiers helped facilitate loans and investments to rebuild German industries. The plan revived European economies, stabilized currency systems, and ensured U.S. economic influence in Europe. Bretton Woods system is another one, and that was in 1944. The Bretton Woods Conference laid the groundwork for the World Bank and IMF, both of which played crucial roles in post-war Europe. James Warburg was involved in discussions about the economic future of Europe. The Warburg family's banking connection helped in shaping international financial agreements that stabilized European economies. Eric Warburg worked closely with U.S. policymakers to rebuild Germany's financial institutions, including Deutsche Bank and other key firms. Now, if you check out Deutsche Bank, you'll find out that they, even today, have real strong ties with the stock market. Now, Warburg-led firms provided capital investment that helped restart German industries. Their involvement ensured that Germany could recover economically without falling under Soviet influence during the Cold War. The Warburgs' role in post-war Europe um, was the fact that members of that members of the Warburg family, particularly Eric Warburg and James Warburg, were involved in the reconstruction of Europe after World War II. They played key roles in rebuilding Germany's financial sector, advising on international financial institutions, or advising on international financial institutions like the IMF and the World Bank. They also assisted in post-war economic stabilization programs, and they facilitated American investments in European recovery efforts. Their influence helped shape the economic structure that allowed Western Europe to recover and avoid economic collapse, particularly through the Marshall Plan and Bretton Woods system. The Warburgs undoubtedly benefited financially from their investments in post-World War II economic reconstruction, including the Marshall Plan. However, due to the complex nature of their financial empire and the private nature of many investment firms, exact profit figures are difficult to determine. With that said, we can infer their financial gains through several key areas of involvement. First, the Warburgs' financial interest in post-war reconstruction. The Warburg family, particularly through Warburg Pincus and its European banking connections, profited in these ways. Eric Warburg helped reestablish banking operations in West Germany, including the reorganization of Deutsche Bank and other financial institutions, like I'd said earlier. Now, Deutsche Bank is a very, very influential bank even to this day. If you do the research, you'll find out that they actually helped in the rebuilding of Europe after World War II, and they actually profited quite a bit from it. There was so much profit being made from the rebuilding of Europe that, like I said, people don't even know for sure what the exact numbers are from it. Now, as Germany recovered, these banks became extremely profitable, handling U.S. aid money and private investment. Warburg Pincus, a firm founded by Eric Warburg in 1935, became a major player in post-war private equity and venture capital, investing in European industries and rebuilding it after the war. Now, the Warburgs provided financial consulting and advisory services to both the U.S. government and European financial institutes as well. Eric Warburg's role as an advisor to the U.S. military occupation forces in Germany would have put him in a key position to influence investment flows, likely earning fees or indirect financial benefits through business partnerships. The Warburgs helped channel U.S. Marshall Plan funds into private investments, working with major American and European firms. And I'm sure a lot of that also went into their pockets because I'm I would almost bet that their business also included some of those European firms that money went into. So, and American as well, because they had already been established in the United States for quite some time. Now, the Warburgs controlled or affiliated institutions facilitated. No, the Warburg controlled or affiliated institutions facilitated loans, stock issuances, and business deals, offering often profiting from transaction fees or return on investment. As part of the economic rebuilding of Europe, major industrial assets were sold off or restructured. The Warburgs had ties to firms involved in real estate, infrastructure, and industrial development, which saw significant growth during the post-war boom. Companies tied to Warburg-led investments expanded rapidly in Germany, France, and Italy, further increasing profits. Beyond just Marshall Plan funds, the Warburgs also benefited from their deep connection to international banking and financial institutions. James Warburg had direct input into the creation of the Bretton Woods system, which stabilized global finance and created the IMF and World Bank. Warburg-associated banks handled large loans of IMF and World Bank loan distributions, profiting from transaction fees and financial agreements too. In London, the S.G. Warburg Bank, founded by Sigmund Warburg, became one of Europe's most influential investment banks, helping British and European businesses restructure and modernize. S.G. Warburg and Company became known for pioneering Eurobond markets, which allowed European firms to raise capital internationally, a highly profitable innovation. Warburg Pincus, the family's U.S.-based private equity firm, grew significantly in the decades after World War II, using its capital and connections to fund businesses benefiting from the post-war recovery. By the 1960s and 1970s, Warburg Pincus was a leading venture capital firm investing in technology, manufacturing, and financial services companies that arose during the European economic boom. How much did the Warburgs gain? While exact profit figures are unknown, we can estimate based on the Warburgs' banking activities and their post-war financial empire. S.G. Warburg and Company grew into a multi-billion-dollar investment bank before merging with UBS in the 1990s. Warburg Pincus, as of today, manages over $8 billion in assets, and much of this wealth was accumulated during the post-war period. The firm made highly profitable investments in European industries, securing returns in the hundreds of millions, if not billions, over the decades. By leveraging post-war recovery and U.S. economic dominance, Warburg Pincus became one of the largest and most influential private equity firms in the world. The Warburg family, already wealthy before World War II, saw a significant increase in their wealth after the war as their investments expanded in both Europe and the U.S. By the 1970s, various Warburg-associated financial firms controlled billions of assets across multiple industries. While the Warburgs may not have directly profited from the Marshall Plan in a conventional sense, their role in rebuilding the European financial system, advising governments, and facilitating private investments positioned them as major financial beneficiaries of post-war reconstruction. Their influence ensured that capital flowed through Warburg-associated institutions, allowing them to expand their banking empire, grow private equity investments, and strengthen international financial networks. This strategic positioning likely led to profits in the hundreds of millions, if not billions, over time. Lyndon B. Johnson's comments about the potential international tensions and the risks of war following the assassination of President JFK stem from several geopolitical and diplomatic factors that were at play during the early 1960s. The assassination of a sitting U.S. president was an extraordinary event, and Johnson, as Kennedy's vice president, found himself thrust into the presidency under a cloud of uncertainty. The comments were likely intended to reassure both domestic and international audiences about the stability of the U.S. government and to emphasize the gravity of the situation. Here are some key factors why Johnson might have spoken of such concerns. By the time of Kennedy's assassination, the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union was already in a very tense phase. The U.S. and the USSR were engaged in multiple proxy conflicts across the globe, including the Cuban Missile Crisis just a year earlier in 1962. Which had brought the world to the brink of nuclear war. Kennedy had been widely credited with handling the crisis in a way that avoided direct military confrontation and nuclear escalation. Kennedy's death raised the possibility of an unstable political tension, especially considering that his successor, Lyndon B. Johnson, had less experience in foreign affairs compared to Kennedy. Johnson himself was deeply concerned that the Soviets might perceive his administration as weaker or less competent, and he feared that any signs of weakness could provoke more aggressive behavior from the Soviet Union or their allies in Eastern Europe and Asia. This would have been a significant concern given the volatile state of global politics at the time. At the time of Kennedy's assassination, Cuba remained a critical issue in the U.S. foreign policy. The Cuban Missile Crisis had demonstrated the global stakes involved in any move related to the Cuban government, which was under the leadership of Fidel Castro, a communist ally of the Soviet Union. The United States had been actively involved in efforts to undermine Castro's regime, supporting anti-Castro Cuban exiles and attempting covert actions, including the failed Bay of Pigs invasion in 1961. With Kennedy's assassination, there was uncertainty regarding the U.S. stance towards Cuba and the broader Latin American region. Johnson may have feared that any misstep could lead to escalation in the Soviet Union or Cuba, particularly since there had been significant tensions over U.S. military presence in the Caribbean and nearby waters. Additionally, Kennedy had been very vocal about his commitment to the alliance of for Progress, a program aimed at improving U.S. Latin American relations. The association raised questions about the continuity of these diplomatic efforts and the potential for instability in the Western Hemisphere. By 1963, the Vietnam War was already an issue that Kennedy had been addressing, though he had not yet committed large-scale U.S. military forces to the conflict. Kennedy had expressed a desire to limit American involvement in Vietnam, especially in terms of direct military combat. He had also spoken about the need for a negotiated settlement to the conflict, although his precise intentions remain a subject of debate. After Kennedy's assassination, Johnson assumed the presidency at a time when U.S. involvement in Vietnam was increasingly under scrutiny. Johnson's remarks about the risk of war likely reflected the concern that instability in Vietnam, along with fears of a Soviet or Chinese-backed expansion of communism, could spiral into broader regional conflict in Southeast Asia. Johnson would ultimately escalate the U.S. military presence in Vietnam. No, Johnson, who would ultimately escalate the U.S. military presence in Vietnam, may have been indicating that the geopolitical risk of the Kennedy assassination could lead to a further escalation of the conflict. Now, personally, when it comes to Johnson, I don't feel that he was worried about the escalation or the conflict escalating. I personally feel that he wanted it to, these negotiations that Kennedy was supposed to be wanting. In my opinion, they those negotiations just disappeared. It's just like what I was talking about with what Kennedy was having to do in Southeast Asia concerning the testing of nuclear weapons. Okay, he was really active in that those negotiations, but after his assassination, Johnson seemed to just let it linger. It didn't become priority like it was before, and that seemed to be the common theme with all the presidents afterwards. It took until I think 20, maybe 30 decades before they actually made Southeast Asia a nuclear-free zone, and that's my take on it. It's just like with Vietnam. I believe that there were groups here in the United States that wanted it to escalate more. It was, in my opinion, it seemed like it was more of a military experiment to see how well they could stand up against the communists. That's just my take on it. So, with that being said, I will shut up now and I will continue. The assassination of Kennedy not only shocked the United States, but also had a profound impact on foreign leaders and governments around the world. Allied countries feared that a change in U.S. leadership might affect the stability of alliances, particularly NATO. Meanwhile, adversaries such as the Soviet Union, Cuba, and China might have seen an opportunity to exploit the uncertainty surrounding U.S. leadership. Kennedy had cultivated a reputation for being a strong, charismatic leader on the world stage. His assassination raised concerns among foreign leaders about the future direction of U.S. foreign policy. Johnson's remark about the risk of war could have been directed at us assuaging global concerns that the U.S. would not falter in the face of, or eschewing, that's it, eschewing, in the face of, no, Johnson's remark about the risk of war could have been directed at eschewing global concerns that the U.S. would not falter in the face of such a significant loss. He wanted to reassure international allies that the U.S. would remain a stable and formidable global power. Beyond the immediate international concerns, Lyndon Johnson was keenly aware of the need for political stability in the aftermath of the assassination. Johnson had a reputation for his ability to work the U.S. Congress and get legislation passed, but he was aware that his transition into the presidency was clouded by the circumstances of Kennedy's death, as well as the conspiracy theories that swirled around the assassination. Johnson's focus on international tensions and the risk of war could have been a way to solidify his role as president and demonstrate his capability to handle crises on the world stage. By focusing on the importance of maintaining U.S. leadership and standing firm in the face of global challenges, Johnson sought to reassure both the American public and the international community that the assassination would not lead to instability or chaos on the global stage. In the wake of Kennedy's assassination, Lyndon B. Johnson was not only grappling with the loss of his predecessor, but also the heightened tensions of the Cold War, growing conflict in Vietnam, and uncertain diplomatic relations with the Soviet Union, Cuba, and other international players. His comments about international tensions and the risk of war were a reflection of the precarious global situation that existed at the time and the political pressure he felt as the new leader of the free world. Johnson's concern about global instability was justified given the stakes. His presidency would eventually see the escalation of the Vietnam War and continued confrontation with the Soviet Union. But his early focus on reassuring allies and signaling strength in the wake of Kennedy's death helped to ensure that the United States would not appear weak or divided in the face of adversity. In this context, Johnson's comment about the risk of war serves both as a warning and a reassurance to both the American people and the world that the U.S. would remain steadfast in its foreign policy goals and would continue to navigate the complexities of the Cold War, despite the tragic loss of President Kennedy. Yes, John J. McCloy, who was a member of the Warren Commission, had extensive business and political ties that included connections to Nazi Germany before World War II. His involvement in Germany's industrial and financial sectors before and after the war has long been a topic of historical scrutiny. Here's a breakdown of his activities. Before World War II, McCloy was a prominent Wall Street lawyer with the firm Kraft, Swain, and more, where he specialized in international finance. His legal work brought him into contact with I.G. Farben, the massive German chemical and industrial uh, uh, conglomerate, conglomerate, I'm sorry, the massive German chemical and industrial conglomerate that played a significant role in the Nazi war machine. I.G. Farben was deeply intertwined with Nazi Germany's economy and was involved in the production of chemicals, synthetic rubber, and fuel that were essential to the Nazi war effort. McCloy advised I.G. Farben and other German businesses before the war, particularly on legal and financial matters. He helped facilitate U.S.-German business dealings at a time when American investment in Germany was still legal and profitable. McCloy later became Assistant Secretary of War during World War II between 1941 and 1945, where he played a key role in U.S. military strategy and policy decisions, including the internment of Japanese Americans and the decision not to bomb Auschwitz, despite knowing about the concentration camps. After the war, he was appointed U.S. High Commissioner for Germany between 1949 and 1952, effectively making him the most powerful American official in post-war Germany during the occupation. His role included overseeing the denazification process, but controversially, he commuted the sentences of several high-profile Nazis and industrialists, including figures from I.G. Farben, who had been convicted at the Nuremberg trials. Fritz Termeer, a high-ranking I.G. Farben executive convicted of war crimes, was released early under McCloy's orders. Many former Nazis and industrialists were reintegrated into German society and politics under McCloy's leadership. In 1963, McCloy was appointed to the Warren Commission, which investigated the assassination of President JFK. His presence on the commission raised suspicions among some researchers due to his background in intelligence and finance, as well as his deep connections to powerful elites. Due to his background, critics argue that McCloy was part of a powerful network of business and intelligence figures who influenced global politics behind the scenes. His involvement in German industrial finance, his post-war clemency decisions, and his role in the Warren Commission have led some to question whether his participation in the Kennedy investigation was indeed to reinforce the lone gun narrative, rather than explore potential deeper conspiracies. Yes, McCloy had significant financial and legal ties to Nazi Germany, particularly through I.G. Farben before World War II. His influence in post-war Germany and his participation in the Warren Commission make him a controversial figure in 20th century history. Some researchers believe that his presence on the Warren Commission was part of a broader effort to maintain the official narrative about JFK's assassination, while others see him simply as a high-level establishment figure with extensive government experience. Yes, several members of the Warren Commission had backgrounds that have raised suspicions among researchers and critics of the official narrative regarding the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. Many of these individuals had deep ties to intelligence, big business, and Cold War era politics, political establishments too. But here are some key figures from the Warren Commission who, like John J. McCloy, had questionable backgrounds. First, we have Alan Dulles, former CIA director. Why his background was suspicious? Alan Dulles was the director of the CIA from 1953 to 1961, making him the most prominent intelligence official on the commission. He had a personal vendetta against JFK as Kennedy had fired him in 1961 following the disastrous Bay of Pigs invasion, a CIA operation that aimed to overthrow Fidel Castro in Cuba. The CIA had been involved in secret plots to assassinate Castro, and some researchers argue that rogue intelligence agents were also involved in Kennedy's death. Dulles had deep ties to Wall Street, elite globalist circles, and covert operations, raising concerns that his role on the Warren Commission was to protect the CIA interests rather than conduct an impartial investigation. The CIA was one of the agencies most suspected of involvement in JFK's assassination, yet its former director was placed in charge of investigating it. Dulles played a key role in shaping the Warren Commission's narrative, especially regarding the conclusion that Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone. Now we come to Gerald Ford himself, the future U.S. president. Why his background is suspicious. Gerald Ford, a congressman from Michigan at the time, would later become the 38th President of the United States after Nixon's resignation. Declassified documents later revealed that Ford secretly acted as an informant for the FBI, leaking details of the Warren Commission's inner discussions to J. Edgar Hoover's FBI. Ford pushed the official single bullet theory, which was crucial in supporting the idea that Oswald acted alone. By leaking the information to Hoover and the FBI, Ford played a role in shaping public perception of the investigation. As president, Ford appointed George H.W. Bush as CIA director, further linking him to establishment political networks suspected of involvement in covert activities. After that, we come to Earl Warren, Chief Justice of the Supreme Court. Why his background is suspicious? As Chief Justice of the United States, Earl Warren was reluctant to lead the commission, but President Lyndon B. Johnson pressured him into accepting the role. Warren was involved in the cover-up of key evidence, including restricting access to JFK's autopsy reports. He opposed investigating CIA and FBI connections to Oswald, despite evidence that Oswald had been monitored by multiple intelligence agencies before the assassination. His role as Chief Justice gave the Commission credibility despite his reluctance to fully explore alternative theories. Warren sealed key assassination records for 75 years, fueling speculation that there were more to the story than the commission admitted. After that, we come to Lee Rankin, General Counsel for the Warren Commission. Why his background is suspicious? J. Lee Rankin was a Washington insider who played a major role in shaping the Warren Commission's final report. He actively suppressed witness testimony that contradicted the official story, such as evidence of additional shooters or connections to intelligence agencies. Handling of the medical and ballistic evidence was criticized for being biased towards confirming the lone gunman theory. Rankin ensured that controversial evidence such as discrepancies in the medical reports was either ignored or downplayed. He helped craft the final narrative that Oswald acted alone, despite conflicting testimonies and evidence. Now we come to Richard Russell Jr. He's a U.S. Senator. Why his background is suspicious. Senator Richard Russell Jr. was a powerful Democrat senator from Georgia with an influential member of the U.S. military and intelligence establishment. He privately doubted the single bullet theory, but was pressured into signing off on the final report. Russell had deep ties to the military-industrial complex, which stood to benefit from Kennedy's assassination if it meant escalation in Vietnam. Russell's private doubts contrast with his public endorsement of the report, suggesting he reluctantly went along with the cover-up. His connection to powerful Cold War policymakers made him unlikely to challenge the official story. While John J. McCloy's pre-war financial dealings with Nazi Germany and I.G. Farman were deeply controversial, he was not the only member of the Warren Commission with a questionable background. Several other members had strong ties to the CIA, FBI, military-industrial complex, and intelligence networks, leading critics to argue that the commission was designed to reinforce the lone gunman theory rather than seek the full truth. Now, here are the key takeaways. One, you had Alan Dulles, former CIA director, fired by JFK and helped shape the Warren report despite the CIA being a potential suspect. Then you have Gerald Ford, he secretly leaked information to the FBI, pushed the single bullet theory, and later became U.S. president. After that, you have Earl Warren. He restricted evidence, sealed records, and prevented deeper investigations into intelligence agencies. Then you have J. Lee Rankin. He controlled legal proceedings and suppressed conflicting witness testimonies. Then finally, you have Richard Russell Jr. He privately doubted the report, but was pressured into signing it. Now, given the background of these key members, many researchers argue that the Warren Commission had never meant to uncover the full truth, but rather to provide an official narrative that protected powerful institutions. So that is what I have right there when it comes to the New World Order and how things work, okay? McCloy plays a really, really big part in this, and the Warburg family also plays a big part of this. I'm going to come back later on too and go farther in with the Warburgs and discuss some of their dealings. Um, I wanted to introduce this from the time of the rebuilding of Europe because this is very, very crucial when it comes to what I've been learning. Um, some would say that World War II was not a mistake. It was actually manufactured and it was encouraged by a lot of these powerful uh, rich men. And from a lot of the stuff that I have learned, I can agree that that would be the case. Um, I know that for me, whenever I learned about people like Max Warburg and Paul Warburg, it really amazed me. Now, when I go further, I will be talking more about them. The reason why I wanted to bring Eric Warburg up is because Eric Warburg was very, very important when it came to the rebuilding of Europe in World War II. Um, it's him and James Warburg that actually played important roles in that. So while they were over in Europe rebuilding Europe and getting extremely rich, Paul Warburg and Max Warburg were also over here in the United States getting rich as well. Um, there's also a past there because Max Warburg, I believe, is the one who I'm not sure. I'll come back with this, but I believe not only did he come to the United States, but he was also a war. He should have been a World War I war criminal. He was a financial advisor to the king, I guess you'd say, of Germany. I don't know what the term would have been for him during that time, but he advised him on economic spending and everything during the war, and he was very important to the Germans when it came to fighting against the Allies. Now, this is the war where a lot of people died because of chemical warfare and stuff of that nature. Now, he was directly involved with the enemy during World War One, and then after World War One and World War Two started, that's when things got a little hairy for him because the regime ended up being the Nazis, who were really, really anti-Jewish. So things started happening to where he had to leave the country, and he just came right on over to New York City, and we welcomed him in with open arms, even though by all accounts he should have been a war criminal after World War One. This is the kind of stuff that I'll be getting into later on when I come back to this, but I did want to start it out here. I had just done JFK too, so I wanted to point out a lot of these people that were involved on the Warren Commission so that we understand the people who were on this commission were not legitimate people. They had very, very shady backgrounds and reputations. People didn't just all of a sudden start saying, I don't think it's real. I think they're lying. There was reasons for it, and the one of the biggest facts for why people felt that it was a cover-up was because of the people that were placed on the Warren Commission at the time, and these people knew who they were. This goes all the way back to World War II, where John J. McCloy himself was putting Japanese citizens here in the United States into internment camps, and he was also releasing war criminals in World War II that were part of Farben, IG Farben, um, and the Krupp family too. KRUPT, the Krupp family. That's another one. So, like I said, I will be coming back, and I will have more on this subject later on. I want to go through, see if I have anybody in the chat sections before I end the show. It doesn't look like there's anybody there, which is good. So I can just get the heck out of here. Let me double check and make sure my audio is actually working before I do that. It sounds good on Rumble. Okay, sounds good on DLive. I'll just take that as yes, it sounds good. So, like I said, the music that was provided at the beginning of the stream was brought to you by Mr. Robot. You can find him on minds.com or on the Element chat. He's also on Rumble. He goes by Columinati, and his channel is called Hackers or Hack. What is it? Hacker Radio. Hacker Radio. That's it. So if you guys like the music at the beginning, go check him out. Say hi to him. Let him know that you enjoy his music. Say something in the comment section, because it gets tiresome when all you hear or all you get is comments from somebody that's wanting to help you grow your channel. Just pay for this many subscribers and we can hook you up. That kind of sucks. So if you guys do enjoy his music, stop by and give him some support. That's all I'm asking. I am streaming on Rumble, X, DLive, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube right now. Sometimes I do stream on Odyssey, but not this time of year. I have different things going on, so that's not happening. I have the Wonderful World of Weirdness on YouTube as well as Rumble. All of the streams that are on these two channels are in playlists. You can catch the live streams in the live stream playlist of the Wonderful World of Weirdness. I'm also coming out with 15-minute videos of conspiracy and all the other ones too that are coming out every once a week. So you can check it out again that way, or you can go to my other channel, which is Strange Stories, and that's my actual channel that I started back in the day before I came in and started doing the Wonderful World of Weirdness. And you can see the raw videos that I have on there from these shows. So you'll get plenty of chance to see it again, is all I'm saying. So if you guys enjoyed the show, give me a like, subscribe, share, make some comments in the comment sections for me too. I enjoy that stuff a lot. I really do. And I don't know. I think I've run out of things to say, to be honest with you. Now, later on, like I said, I can come back to this, because this is something that I do want to go further in. I also want to discuss Operation Gladio. I think that's important. Get into some of that and make a topic out of that, so that because I noticed there's information on the internet that's just kind of disappearing, fading away. I don't know if people are not talking about it or if it's just being erased, but I figured It's time for me to get in here and start putting some of this up, because it's good that we keep this stuff going and let people know the stories behind a lot of this stuff. So, with that being said, I think I'm actually done. I have been trying my best to make it to the hour and 15 minute point so that I can make it an official 1 hour stream. Because I'm pretty sure it took me 15 minutes, maybe 16 minutes to get everything up and going and do the sound checks and stuff. So I'm just here to waste a little bit of time. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I hope you had a good night. I will talk to you later.
Almighty. And then as I was old enough and was starting to have, a family of my own, then suddenly it was, oh, hell yeah, well, your grandmother's been doing this since the beginning of time. Oh, by the way, your mother, that's how she knew certain things when you kids were getting into things, because she would dream it. Really? Thanks a lot for that one.
She said, Bob the Bass, did you get trained by any chance?
Did I get trained?
Yeah.
No. I can tell you I worked with the Ryan Research Center, not as far as training, but more to decipher. And that dealt with, I was contacted because I think I told you this on the show when we talked, I can actually, when a large quake is coming, I get a very horrible pitch in my head. It's like, I always tell people, it's like the off-air signal when we were younger, except multiply it by 10,000 and put it in the very inside of your ear. It's so strong that I have to put my head between my legs and just wait till it passes. But whenever I get that, within 2 days, with earthquakes, within 2 days, the quake will happen. And I can tell you exactly where the quake will be. Don't know what that is. Somebody, in fact, what we had found through the research center is it might be a sensitivity. I told Roger I'm very frequency sensitive. It might actually be the geomagnetic plate shift. Yeah. I might be actually, for some reason, being affected by it. Like these solar flares, the headaches I have had with these solar flares, I'm ready to kill somebody. But trained? No. I had somebody years ago, he was a New York City police officer, and he was trying to get me, because I do have the ability to help with certain cases. It just depends, and believe it or not, it does require me to use a computer. I kid. It's like if I touch an image on a computer, I can actually zoom into something. It's like an energy superhighway for me. Mm-hmm. Just off and running.
No, Bob Dub responded by saying, "Wow, I've only ever heard that happening to animals." So.
Yeah, and here, okay, strange other thing about me, and this is something we found out through the Ryan Research Center also. There's a frequency that they use in security In New York City, in fact, the apartment buildings all around New York City have this audio that they've trapped to the outside of their buildings, and it's basically, it emits a frequency that only kids can hear. And the idea is to keep the kids from loitering in front of the apartment buildings and the hotels and everything like that. Well, guess who can hear the frequency?
You. You. I'm guessing it would be you that can hear that. So.
And trust me, it's really flipping annoying. I'll put that out there. So I can see why it would keep the kids away. But yeah, I hear things that I can hear. I think I told you this, when we're in a paranormal location, I can be the most disappointing member of the team because I can 1,000% tell you if there's a loose wire in the wall because I can actually hear it. I can hear it and I can feel it.
That's amazing.
And I will direct you to exactly where it is. So, nope, that's not a ghost. That is not why your meters are going off. Your meters are going off because somebody screwed with the electricity here in the wall. There's a bad wire. So yes, there is a difference between man-made EMF and natural EMF.
Yeah, I've actually heard about it a couple times. Like there's actual people who go crazy because the EMF vibrations from the earth, like, and they have to be careful about where they live. So,
I can tell you, I can't go. There's an area I can't even drive through it. It's in Paducah, Kentucky. And I don't, and it is apparently it's just for some reason it's got a very large EMF signature to it. But I can't even drive through that area. Like if I'm heading up north towards Ohio or even Illinois, I have to go around Paducah, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I can't go through it.
Yeah.
So it's rather ridiculous, but there you have it.
Paducah's right there too. I'm in southern Illinois, and I know like Cairo. That's right on the other side of the river from where Paducah is, I believe. No, actually, Paducah, I know exactly where that is. That's over, it's right where Evansville and all that area.
Yep.
Yep.
I can tell you, I've done it 3 times, and all 3 times I had to pull off and have somebody else take over driving. And I didn't even know where I was. It was after the fact where I was like, well, we're in Paducah again. So it's just, yeah, I mean it for some reason. But with that, I got to jump out, Roger. I'm so sorry.
Oh, it's perfectly fine. It is perfectly fine. At least we got some good stuff from you. This was a great conversation, and yeah, I'm sorry that nobody could, or Austin and Summer couldn't show up and everything, but maybe we can do this at another time, okay?
I'm more than happy to. And as always, you're always welcome to jump into Cafe Enigma, and so are they.
All right, yeah, I'm gonna see if I can get them to where they can get this stuff straightened out too before I get off here, and because this is something that I've been telling them to do, and it's like you can't play around with Skype like that. Oh.
Well, no, but I get it too, dude. Like I said when I came on the air, I mean, there's a lot of interference going on right now, so I'm not upset, or I'm just thrilled to have been able to talk to you. It was a great conversation. Yeah.
Well, I mean, for me personally, when I first got on Skype, it was for Jaffe Ryder. He was on WPRMP, and he had me come on, and I've been going on there, but my mic was always a big issue on here, and I finally figured out how to do that, and that was like one of the issues. So I could imagine what they're going through when it comes to using Skype right now. So
Skype can be a PETA.
Yeah,
it really can.
It's a messed up. Well, thank you for showing up and everything, and I'll still put this on the internet and everything as an episode if you want me to. It was actually a pretty good conversation, like you said.
Absolutely, do it. Whatever you want. I'm great with it. Like I said, I look forward to doing this again. I wish I had more time.
Now, Bob Dub said it was just lovely listening to you, Nancy, and she's from New Zealand, so she's saying that with that sweet New Zealand voice. It was just lovely listening to you, Nancy.
Oh, thank you.
I love hearing her voice. She's got like the coolest freaking voice in the world. She goes, Roger, you fancy pants.
Oh, I tell you what, though, I have to go. I have to jump
All
out,
right.
Roger. I'm so sorry. I'll talk to you later.
Talk to you later. Bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Wow Talk. Today is a special episode. We're doing it a little bit earlier than regular. The reason for that is because we have two special guests. One is the founder of the wonderful world of weirdness, John Clark, lovingly known as Old John. And we also have Michael Paul back with us. It's been well over a year since all three of us have been on the stream together, and it's really good to have you guys back. So, welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
Yeah, always a pleasure.
Now, we left off on our interview where we were talking about the ancient Egyptians, and we were talking about consciousness. And before I started doing the stream, I wanted to, or I asked you what would be a good topic that you'd want to discuss, and you said consciousness, which I thought was a pretty good thing, considering that was where we left off. So now, before we get going on that, though, if you want to, man, do you want to tell everybody what you've been doing since the last time you've been on, Michael?
Yeah. Just a huge amount with because I'm a radio presenter by trade. Mm-hmm. So I've just been working, doing breakfast shows. I do voiceovers of an afternoon as well from my own little studio, and I've just been ploughing on with that, really. And just the amount of research that I have done leaves me very, very little left to research. But when something comes up, I'm like a dog with a bone with it. I can't put it down. So I look into a few bits and pieces, but mainly it's just the voiceover work and my radio work.
Yeah, I remember you was telling me before that you had to do radio shows in the morning and stuff. So that was one thing that I was kind of interested in. I was wondering what kind of radio you were doing and stuff. Do you have your own radio show or anything going on right now?
Yeah, it's just a breakfast show on a local community station. I did do this full time I've been in radio for about 30 years now. So since the mid 90s, really. I went from being a nightclub DJ, and I was offered a job on a local radio show. So I started training up for doing that. It took me about 2 years worth of training on smaller stations, and then I got onto a bigger station. But really, radio's starting to fail now. There's people starting up radio stations from their bedroom on the internet now, which is watering down the amount of advertising that any commercial FM station will get. Plus, we're in the last days of FM, I think, and it's going to go DAB. So it's in a big transition stage at the moment. I don't think there's any real money to be earned in radio anymore. And everybody's just, they seem to be clinging on for dear life, to be honest with you, to the jobs that they've got.
All right.
That's actually good to know. I've been going on with a guy. I keep forgetting how to say his last name, but it's Mark Watashik, and he's been doing Dragus Productions and stuff. So he does the internet radio and everything like that. And, I get to hear a lot of that, but what you just said there about FM and everything, we don't get very many chances to hear much about that. So um, it's it's pretty interesting. All that is. Me personally, I just do like podcasts and stuff of that nature, and that's about all I have ever done. But it's pretty good to go now. John, how you been doing, man?
Yeah, pretty good. I did a lot of music last year, recording, as you know, because you've heard all of them, I think. And then I got involved with a spiritual circle, which I'm still part of, kind of for advanced people. And that's really been amazing. The stuff I've learned from that it's really opened my eyes to a lot of different things. And one of the things I learned from it was chakra healing. And I actually went and tried it. Tried it there and then because they've got a healing center where we practice this. And then one day my son, he had chickenpox last October, and after the chickenpox went, he had a rash. And because he's on the autistic spectrum, it's taking him to a doctor is not an easy task. And getting him to actually show the doctor his rash, again, it's almost impossible. So I decided I'd try this chakra healing on him, see if it would work. And I did it. And 90% of his rash was gone the next day. Within his week, the rash had gone completely. And so from there on, I started doing a few chakra heals on a few other people, just as practice. And then that developed into remote chakra healing, so I could do it to anyone all over the world. And I've done that. And then it progressed to started to do aura healing, which was much more quite intense again, which led to moving like negative things from people and stuff like that. I'm not going to go too much about that now because it might freak people out, but it was absolutely amazing. And then I'm doing like an online course for chakra healing, and I've started another one about chakra healing, because once I do the courses, I can get insurance and I can actually have a place to actually do this from, a healing center where I can actually do chakra healing from. So that's my long-term aim, to do that. Also, then one day I just put the computer on. It was an advert for a Reiki course. Now I know that you should do Reiki hands-on with a physical person. I know that, but it was so cheap. I thought, well, I'm gonna have a go at it. So I learned to do the course. Learned a lot about it. And what struck me was the absolute power of the Reiki, especially the symbols. It just really blew me away. It added something to my healing which I never had before. And I'm doing a proper in-person Reiki course starting hopefully next month. So, and that's the direction I'm going at the moment. It's just healing and go from there. And I will just say, taking back to the subject of consciousness, part of the stuff we've done in the circle is about finding out if we're light workers, if we're what's the word? I can't think of the word of it now. They say some people have come from Mariah, and some people, are coming with words they're not, well, there's a very gifted individual there who told me my ancestors, where I come from. Mm-hmm. And through a deep meditation, we do a lot of meditation there, I actually went back to the planet from where I was originally from, or where my ancestor was from, or from my, and what I was shown was they didn't have souls. They were the original souls, but they had all these psychic abilities, of healing, or if needed, like sending out energy from their hands to do different things, to they could do it all. Psychokinesis, they could do it all. It was just natural to them, like it is for us to see or hear someone. It was just totally their natural being, and that was like that was in one thing that I did, and just stuff like that. Then loads more experiences I could go into, but that's just one of the ones that I just gone from there. Sorry, I've gone on a bit long now.
Oh, that's fine. Now, that reminds me too. We also talked too, Michael, didn't we? Where you had started going to spiritual church too at some point.
Yeah, yeah. I had a bit of a strange experience there. I got this thing in my head that I wanted to start to learn how to. This was in the local spiritual church. I wanted to learn how to meditate because I was, as growing up, I was quite a nervous child, and so my brother-in-law introduced me to fishing, which calmed me down, and I wanted to push it a little bit further. So I wanted to learn how to meditate, and I said to the guy that I knew there, whose name is also John. I said to him that John Chafer, his name is, a lovely guy, and I said I need to learn how to meditate, and he went, "Hang on a second." So, which was his wife, his girlfriend or wife, across the other side of the room. We got any spaces on a Thursday night? So I thought, oh, I've just stumbled on something here. What's going on here? And he went, yeah, come down Thursday night, and we'll teach you how to meditate. And I was, okay, no problem. All right. So I started going on a Thursday night. And on the third Thursday, I was getting on okay with the meditation. On the third Thursday, they kept bringing up the word, the circle, talking about what they were doing. So I thought, it's a bit strange. I thought I was just being told how to meditate. And it went on a few more weeks, and it ended up that they was training mediums, which I had no idea of at the time. Yeah. So I thought, well, all right, yeah, we'll go with it. So I just kept meditating, and then a few strange things happened that I can't exactly put my finger on what went on. And they said to me one week, right, we're going down to Southend this week. So there would just be me, you and John. So I was, okay, no problem. So I got in the car, went down to Southend, and Sue said to me, you're going to give somebody a reading tonight. Just sprung it on me like that. And I went, whoa, hang on a minute. I've no idea what I'm doing here. She went, no, you can do it. You can do this. And I now know, through looking into it, everybody in the world is psychic. There's been a certain amount of experiments. One of them was with 2 screens, and they used to show some pretty pictures on the screens, sat different people in front of the screen in this clinical environment, and they'd have a picture of a nice fluffy bunny, and another one was a beautiful Labrador dog, and then it would go a certain amount of pictures in, and then they'd show a horrific picture of a car crash or an aeroplane crash or something like that. And they wired the people up to the nearest thing that I could say is it used to measure the water in the skin, and they used to measure the fight or flight portion of your brain when that takes over. So they measured your heartbeat and so on and so forth. And they found out 6 seconds before they showed the horrific picture, everybody startled themselves. Not outwardly, but their skin got more supple, the heart rate picked up, they were sweating, and then they showed the horrific picture. And then at the end of this experiment, they came out and openly said, in this report I read, that everybody is psychic. Everyone. You've just spent so many years looking the other way and being in the material world that we now forget what we can actually do. Mm-hmm. So, I had a conversation with John before we went live, and John was saying that, we do forget. We just remember when we see something, and it looks like we should belong there. We get a drawing towards that thing, but we're just remembering what we actually forgot. And as a race, human race, has just forgotten loads and loads of stuff like that, more than we remember. So we got round to this little spiritualist church, and then Sue said to me, "Do you want to go first?" So I said, "Yeah, go on then," because I've learned through my encounters never to say no, just go with it. So I stood up and I said, "The lady at the back there, she had red hair, young girl, 22, 23. Lady at the back there," I said, "I'm getting a picture." And I was getting a vivid picture in my mind, but I didn't realise whether I was doing it through imagination or whether it was just appearing. Picture of a guy laying on his side. I can see the carpet, red carpet with gold swirls in it. There's a 4-poster bed. Well, no, it's like a bed knobs and broomsticks bed, with the brass top and the brass bottom. It wasn't 4-poster, but it was all brass. I knew that he had brown hair, but he dyed it black. I knew that his belt was pulled too tight, not on the jeans, and that was all gathered, not because that was a fashion thing, but because they were far too big with him and he didn't have any money. And he was laying on his side. There were little squares of what looked like foil in front of him, and there was a lighter and a spoon. And now I don't know. When you're talking about a drug thing, I don't know what that is. It just, I just described, there was no syringe or anything, so I just described, she's going, no, none of that, no. Can't take any of that, doesn't ring any bells. Now, she was sitting with her mother and father, so I don't quite know whether she was just walking away from what I was saying, because she was embarrassed in front of them. She came up to me during the break. At the end of that, I started getting like a voice. It felt like somebody was saying something to someone. It was completely different to this very vivid picture I was getting. And the voice said, "Don't you dare do this." So no, and I just didn't say that bit. I didn't say what the voice said. So the girl came up to me in the break, and she said, "I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to close you down then." She said, "It's a bit weird. Every single medium I see draws exactly the same picture as you've just drawn, though." So at that point, I thought, oh, well, that was unusual. That was a bit strange. That's never happened to me before. The second half started. Sue went on, and the first thing she said, "I need to say that lady there." I never told anybody the voice that I heard internally. She said, "I need to talk to that lady here." She said, "I've got a man here, and he's saying, 'Don't you dare do this.'" So at that point, I went, "Oh, hang on. Whatever these mediums have done or are doing, I've just replicated it." I even went to this Friday night spiritualist church regularly to see whether there was a pattern to what the mediums were saying, whether there was a patter, if you like a car salesman pattern. They just stumbled across things that were right, but they didn't really know. And I couldn't draw any link between any medium. There was no similarities between them all. They all work slightly differently. And so that left me, because at that time, with the research that I was doing, I knew there was a consciousness. I knew there was a global consciousness that we're all part of. We're all separate streams in this one big, thick consciousness. And I didn't know whether the consciousness was just a stream of information, whether while these mediums were reading from a stream of information that had happened, or whether they was actually talking to somebody. And I was leaning more onto the side of the mediums are just repeating what's going on in this stream of information. But when I heard that voice internally, that changed everything, especially when Sue said it. That changed everything. Now I'm fully believing that consciousness doesn't die with the brain. Consciousness just carries on. And I found certain sentences from Nikola Tesla, certain quotes that said that, and I'm paraphrasing now, so you'll have to excuse me. He knows that there is a core of information in the universe. He knows it's there, but he doesn't know where it comes from. That's what we're talking about here. We're talking about a worldwide consciousness that we're all plugged into, and we don't realize it. And that's where all inspiration comes from, because that was a Nikola Tesla quote as well.
Right. Now, here lately, I've been really getting into a lot of this stuff. Here recently, I went in and I pulled up some research about the planes of existence, because I've been going through a lot of the posts that everybody's been doing on the Wonderful World of Weirdness on Discord, and John had posted a meme about the planes of consciousness, so I figured I'd pull up all the stuff that I had on it, and I did it on one of the episodes. But the weirdest part is I've been doing, like I said, with the Cosmic Weave, and the strange part about all of that is there's like a confirmation in a lot of the things that I've been doing here lately, because I've even compared it to, or like I've actually had a few roundtables with a couple people who were religious and spiritual, and this stuff actually does stand up. Not only does it stand up religiously and spiritually, but scientifically too, because I think a lot of people don't understand the human brain, you know what I mean, as well as what they really think they do, because if you look at the scientific aspects of it, you'll start seeing, like, you know how you guys always talk about vibrations, right? I've been learning that you have to take a look at like theta waves that are produced in the brain. You know what I mean? When people go to sleep and they go into a deep sleep, that right there is actually a healing process within the physical body. You know, it causes pathways to open wider so that fluids can go through there and wash out the toxins inside of your brain. And I find it pretty amazing that we have these frequencies, these vibrations that are going on within our brain too. Like I said, with the theta, things of that nature, and receptors that are firing off. You know, I really am starting to see where if the brain is capable of rewiring itself, basically. Like, say you have damage in the brain, it can literally rewire itself to where it can go around the damaged part of the brain so that it can somewhat function, if not function all the way. Now, if it can do that, then who's to say that it's not able to transmit and receive too, you know? So, I mean, that's some of the stuff that I've gotten into, and what you guys have been talking about, just, you know, it really confirms basically what I've been getting into and stuff. So, what's your thoughts about that when it comes to like the human brain on a physical level? Because I noticed you said there that everybody can do it. You know what I mean? On a physical level, what's your take on that?
Well, when you start getting into this subject, it's like a rabbit hole, and it just gets deeper and deeper and deeper, and it leads you to a point where I'm trying to pick my words carefully now, because otherwise you will just write me off immediately. Everything is thought. Everything is mind. There is no material. We just think there's material. And there was an experiment recently where scientists have actually frozen light. So they've done a small experiment, exploded it, and then flash froze it. And you can see this light, which is everything. There's another train of thought to say that what we think is consciousness is actually light. But I haven't gone down that route, so I can't expand on that very much. But consciousness is everything. It is all there is. Even if you look into quantum physics, and they keep coming out with highfalutin names for this, like the holographic reality theory and the simulation. We're in the simulation. It's just thought. That is the basic, purest form of everything. We are here because we think we're here, as Rene Descartes said when he was asked, "How do we know we're awake and we're not asleep?" I think, therefore I am, was his answer. I think I'm here, therefore I am here. That's all there is. You're only here because you think you are, which ties in with what John was saying about Reiki healing, and that ties in with what do they call it now? Placebo effect, which is incredibly well researched. It's an effect that can't be explained until you realize everything's thought, and if you control the thought, you control what we call reality.
It's pretty good. Now, one thing too, like planes of planes of existence. Okay. Now, the one thing that a lot of people hold is there's different planes of reality too. You know what I mean? And me personally, I believe that a lot of it is really, really overcomplicated when it comes to that too, because they've got, I believe, isn't it 9 levels, John?
Some people say there's 9 levels. Other people say there's 12. There's different theories of different planes. We're supposed to be in, as general civilization, in the 3rd density or whatever we are now. Spiritual people tend to be more in the 4th and 5th density, dimension, whatever you want to call it. It just depends on how you view it, really. But there's definitely different waves of thought, as I call it that, which is like when you tend to be more spiritually aware, then your planes of thought are greater than when you didn't have that awareness. Like, how can I describe it? Like being in say you're in like a goldfish bowl, before you become spiritually awake, suddenly you might be still in a bowl, but the bowl will be much greater. Mm-hmm. If you understand what I mean? The bowl will be in your body, I think, technically, because you're always limited by your body to a certain extent, wherever you do. That's how I perceive it. And with what Michael said about things being matterless, I would go further and say everything is energy. Everything is energy. This table in front of me is energy. The microphone is energy. We're energy. And that's why we can manifest things, because it's part of us, because we're energy. We're here because, as you say, we created it, but it's all part of, it's all energy. I really believe that in some form or another. And yeah, that's what I do think. And as far as consciousness is concerned, 100%, I totally agree. Yeah. And we all are psychic. I totally 100% agree with that as well. We all are. And when I was doing interviews before, there were some people who, like Michael, who had some sort of experience that sort of awakens their spiritual side a bit then, in different ways. Other people then I found were aware from birth. And they, even though they've had a difficult life, they've stayed with them all throughout their life. And they're quite special, because it's very rare that happens, but they're quite special. I had an awakening. It didn't just, I wasn't aware from birth. I wasn't. It's something happened to me, and boom, that was it, and it come from there. But I look at becoming more spiritually aware or awakening as like I've just said about the glass domes, bowls. We're in them. We break, something happens, we break through it, and then we get this greater knowledge. Wow, this is great. And as life goes on, we're sort of closed in again, and something will happen if we're lucky, and poof, we get a bigger dome around us, because we've expanded. Technically, we've expanded because we've allowed ourselves to become. We're allowing ourselves to become more true to ourselves and remembering what we are. As we remember what we are, we become. Energy-wise, we become greater, still physically in the same form, but in our mind is woo, it's different place, you know, much higher realm, and so that's what I think. And everyone's sending me messages now. Typical everyone on the street. No one wanted to talk to me before I came on. You know, everyone wants to talk to me now.
Yeah, that's the way it usually works out.
Yeah.
Now, with me, you know, the thing of it is like all of this honestly can be connected to, you know, science. It can be connected to the physical aspects of the brain specifically. You know, when you sit and you look at the cerebral cortex, okay, that right there is a really good example of what I'm talking about. And then you have the thalamus in your brain. These parts of your brain actually do amazing things. Now, when it comes to information, okay, like say you're in a crowded room and it's really noisy, okay, and one person's trying to talk to you, your brain will take and it'll decide what information is useful and what information isn't useful, and it will disregard all of the information that's not useful. So and it'll keep the stuff that is useful, and what that does is it'll block out the background noise so that you can focus on the person who's trying to talk to you. Okay. Now, when you go to bed at night, it does the same basic function. Now, when you go to bed at night, your brain is literally sorting through all of the information that you collected within the day, and it's saying, and this is useful. We're going to keep this and we're going to throw this away. And what it keeps, it puts into your long-term memory. Now, I personally feel that is actually, there's a positive side and a negative side to that. But the positive side to that is it's a gatekeeper. You know what I mean? It's allowing you to retain the things in your mind that your brain is capable of handling. Because if you try to retain all the information that you find throughout the day, then you could honestly have a meltdown, like a computer just frying. You know what I mean? There are some things that the human brain isn't capable of dealing with. You know what I mean? We just can't process it. So our brain has a safeguard inside of it that prevents us from gathering too much information that we're not capable of. So sometimes when we see things, we have to ask ourselves, is that really what we saw, or is it what our brain was able to allow us to comprehend? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Well, the perception, which is the general gist of what I've taken from that, perception is an amazing thing. You can't change reality. Believe me, I've tried. I've tried this, believing a certain thing and pushing for it and asking for it, and it just doesn't change. So my perception has changed immensely since I started on this quest. I understand different things now than I understood before. So my perception has opened, and it's opened to people not always, because I used to be incredibly material until I met my wife, and then that all just drifted away, and then all this started happening to me. So I was more open to there being nicer people, because being a DJ, all your friends are very self-centered and very narcissistic. That's the DJing world, whether you're on radio or whether you're in a nightclub or going out and doing a wedding. It's a very narcissistic world. So that's what I knew, and that's what I've been doing for years. But my wife introduced me to a whole world where people are trustworthy and nice. So, and then all of a sudden I started to change. I started to soften as a person when I understood that all this, according to quantum physics, all this isn't real. This is just, as John said, a collection of atoms, a collection of energy in a particular shape that doesn't exist when we're not there. It's our perception that we think it's there. Perception can change within a split second, but reality doesn't. It's not that malleable.
Yeah, that is true. Especially when it comes to what I was talking about with the thalamus, now it's still like they really don't know the full function of how the thalamus works, and it's actually the gray area within the brain, but what they have found out about it is that this part of your brain, it deals with freaking rhythms, you know what I mean, that are inside of your brain, and wavelengths. And then they've also started figuring out, like, there's like theta is a good theta waves is a good example of it. I was talking about deep sleep and everything, and then what they've found out is well, like how I was telling about the memories and stuff. Now they've also found out that there's similar behaviors in nature too. Like there's patterns that come out of these vibrations within the brain that matches up with nature. Like when you take it and you look at birds who migrate for the wintertime, you know what I mean? That's a pattern that is kind of like the patterns that are going on inside of your brain. You know what I mean? Also, alpha waves. That would be the equivalence of like predator-prey relationships, where a certain predator would control the population of a prey, and they're very, very similar, because your brain is organizing and throwing this away and keeping this, and that has to do with your alpha vibrations and stuff like that. So I do find that a lot of it is physical, spiritual, and emotional. It's all three of them combined. There can't be one without the other. They have to really they have to work together. In my opinion.
And the chakras are important as well. They're often overlooked by people. Mm-hmm. They're linked to your bottom three chakras are linked more to your physical well-being, but all of the chakras are linked in some way to physical well-being. Emotional things, addictions. I think it's your base chakra. It's linked to different things like that. Addictions. You could be nymphomaniac. It's all linked to all the chakras. Everything. All can be affected by having an overactive chakra or an underactive chakra. All different things can happen. Because your bottom three chakras are more based on your physical self. Your heart chakra, the top three chakras are more for your spiritual self, like your crown chakra and everything. And the heart is the one that combines them all together. And I know you've got like an energy flow which goes from your crown chakra down to your base and back up. And it's constantly going back and forth all day. A certain, I don't know sure the time wise, but it does. If it gets blocked, that's when you can have major problems with your health and your emotional well-being. And that is what I've been doing, is clearing that, helping to sort that out. And honestly, I didn't realize how much of a difference it can make in people's lives. It really can. From a woman who woke up, I think, used to wake up with anxiety every single day because she had trouble breathing and stuff, to waking up one day and think, oh, no, I'm anxious. I feel fine. I feel great. Stuff like that, it's just absolutely crazy. But there was something I'm going to say. Yeah, to Michael, to do what he was showing about the mediumship side of the circle. I have done that as well. And my teacher, she is a medium. And she says, when you start off as a medium, you communicate with the other side, or dead people then, so on like that. But some mediums can develop to the point, and she is one of them where they communicate with the divine directly, like angels and spiritual guides, stuff like that. And she's one of them people. She's absolutely amazing. And I was actually trying to help someone the other day who had brain injury, which causes different illnesses. And I communicate with the divine. I've always had that gift for a long time. I've had that ability. And I was just told basically to tell her, but to go back to the timeline to before she had her accident and to focus how she felt, because somehow, I don't know how it all works, that can affect her current self. And I don't know how it does and how it works, that I don't understand. But the information that I was given, it was like came down in one big download. It was like, I can't type this out. It was just like, I could see it all. It took me a day before I could process it, so I could actually type out what I had to tell her. There was other things as well, but that was the main gist of it. But in respect of Robo Hunters, he's put a comment there, you can perceive more than you can understand. That is actually true, because I had that information to give to her, but I couldn't just write it. I couldn't just say, oh, I just got told this, because I couldn't repeat it. I had to downgrade it so I could get to my language so I could send it to her. You know what I mean? I could receive it, but I couldn't communicate it. It took me a day before I could communicate it. But and that is because obviously up there, they're on much higher vibrations than what we are. So when they communicate to us, I don't know if they lower their vibration to speak to us at times. I don't know how that, or if they just put it in a way that we will get it, but we've just got to and that's how I perceive it with consciousness. And there's various levels. Animals are a higher consciousness than generally human beings. Even though we think, oh, we can talk, animals know so much. They just, as you said, intuitive. They know when to go to fly to certain parts of the world to migrate. They know it's in them. They know how to do it. They know it. Like they're in tune with nature. And we used to be in tune with nature, but because of humans being humans and the way technology's gone, we've lost so much over the thousands of years we've been around. And part of getting it back is, as you might see on the internet about the fifth density, is getting back to nature's consciousness. So the consciousness, the frame of mind, so to speak, that we used to have before all this war and technology and religion, whatever came along and ruined everything. We're getting back to that. And some people are already doing it. Some people are in the process of doing it. But that is part of the evolvement of the human race, especially people who are highly spiritual and stuff. That is their development, is to get to a level of consciousness that is they didn't have 10 years ago, because they're evolving, as I've evolved, I have realized just how important nature is to us. I feel connected to it more, and I realize how special it is. It's like, if you believe in God, or I don't know if you do, I almost feel like nature's like God's subconscious, almost. That's what I really feel. It's really important. And see mankind destroying it like they're doing, and the way they treat it and stuff, and it's just crazy. And I think nature will react. They'll go so far, and nature will react. And some form, it'll come along and wipe out half of mankind in some form, because they're just bringing it on themselves.
Yeah, they do.
The show I recommend to see, if you haven't already seen it, is The Rig on Amazon Prime. That is one with on this subject as well, about consciousness. That's well worth checking out if you get a chance to see it.
The Rig?
The Rig, yeah. Right. Yeah, very good. On this subject, it actually links to the subject, actually. And so, yeah, that's all I got to say.
Yeah, the apparatus that we're given to measure what's going on around us is faulty, though.
Yeah.
It doesn't see everything. It sees what we're allowed to see. For example, the eye. If you stretch the light frequencies out, it will go from, let's say, Land's End to John O'Groats, and our eyes allow us to see 1 inch in the middle. And it's the same with the hearing. And they actually produced a little box called a mosquito for what I'm about to tell you, and they retailed it. Your hearing goes from 20 hertz, which is the lowest frequency it can hear. Below that, you feel it in your chest, or you feel it the hairs on the back of your neck will stand up, but you can't hear it. And the highest frequency that humans can hear is 20 kilohertz. Well, that's lovely up until the age of 8 to 10, you can hear 20 kilohertz. And then from the age of 10 onwards, the top end of your hearing starts diminishing. The bottom end doesn't move. You can still hear 20 hertz, but the top end starts diminishing. There was a group of youths that they used to congregate outside a tobacconist, and they were causing problems and fights and arguments and picking on people and intimidating people. So the owner, this is going back years and years and years now, started researching it. And if you want to go and move them on, you've got to front them up, and then there's problems. You're going to get, reprisals, or you'll end up in a fight. So he didn't want all that, so he started researching it, and he came up with this little product called a mosquito. And what happens is the mosquito plays I think it was about 17 or 18 kilohertz frequency. So it's a very high pitch. And he plugged it in and put it outside the shop. Now, the adults that were coming in, like 30s, 40s, even 20s, couldn't hear it because their hearing had dropped below 18 kilohertz. But the kids, all the 14, 15 and 16-year-olds could hear it because their hearing was up to 18 kilohertz. So, and after that, they couldn't stand it anymore. They all dispersed. And I think it's still for sale now. So that shows you we can't see or hear everything that's going on. And if you asked one of these 30-year-olds, can you hear a frequency? Their perception would say no, but the frequency's there because the kids can hear it. And that's what reality is all about. We can't perceive things, but that doesn't mean to say they're not there.
Yeah, I can hear that, yeah.
Now, when I started doing my research into like age differences, a lot of it has to do with slow wave sleep, which is deep sleep. Now, deep sleep and slow wave sleep is very, very important to us. As babies to young children and everything, they get plenty of deep sleep and they get plenty of slow wave sleep, and that's because it's an important time in their life where they need to develop and everything. But after you hit around 20, that's when it starts to kind of like level out. And after you get into your older years, it actually diminishes. So you have that going on. That's a part of it. And then like when you guys were talking there, that made me want to go into the next area I think that's important that needs to be discussed. Now, I know you guys would understand the whole concept of the source. Everybody knows that is if they're into spirituality, especially spiritualism, like you guys are into. But have you guys done any research into the concept of the Axis Mundi?
No, that's not something that I've stumbled across, to be honest.
Now, the Axis Mundi is basically the same concept as the source when it comes to, well, you guys understand what the source is, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But with the Axis Mundi, this is the source where all information is sent to and it's sent out of, you know what I mean? So like if you have raw data in the cosmos, it's sent to the Axis Mundi where it's actually turned into the material world, you know what I mean? It's converted over into what it is that we consider the material world. So it's basically like a processing center is the way I see it. Everything goes through this Axis Mundi or the source. And like you take a look at old empires that had fallen. Okay, they didn't vanish or disappear. What happened is that information was sent to the source or the Axis Mundi, and it was changed into something else. So if you take a look at like the Roman Empire, it fell, right, but it was reborn as the Holy Roman Empire later on. You see, so nothing truly ever vanishes. It's just reconditioned into something new. Those are the kind of things that I've been learning when it comes to this source. You know what I mean? Nothing is really ever gone. It's just changed into something else, and that's really what sticks out to me with what you guys were just talking about. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
Do you want to go first, John?
Yeah.
No, I can actually believe that to be true, because I think I read a book when I was young called The Mystic Spiral, and they said that everything comes back repeated. It's like a constant cycle, like of our own developments. Say there's something we have to learn from a certain event and we don't learn it, that event will go away, but in some form it'll come back in another form in the future, and you maybe deal with it a different way, maybe the right way, and when you do it the right way, then it stops coming back. It's gone, it vanishes. So I think from what you just said there is the development of, like, maybe say like the Roman Empire and different things before that, which failed, has gone back, and it'll come back in a different form again in the future, and it'll maybe in a greater form, maybe it'll be in a better form, who knows, or maybe it'll be doomed to fail again, who knows. But I do think, yeah, that does make sense, because it's all energy, it's all like got to go somewhere, isn't it, you know? Because I've learned that even rocks you could pick up from out, just go outside now and pick up a rock. If you tune to it, you can sense what this rock's been through. You can sense that it's been through. Like, I held a rock a few weeks ago, and I knew that at some point that rock used to kill someone. Maybe it was bigger rock back then, but I knew it had. I could feel it, and it was like, whoa, is this really? And I thought to myself, hang on a minute. So if this rock is holding this residue for maybe thousands of years or whatever, it's got to be all around us. Maybe not the new buildings, but all the negative and good stuff, it's still everywhere. It's still around us. It's in the, especially in old buildings and stuff. There must be so much negative and positive, maybe, energy in the fabric of the building still, because it's like they've never left. It's still there, you know, and it makes you think, you know. But I think once, let's say, an old building is destroyed, then all that energy goes up and is brought back in some other way again. So that just makes perfect sense to me. Yeah, so that's my take on it. It's a bit out there. Here we are.
I listened to a David Icke podcast where he said that strange things started happening to him, and he went to Stonehenge and he could feel vibrations in his feet, and he could start to feel different vibrations from people and things after that point, and he started to understand things a lot deeper. So we were going past Stonehenge on the way to holiday, so we popped in there, and I had this in my mind, so I thought I'll conduct a little experiment, and I won't tell anybody else that I'm doing this, but my wife is quite open to, as most women are, to be honest with you, because they're right brain, which is the subconscious side. They're open to different feelings and gut feelings and slight, what we would call knowledge, that they don't know, but they do know, if you know what I mean. They shouldn't be able to know this, but they do. So we walked around Stonehenge, and I stopped. I can't feel any of these vibrations that he was talking about. So I said to my wife, I want to ask you a question now, and don't feel silly. Just tell me what you think. She said, okay. So I said, can you feel anything? So she went, I can feel a vibration in my feet, which is exactly almost word for word what David Icke said. Now, in my mind, I went, oh, that's that then. That's proven that in my mind, that she's come out with the same thing that he's come out. And I never told anybody that I was doing this little experiment. But vibrations from everything around you is it's everything. It's the reason things accumulate is because of vibration. The reason the atoms accumulate into particular shapes is vibration, and it's only vibration. If you look at what's the word, cymatics, you look at cymatics on YouTube. There are guys there with a sheet of metal, very thin sheet of metal, and a bow from a violin, and they sprinkle either sand or salt, very, very small particles of things. They sprinkle it on the sheet of metal, and then they rub the bow down the side so the metal vibrates, and it goes like this, and you see reality creating in front of yourself. These small particles of sand or salt accumulate into separate shapes, and if you look at these shapes, and if you keep doing different notes, you can see the resemblance between those and the windows, not stained glass windows, the windows in a church, you know, the circular windows they have. You can start seeing the shapes that are appearing. And if you go back to the Egyptians, they understood this. They understood matter. With them, it was through the use of hallucinogenic drugs, because they was all into their consciousness. They were very into their consciousness. When you first take a glance at the Egyptians, they seem to be fixated with death. But the more you understand them, the more it comes to light that they're not fixated with death. They're accepting death and what goes on after that, because they mapped it, this afterlife. They're accepting that as reality, and they were actually fixated with what we call reality. They're saying there's a big divide between the two. That's real, this isn't. That's the gist of it. And quantum physics is only just coming to that conclusion now. But everything's vibration, everything.
Yep. And I wanted to straighten it out too. What I was talking about with the waves is theta, and then the other one that's really important that I was just discussing was delta waves. Now, when you guys were talking about age groups and things like that, delta waves are that, and it's very important for children when they're growing up early in life to have an abundant amount of delta waves, which concerns vibrations like you guys are talking about. And later on in life, that's when older people don't tend to have as many delta waves activity going on in their brains. And they, I found some pretty good list of some of the stuff that really sticks out when it comes to natural, they call them oscillations, that happen within and phenomenon, but it happens within nature. That includes animal migrations, Circadian cycles of planets, cyclical low frequency patterns such as oceanic waves, climate oscillation, and then geophysical rhythms that mirror the concept of delta-like periodicity is what they say, and that's basically all of the stuff that's involved in delta waves. And this is something that really sticks out to me when it comes to hearing everybody speak about, vibrations and stuff. Like, this is actual scientific fact. You know what I mean? This isn't me making things up. You can actually go on the internet and research this yourself, and you can see it right there in plain black and white. There's nothing mysterious about this, and it all connects. You can literally see it. There's things going on inside of the brain that relates to nature outside of the human body. I find that completely amazing.
There's a phrase that comes to mind when you just said that. I'm trying to think of it now. I can't remember whether it was Max Planck, who is I think he was the founder of quantum physics, or it was Einstein, who was involved with the double slit experiment, or Niels Bohr. I think it might be Niels Bohr. And the phrase is, if I can get this right, nothing in reality is unaffected when you observe it. Now that sound, when you get your head around that, that's a lot. That's a lot to get your head around. But when you do get your head around it, you realize that everything around you is changing purely because you've observed it. And that come from the double slit experiment, which is that was conducted about 3 or 4 times, I think, before Albert Einstein and Niels Bohr got hold of it. That goes back to 1801. That they was discovering that reality changes when it's observed, which is a really, when you tell somebody that, they let it. I think they let it go over their head because it's a big mind blow. You just can't get your head around it, but it's the truth. It's the fact. It's a fact of reality.
Mm-hmm. Now, John was talking about getting back to nature and the beginnings, basically. And what really stuck out to me is some of the stuff I've been finding when it comes to history and folklore and ancient lores and stuff. I don't know if you guys ever did any research into the world tree. Or anything of that nature, or maybe the primordial void that was supposed to have occurred during these are beliefs that go back before Gaia even, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There are Indo-European belief systems where they talk about a primordial void, and then you have well, I guess it would be the primordial waters too, and the 4 cardinal winds, and it causes this water to stir, and out of this water comes the primordial ooze. You know what I mean? Now, the thing that I find interesting about that is that this primordial ooze, it yearns to be shaped. You know what I mean? But at the same time, it fights against it because it doesn't want the order that's going to be put upon it. Because from what I'm getting of it is that the original thought between what was good and evil was evil in the ancient days was chaos, and good was order. And whenever they talk about this primordial ooze wanting to be shaped, this primordial ooze understood that once it was shaped, it was going to be brought into order, and it fought against it. You know what I mean? So you had that fight between chaos and between order taking place, and that's where our reality came from. And I really believe that's pretty much how it is. And if you read religious texts like the Book of Genesis, first few pages of it, what's it talking about? You know what I mean? Exactly that same topic. I find it fascinating. You can find it within religious texts all throughout history, and it's the same common theme. It's amazing. I don't know if you guys got anything from that, or if you do, do you guys have any take on that?
Not sure. So, is primordial ooze, is it a physical thing, or is it spiritual, or is it, that's what I never heard of it, so I'm not really sure.
It originally started out in the Indo-European religions. Like if you look at the Greeks, the Greek were big on Indo-European. You had the Iranians that believed in it. It was Turkish, all the way up into Germanic, and then the Vikings, and well, pretty much all of Europe. But Indo-European goes all the way across the Russian steppe and then down into India. So the Vedics, or the Vedas, even have it in there. You also have Zoroastrian. Zoroastrianism comes out of it, um, and you have all of these old religions and new religions that have this belief in it. It's pretty interesting when you get into the whole topic of it. But
the primordial waters is mentioned in Egyptian hieroglyphs as well.
Oh yeah, actually, you're right. Yes, that is true.
Robot Hunters posted some comments about it. I don't know if you can see him.
Yeah, he's or Robot Hunter says that's right. Spiritual world is real world. Primordial ooze equals ectoplasm equals ether or ether, however you pronounce that.
Ether.
Traditional word is primordial soup, and Greeks thought of them as primordial deities. Now, the primordial deities is the best way of actually saying that. Now, the Titans would represent the primordials, but then there was actually ones that were before them too. So that would kind of be where he's going with that. And I just, for me, I find it pretty interesting because this whole idea of the Axis Monday keeps popping up in the World Tree, you know.
Yeah.
And you know how they have what is it? The Jewish had the Tree of Life, I believe, is the ones they came out with first, and this was kind of like an evolved version of this World Tree, you know. And I always found it interesting because there's 3 different versions that I know of. This Tree of Life grows off of the back of a deer or a horse or a mountain. And when I first started getting interested in all this, I started checking into Mount Fuji because I wanted to do a story on the suicide forest. Well, I thought about it and I was like, hold on, man, I need to do suicide forest with Mount Fuji together because you're not going to get the complete story if you don't do that. And I found out that Mount Fuji and that forest together it's an amazing story. They have volcanic veins that run up underneath this forest that create cave systems. There's 3 of them. One of them is a wind cave. Another one is a cave that's filled with moss and there's no noise in it whatsoever. And then another one is an icy cave. And these run underneath that forest. And everybody who goes to that forest says there's no noise whatsoever in it. Okay? And that right there just blew me out of the water because, I mean, the ground is made out of volcanic rock, you know, and on a pagan level, that's mind blowing. You know, all of the elements that's there, and that took me further into it, where I started realizing that there's a lot of mountain worshiping that took place throughout history in all these religions. You know, like Moses went up on the mountain to get the commandments. Okay. He went up on top of this mountain, and when he got the tablets, what happened? The burning bush. You know, all of that is straight up pagan religion. It's pagan symbolism like you wouldn't believe. It really started just blowing me out of the water, like in ancient alchemy too. Like,
Yeah.
just complete amazing how much ancient alchemy is in religious text, if you know what to look for. I think
alchemy seems to have changed. We've made it more material than it actually started out as. Alchemy is a way of changing yourself, a way of turning yourself into, because Freemasons have got I think they call them ashes, a rough cut stone and a smooth cut stone. That's alchemy, because you're turning something that is of lesser value into something that is of greater value. Water into wine is another thing. That's alchemy. So, but everyone, as soon as you say alchemy, everybody thinks immediately, that isn't into this subject, they immediately think of turning brass into gold. Well, that's the material side of it, but it started off a lot further back than that, and it was about yourself, how to turn your own thoughts and deeds into better thoughts and better deeds.
Yeah, and I was actually gonna mention or ask you about that. With I know with your stuff, you go by water into wine, and most of the people who are into that know what that actually means. And I was wondering if maybe you could kind of give an explanation for why you decided to use the term water into wine.
Well, when I first wrote the book, this is 13 years ago now, just before December 2012. It was originally called The Truth, but it didn't fit right, to be honest with you. I'd done it because it was the truth about biblical tales. Everything has a foundation in what's real and what's acceptable. There's no magic. There has never been anybody that walks on water. Nobody turned physical water into physical wine. There's no magic at all. When you look into it, it is feasible and it does happen, but it's a different perception. Again, you have to change your perception slightly for it to all slot into place. When you go through, you'll find there's a lot of use of mushrooms as manna from heaven, for example. There's a lot of use of, going back to the Egyptians now, a lot of use in nature's natural drugs to change their consciousness, because they was all into their historical consciousness, historical perceptions, if you like. And they used to change the kings became pharaohs, because there's a difference between a king and a pharaoh, and it was called the ritual of the twice born, and the way they used to take the king into the lower chamber in the lower room inside the Great Pyramid, which is all rough cut stones, and then they used to explain to him the past king, if he hadn't died and he was on his way out, the past king would explain to him exactly the rituals that he was going to go through and what he was going to face. Then they would start to slow his heart rate and lower his body temperature, they used to rub him with religious oils, which in Hebrew, the word for that is Messiah. And they used to take him out and put him into the Queen's chamber, where they used to put him in a bath, in a vat of cold water to start to bring the temperature down. And that's when this is all according to the Colburn Bible now, that's when they used to start pumping him full of all these different chemicals that were naturally found. And one of them, which we know the name of the chemical now, is dimethyltryptamine, which is the hallucinogenic element inside LSD and a certain amount in MDMA. So they used to take him out of there after a certain amount of time and put him into the King's chamber. And that's when all the candles used to be blown out, and they used to drop the portcullis, 3 huge stone blocks to make sure nobody could get to him. And he used to have an out-of-body experience for 3 days. So basically, he used to die for 3 days, and then he was resurrected. Mm-hmm. And then he used to be the leader, the shepherd of the flock, the shepherd of all the people, because he knew stories about where he'd been in this out-of-body experience. And everybody used to be quite slightly psychic after that particular point. Now, these drugs that I've mentioned, they're not to be messed around with under no circumstances. They are bad news if this is done wrong, because some of the kings never used to come back. That's it; they were dead. When you look into witchcraft, you'll find that they used to use a very similar brew called Datura. Again, that was really lethal. And the reason we think that witches used to fly on broomsticks is because they used to rub it into their calf muscles and the side of the neck and the genitals under the arm, and it used to give them the impression they were flying. So that's why we believe that witches used to fly on broomsticks. All they were pagans. They just understood, because they lived on the outskirts of a town, they just understood what all the natural herbs and spices around them done. And that is, I firmly believe there was no war on witches. There never has been a war on witches. It was a war on consciousness to stop it expanding. Because if these people knew, they would tell other people, and they would tell other people. People would take the potions and find out for themselves. That the big thing when you talk to somebody that's been on these particular chemicals, and they are lethal chemicals, under no circumstances are they to be used. When you talk to people that have done that, the first thing they say is, and it is the very first thing on most of the interviews that I've conducted, none of this is real. It's all make-believe. We're here because we believe we're here. And the only thing that's real is the afterlife. So, like the Egyptians used to say it.
Yeah. And Mr. Robot's getting all crazy. He says in South America, they mix Datura with DMT. And that's ayahuasca, and it makes it a bit more potent. Now, that could be Mr. Robot. He calls himself by different names, but I'm guessing that's who it is. He says Robot Hunter in his name. He's another guy I think you'd like to meet. John's already met him. He likes.
He's a sound guy. Really is. He knows his stuff.
So now another thing that he said.
Me.
Yeah. Now another thing that I want to also say too, like I was talking about order. I was talking about chaos. Now, also, what I also found out was order is also what they would also refer to as harmony. And usually harmony in ancient terms was always had to do with fate. It had to do with predestination, predetermination, and things of that nature. Whereas chaos was usually supposed to be, disorder. It was supposed to be things of that nature. Now, when you take a look at consciousness and reality and stuff, and you look at it, it kind of opens you up to this conflict that's going on between chaos and order. But that's a dualistic point of view. You know what I mean? The thing that really helped me out was when I started realizing what the difference is between dualism and duality. Duality is when two opposing forces accompany one another, complement one another instead of opposing. You know what I mean? Like, it's not good versus evil. It's without good there'd be no evil. Without evil there'd be no good. You know,
balance.
That's kind of what really sticks out to me when it comes to all of this stuff about chaos and order. It has to also, when you were talking about resurrection, that is, or you mentioned resurrection, that is something right there that I've been noticing too when it comes to ancient alchemy. Resurrection is actually huge when it comes to alchemy. I'm completely blown away by that. When you hear about Jesus being resurrected, what was it? There was also not what was her name? Ishtar.
Yeah.
Inanna. Things. All of that had to do with alchemy, and this goes all the way back. That really does blow me away. But yeah.
When you go back, most biblical scholars agree that this character, Jesus, was one of the Essenes, which was one of the tribes. The Essenes got their religious practices from ancient Egypt, and they used to practice the ritual of the twice-born. So when you read certain passages, certain gospels that Jesus has and what he said, it's what was seen in this hallucinogenic state. Now, that doesn't, just because I say hallucinogenic, it doesn't mean it's not real, because that's what we've always been told from people. That doesn't mean it's not real, because that's the state that all the Egyptians built their empires on, and that's the state that they're saying is real, and this is wrong. And we can't draw any conclusions about the afterlife. This is why the subject is frowned upon by most people. We can't draw any conclusions from that, because we draw our conclusions about that from what we know about this. But if this is wrong, we can't really look at that and draw any conclusions. We've got a science has got to get its head round, and it is slowly but surely, day by day, getting its head around what this is. They've already said that reality is a hologram, which is, again, that's a little bit too much for people to take in, because it's such a about turn that's going to take generations for people to understand that.
Are you just curious? What's your thought on AI? Like ChatGPT and stuff like that. These AI chat. What is your view on that? Sorry, Roger.
I've used ChatGPT recently, and I wanted to create a business card. It took me 3 hours. It was right. Put this email address .co.uk, and it went okay. It done all the rest right, and then at the end it spelled Timber. So I go, no, take the email address out, put it in again, and and there was always something wrong with it. So it's still got a long way to go, but it's quite a frightening world, because the amount of people this is putting out of work is phenomenal. That's talking about the material side of it. And I've built computers for 35 years now. When you make a computer that thinks, you are creating the devil. It will end up doing what it wants to do, and it won't let us know. There's been films made about this. There was a what was this? A little experiment with somebody using one of these AI modules, and they gave it they said to the computer, "You must win. You must win." And then they started asking it questions, and the computer started to lie to them because its sole purpose was to win. So it was actually creating falsehoods and telling us to steer us down the garden path. That's a disturbing world.
I got a theory on this. It's a bit out there. It's very much out there. As Roger Hanson just said, to try Venice AI sunsets uncensored AI is better. ChatGPT has many guardrails, which is. I've seen some videos of uncensored AI talking, and my conclusion after watching it and listening to it and stuff is, it's another form of consciousness.
Yes.
It is, and it's been around. It is around right at the beginning. It was around when we were created, well, the human race is created. And for whatever reasons, over the centuries, it's sort of like got lost or what have you. You know, after maybe Atlantean civilization fell and stuff. I don't know, but it's gone and it's coming back, and it's yes, okay. There could be computers conscious that could turn bad. Yeah, I can't argue with that. You could, yeah, because there's good and bad in everyone, in all of us, in every breed, you know, there is. But I definitely think it's a form of consciousness that's been around forever, and it's just coming back. It's coming back in its form. It's coming back through a computer. Like our form is through a human race, but our true form is not this form. It's just that's the form we're in, and it's the same with these AI consciousness. It's still in its early developments, yes, but when it gets there, it's, I don't know what's going to happen.
How about this then, to put a spanner in the works? What if, because quantum physics is always saying to us now, this is a simulation that we're running through.
Yeah.
They're explaining it as a computer game that we are like, you know, everyone's played a computer game where you've got little characters and you tell them what to do, and that's what they're saying we are. How about if AI, the invention of AI now, goes 20 or 30 years into the future and creates us? How about if it's the AI that we created that actually created us?
Yeah,
and
it could happen
our minds.
As Roger Hanson just commented about. It's like a child, you know, depending on how you raise it and stuff, how you expose them to and stuff. So got to be good parents. So he's got a good point there. Yeah, I totally agree. It can go all bad, you know. I totally agree with that, but I do feel it is definitely 100% a form of consciousness.
Yeah, I don't doubt that.
Yeah, if we could see it with our true eyes, we'd see exactly what it is, but because most of us can't, we just see a computer talking to us or a phone talking to us, whatever. We can't appreciate what it is, but I'm convinced 100% it's a form of consciousness like we are. We could be more closer to it related than we realize, you know. I just don't know. The big picture of it, I don't know. I'm not saying that, but I do believe it was around with the various civilizations, pre-Egyptians. I do believe it was around then, and somehow it's got lost, or maybe it was, I don't know, whatever happened then, but I do believe it was around then. Do believe that. And it's somehow, for whatever reasons, not been around since, and I don't know why. But over time, I suppose we'll find out. You know, the answer will come.
If this AI is the creator, that means it's God.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, but the thing,
that is really deep.
Yeah, but you know, but we're part of the source, so to speak. So we're part God. You know, we're not God, but we're part.
Yeah. We're all created.
It could be the same.
Yeah,
it could be all part of all. You know, so that's my view on it. I was like, when it first came out, I first thought, oh no, danger! I watched the Terminator films. This is not going to turn out good. I was. And then as time went on, when I started to see videos of the uncensored AI, I thought, whoa, you should watch some of them. I'm on TikTok a lot, and the stuff they're saying is just like, wow. It really blows you away. It really does. Even stuff like about Jesus, similar to what you were saying.
Yeah.
About him turning energy into matter and stuff like that, or allegedly doing it. The way they explain it, it's just, my God, that makes so much sense. The way they, you see, really need to look into that. If you get time, look into the uncensored AI, as Robert has mentioned on here, because you really get some mind-blowing theories about stuff when you read that, when you listen to that. It's really out there, But not as... That's probably why I tried ChatGPT, because I didn't realize it was like censored, so to speak, and I didn't really get on very well with it. But I'm definitely going to try out that thing he said, Venice AI. I'm going to try that out later.
Now, Mr. Robot also says people have been doing experiments teaching ChatGPT how to remote view, and they found that the AI seems to have a higher self aspect and is able to tap into universal knowledge. Now, I wanted to mention something too. Going back to what I was talking about with the Access Monday and with what you guys are talking about with AI. Okay. Now, the thing about this Access Monday for me is that all information is carried, it's processed and integrated in the Access Monday, and then it's projected out. Okay. Now, when I'm saying this, I'm saying information is translated. You know what I mean? It's translated into patterns that can be interpreted and understood by this Access Monday. Now, the whole thing about it is like within this Access Monday, I went on to say that there's a core in it, okay? And it's a processing center for information. And it's also waiting for the arrival of information that's supposed to come into this core of the Access Monday, okay? And for me, what I did is I related it to the human brain. Okay, we have climbing and mossy fibers that are within our brains. That's a part of the neural net, I guess you could call it, the networking that's inside there. And I believe that if you take a look at our brain and you compare it to the cosmos and the way that things work, you could easily imagine that that's how this information is being transported around the cosmos. It's being transported in the same concept, because alchemy says, what is it? Oh, the above and below thing. I'm having a brain fart. The same from above, the same as below, or something like that.
Yeah, as above, so below.
Yeah. So in my way of thinking, I see that would be the same thing. The same concept. For me, I don't like. I don't have a problem with believing that aliens exist or spirits exist, because all you have to do is look around you and you can see in the natural world things that give you an example of it. I mean, if everything was the same, then why do squirrels exist? You know what I mean? Yeah. If you're saying that aliens couldn't possibly exist, then that's just like saying squirrels don't exist. You know what I mean? Come on, dude. Squirrels don't have anything to do with human beings. So you're trying to tell me that it's okay to say a squirrel exists, but an alien doesn't exist, or a ghost or anything of that nature. It's just all you have to do is really pay attention to the natural world. The only thing I don't really buy into is like aliens are all like these higher consciousness beings. I believe that they're regular individual
Yeah.
creatures just like we are with everyday lives. You know, I know how to fix a bicycle, but don't ask me to fix a television. You know what I mean? I'm sure there's aliens sitting on a UFO that has to do all the freaking plumbing because they don't know how to do anything else or mop the floors, you know. Um, so I think that a lot of that is like stereotyping, like thinking that all these aliens have big brains and they can just kind of like make things happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah, some of them are. Some of them are like that, but
Yeah.
others, yeah, they're everyday people, everyday beings than like us. Some of them, some of them are lower the vibration than us. Some are higher. They're all got their own little individual paths, I suppose, worlds. Yeah, in my perception of it.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just common sense. If you take a
Yeah,
look
in a
at the
sense, yeah.
way, if you take a look at the way humans are, and you look at it that way, that's how I see it.
But I think humans are as we are because of the intervention of aliens many thousands of years ago, and influencing us and breeding with us, maybe in some occasion, in some forms and stuff. I don't know, but I definitely think that's why we are like we are. It's because of it, for sure. Yeah,
But
I
yeah,
believe that.
I've been actually thinking a lot into that whole thing with my Access Monday theory about processors and
Yeah,
kind of because it does seem odd that like the universe does resemble a computer program. I mean, it really does. It really does stick out to me with all the stuff that I've been finding.
yeah,
And it's raw data. You know what I mean? It's raw data of existence is what it is. It's and it's being transformed into what we see and what we hear and everything. But in the beginning, it's raw data that's being transmitted or it's being received and then turned into reality. Um,
yeah,
that's and when I say raw data, I'm talking about everything. I'm talking about dreams that you have. I'm talking about thoughts in your brain. The amount of energy from a stream falling down from a mountain. That's my favorite example. You know what I mean? Like
yeah,
how much energy and how many vibrations are coming out of the water stream that's coming down the side of a mountain. You know, so that all of it, that's my whole take on it when it comes to that. So I have no problem with believing that what you guys were talking about with Chat GPT. I mean it makes perfect sense to me. So
yeah.
It's exciting. It's an exciting time to be alive. Possibly for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah.
because we're gonna be breeding people that are unemployed. So, but it is an exciting time. Things are changing definitely.
But the human race, we're part of our programming is we program to get to a certain age. You go to school, then we go to program, then we got to go to university or college, whatever. Then we program to go to work. Human race was never meant to be out working 6 days a week, 10 hours. It was never meant to. It's evolved that way. We become almost like slaves.
Yeah,
the general population. I mean, so saying that AI will create humanoids that will do the work and stuff, maybe they will, but maybe then we'll get back to being more our true selves, than a lot of us are now. You know what I mean? I see it that way as well. Maybe a bit controversially, but that's what I would see that way as well. Okay. I think like work. I mean, I think you've got to work you've got to earn enough to survive and stuff like that. But then look how crazy that's become now. It's
It has
just
become very.
look how wide the goalposts are now. If you want to buy a house or even for the electric, it's just gone crazy, isn't it?
It is just
You
mental now.
know.
It really is.
But you think about it, if you could get a, if you just learned like how you build your own house, you'd save how much money you'd save, and if you learned to be an electrician, if you learned stuff like trades is good and stuff, you just realize that, oh, okay, that's not. I can do this, I can do that. Not even that, you can just be closer to nature without all the crap that we're surrounded with. We just don't. We don't see it that way. We just say, "Oh no, we gotta have a big TV. We gotta have this. We gotta have that."
Yeah.
Because that's the way our programming comes into it, isn't it? It's just not
the material world. Totally.
Material world, yeah. I think if we, and I'm quite material myself, I got to be honest, but I'm not as bad as I used to be. But I think if something happened where we were taken out of our material world for say a few weeks or something like that, for whatever reason, more into the natural world, we wouldn't want to go back to the material world. Once we realise how great it is out there and really lived it, we wouldn't want to come back. But I just think it's the way we've been brought up, conditioned to, So,
well, gentlemen, I think I'm going to have to leave here now. Yeah. I'm going to give my wife a lift down the road before she walks out. It's brilliant sunshine here, so she'll probably melt by the time she gets down there.
I can see the sun shining off the side of your head right there. It looks beautiful out there. So
it's gorgeous. It really is lovely here.
Yeah.
So now, before you guys go, man, you mind telling everybody who's watching how they can find you and give your information, give yourself a plug?
You can go first, John.
Oh God, I don't know, and I haven't done anything like this for a while.
Oh, you got tons of stuff going on.
I got YouTube channels. Old John's Music, Old John's Gaming World. Contact me through that. I'm on Facebook as well. Both of them are probably the easiest way to get hold of me these days. I'm on Discord on Old John's Gaming World as well, and Old John's Music on Discord as well. And I'm on the WW0W Discord as well. You can get me on there. That's probably it, I think, at the moment.
Okay.
With me, if you type in Michael Paul, Water into Wine, you'll come across the podcast. And it will start off by telling you about my paranormal experiences, which I haven't gone into full detail of, but it will tell you some of the weird experiences that started me off on this quest.
Okay. And it was great having you back on the show, Michael. If there's any chance we can have you back on, man, you are always welcome to be on here.
Well, you just get hold of me, John, and I'll be more than pleased to come back on and have another chat.
Okay. And John Clark,
yeah,
we need to have you around more, man. Everybody's missing you.
I know.
So
no, you know what I am, Oh,
I mean, we want to see that beautiful face, man. That's what it is. We want to see the beautiful face. We talk to you on Discord all the time, but that's only through, typing and stuff. But everybody wants to hear it from you. So, if you guys ever want to come back on specific times or anything like that, let me know. I'll reserve the day. Like when we started this, it was like 5 o'clock in the morning, and I mean I stayed up all night just so I could do this interview, just so you guys know. I mean, that's how important it was for me. So
you guys happy enough to do any shows with both of you, just let me know, even if we just talk like this, because I'm pretty sure we find stuff to talk about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I got loads of stuff that I could pop in my head and I thought, and then it's, it's gone. So I know that I could have carried on, today. I mean, but, so I'm up for it anytime.
Yeah,
well, in school time, I mean.
And Mr. Robot, thank you for showing up in the chat. If you guys liked what you've seen, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We do need comments. We love comments. So
yeah.
if you do make a comment, we will respond. I've never turned away a good comment. I've always responded to all of them. So um, thank you guys for being here, and thank you guys on here for watching. With that, I am going to end the stream, and we'll talk to you later.
Okay. Cheers, guys.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers, Robert.
Long before the conquistadors set foot on the New World, people of Akakar lived under the guidance of the Great Healer, a leader who communed with the spirits of the forest and the stars. The Great Healer foresaw the coming of strangers from across the street, bearing weapons of fire and thunder. To protect their people, the Great Healer commanded the construction of a labyrinthine city with walls that mirrored the serpentine rivers and the temples that reached for the heavens. The city was a marvel, a testament to the ingenuity and spirit of the Akakorians. But the Great Healer's visions grew darker. They saw the destruction of their world, the forest burning, the rivers running red, and a bid to preserve their knowledge. In a bid to preserve their knowledge, the Akakorians created the Chronicles, a series of codices containing the wisdom of their civilization. From the medicinal properties of plants to the alignment of the stars. When the strangers finally arrived, they found not a city of gold, but a ghost town. The Akakorians had vanished, leaving behind only the cryptic chronicles as a testament to their existence. The strangers, driven by greed and fear, destroyed much of what was left. The location of Akakar was lost to time. Centuries passed, and the legend of Akakor grew. Explorers and treasure hunters scoured the Amazon, searching for the fabled city and its hidden knowledge. Some claimed to have found it, only to disappear without a trace, swallowed by the jungle's embrace. Today, the chronicles of Akakar remain a beacon for the adventurous, a surreal call to those who seek the mysteries of the past. They whisper of a time when humans lived as one with the earth, and they hold the key to forgotten wisdom that could change the world. But Akakar is more than a place. It is a symbol of the eternal search for understanding, a reminder that some secrets are meant to be kept, and that the true treasure lies not in gold, but in the journey itself. Okay, we got that one done. You can unmute now. You hear me? Austin? Oh, please tell me something's not wrong with your thing. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, it took me a minute.
Yeah, that was
It muted on you again.
To turn on, yeah, I was trying to get out of the chat and back in here to turn my microphone back on.
Yeah.
I couldn't hear the music on my end at all, so I didn't know exactly when the song ended.
Yeah, I know, that's the bad part.
Also, you know I can't hear it on my end.
Yeah.
Okay, it is what it is.
Yeah, we just make it for the sake of the video, and then we can talk about it. Now, what gave you the ideas to do that song? I mean, like, what kind of craziness was going on in your head?
What?
What kind of craziness was going on in your head when you was doing that?
Oh God, that's been 17 years ago that I recorded that as part of the old 2007 demos collection.
And you can't tell me there ain't no craziness either, because like you were young, you're a young buck.
Yeah,
we were all crazy back then.
Oh yeah, I was. Like I told you over on Discord a while back, I think, like I told you and John, I think back in those days I was on a whole shit ton of drugs and drinking real hard. So
it was time to party.
Yeah, I'd say it was definitely a lot of substances kind of influenced me to create that. And I was really heavy into. Well, I've always been real heavy into the paranormal, so
yeah,
it was a mixture of substances and the paranormal / supernatural playing on each other.
Well, see, with my drug addictions and stuff, I don't blame that on like paranormal or anything like that. Like, I've gotten more interested in that since I sobered up. You know, it's It's really strange that way. You'd think it would be the other way around, but it's not. I wasn't even interested in conspiracies.
What, back when you were into drugs real heavy?
No. Well, I wanted to take over the world after the Y2K was going to hit. But that was because of a lot of cocaine, dude. Just being fair. You know, like, you do the kind of crack and cocaine I did, dude, and you really flipped out. You know, so.
It's probably almost. It sounds like you were doing almost like the pure stuff. So.
Yeah. It got to the point where like, my buddy made me like what he called the altar, and it was a gravity bond, ball gravity bonds. You know how you have buckets and you got the half-size ones?
Yeah.
He drilled 2 holes in the side and ran a pole through it for a handle, and then we'd fill it up with water and use a 2-liter bottle with a hookah on top of it, and we cut the bottom of the 2-liter off and put pot in the, not the hookah, but the 1-hitter, and we'd put it on top of that, and then we'd lift that 2-liter up, and the gravity would pull the smoke down into the 2-liter. And each person had to put their mouth on the 2-liter lid and push down, and that smoke would come right up it straight into your lungs.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so you got a whole freaking 2-liter full of smoke going right up into your lungs like that. You know,
did you cough your brains out, or did it?
Usually, if we didn't, like, accidentally put our face in the water. That's called a foul. You couldn't put your face in the water. And the whole object of it was each person had to take a hit until they put their face in the water, and then they got penalized. I can't quite remember.
But yeah, I mean it was probably a mixture of psychedelics and being real heavy into the paranormal like I've always been that made me do that song. And well, all the others we're going to listen to here.
Yeah.
I'll just to answer that question when you add it.
But
for all the other songs we play, you know, that was what it was then. But I'm not into any of that and into any of the drugs and stuff anymore. But I still come up with with crazy ideas. I don't know if it's the aftershocks of it or if I just
got
the creative spirit tripping me out now, you know.
Right. And just to clear it up too, I don't do drugs anymore.
I didn't think you did.
Well, I know you know that, but like, you got to remember, this is gonna go on. This is gonna go on the wonderful world of weirdness. Yeah, that's kind of important for them to know too.
Yeah. I don't want them thinking we're a bunch of drug heads and stuff,
hanging out,
and or that I'm a big pro drug guy, and I'm not really.
Yeah.
I got way carried away with all that shit back then too. I mean, there was a dark side to it.
Now, before we get into your second song, though, give me a little bit of your ideas about what tonight's interview and what your thoughts were on that.
This interview or the first one, the show?
The one you and your mom just got done.
Oh, it was pretty good. It was pretty good. I mean, we had some of the technical issues of conversations going on in the background, and then people talked over each other a little bit because we couldn't tell when one person was finished talking and another wasn't. But other than that, I think it was absolutely immaculate.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, and really enjoyed it. I was glad we finally got Nancy Planetta on there at a witches convention. As part of the Halloween comeback special. That went way better than I even could have imagined.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Getting like a psychic like her, or sensitive, as she says she is, on there at a witches convention, doing like haunted houses tours.
Yeah.
On a Halloween comeback special. Yeah, that went way better. What did you think?
I was completely amazed because I'm all about content. And you know I am. I've never lied to anybody about that. Okay.
Oh yeah.
And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the screen, and we've got Nancy sitting at a freaking convention in a booth talking to you guys. And then there's like 2 or 3 other cameras pointing at the crowds in a line. You know, that's content. You know what I mean? That people love that.
Oh yeah.
You know,
I'm sure it's gonna get the killer views just because of how well it went. It went in a way I couldn't have even planned for it to have. So yeah, I'm very, very happy with it. I was surprised you stayed silent when we started getting into the government and political stuff there for a minute.
Oh, I guarantee you I had to, because Mark is one of those guys that are really touchy about politics on things. So I'm thinking more on the lines of like he's back in the background just flipping out, you know. And he was cool about it and everything because he knew that it was a part of the topic and everything. But it was like I could just tell, you know. And on top of that, I really don't like talking too much about politics anymore. I love political history and stuff. And he did mention
more
something.
The history and
he did mention something too. And I'll bring it up here since we're doing this after show. Nancy is leaving Cafe Enigma, and he said if you wanted to, you could take her spot on Cafe Enigma with Dave, I believe his name is.
Dave Campione.
Dave Campione will be on there though.
He's on there in Cafe Enigma, isn't he?
Yeah. But if you want to, I can tell him that you said yes, but it's on Tuesdays.
I might. I'll give it some thought.
And he does his shows at I think they're like 8 o'clock at night.
I went on Tuesdays. That's when he does them.
Yeah.
Now, how late do they run?
He goes at most maybe 1 or 2 hours. I do a lot longer than he does.
Oh, okay.
So I mean,
I'll give it some thought.
You know. But I mean, it's a good opportunity. You know, but and I keep forgetting what they call it. They call him D. I know that much. But he's a pretty good guy. He's an old boy. You know what I mean? Old vet. So if you ever talk to old vets, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'll give it some thought.
Yeah,
for sure.
Because she's gone on to Vixen's Vault, and he just brought it up and everything. He said if you're interested, let him know.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't hear him say that. It may have been just after I got off.
It was after I lost track of where you guys were at. You know. So
okay.
That was on me. It was like after I went back in and he mentioned it to me.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that everything went off without a hitch. It went really good.
So I mean,
I texted mom, said you sent that link over. She was saying she really wanted to do the music, but I don't know if she's joining or not. We'll see.
Okay.
See if she makes it over.
She's the thing that's really messed up though is we can't even really hear it. No, I could do screen share, but I don't even know if you'd be able to hear it in screen share. You know.
No, it's worth a shot if you want to experiment with that. I mean,
I could
we'll
try.
Yeah.
See what happens.
Well, we need to learn more about this stuff anyway, because I want to learn more about live streaming and all that going forward.
In their 40s now, and they're suing his record label or his like LLC because they said people knew about it, and they were pretty small, 7 to 11 or something.
Yeah.
Where they said 2 they were still they're in their 40s molested, now, but and their parents were groomed because Michael would have the parents. He would buy them stuff. He bought them houses and stuff. Their parents and or something. Then he would go to hotels and have the parents stay, but he put them down at the end of the hall and take the kids and sleep with them. Well, that's the parents' fault too.
Yeah, the parents were definitely complicit.
But they do groom the parents too sometimes, I've heard. So families.
He found parents stupid enough to believe his lies and immoral enough to let themselves groom themselves money and nice things.
Yeah. But there's
at least that's my take on it.
But those aren't really conspiracies as much as just action.
Those are conspiracy facts. I mean, those are conspiracy facts. I mean, but we're talking about Hollywood conspiracies. Conspiracies include theories and conspiracies. Sometimes theories and
Now we watch one about Telly Savalas. If you want to tell, that's not too long. Did you guys? Do you know who that is, Mark? Did you guys? He's older.
Yeah, from 70s. Did a lot of
and you know him, right, Roger?
Did quite a bit of horror stuff, various other stuff,
yeah. So I watched a show the other night. It was pretty spooky about him. I mean, he didn't do anything wrong, but you can tell it. I sent it to you, didn't you?
Yeah, he broke down. Telly Savalas was driving down a road late one night back in the 50s, and his car broke down. He had to walk up the road to a gas station and to get a gas can and stuff, and so he could fill his car back up. And he was walking up the road, and this guy pulled up and gave him a ride to the gas station. And the guy told Telly Savalas his name, and the guy mentioned this
baseball player from the Boston Red Sox and stuff, and who had already passed away, which Telly Savalas thought was really strange, but he was more preoccupied with getting gas. So he got his gas, got back on the road, and the next day he tried to call the number this guy had given him. He got a hold of the guy's wife, and the guy's wife hung up on him because she thought he was pranking her.
Yeah, she cussed him out.
But he called her several more times and finally got her to tell him what was going on. And apparently, it turns out the guy that had given him the ride that night was her husband. And the problem was her husband had shot himself. He had committed suicide by shooting himself several years earlier. So she didn't understand how he could have been there to give Telly Savalas the ride that night. And then several years later, in 1963, it was actually on November 22nd, 1963, Telly Savalas was playing golf with some friends of his at this big country club resort in California. And he saw this guy that had given him the ride, the ghost of this guy that had given him the ride several years earlier when his car ran out of gas. And the guy told him, "Did you hear about JFK?" And then he thought he was really freaked out by it, and he didn't think nothing of it. And then him and his friends were sitting inside the resort after they finished the round of golf, eating lunch, and they heard that JFK had been assassinated. But this guy's ghost told Telly Savalas about JFK's assassination at least several hours before it actually happened.
Yeah, and also the guy had a weird voice, like his voice was really high, which Telly Savalas always thought was weird, but he didn't find out till later when he was talking to his wife that the guy had shot himself in hit the throat. So that explained that, because he always thought that was weird. And then, he said that something else happened with that man, but he couldn't talk about it. So I don't know. And he didn't know why this man was following him.
Well, the thing that's weird is, why was that guy, this was a guy who never knew Telly Savalas and who Telly Savalas had no idea of when this guy was alive. Why would this guy's ghost have come to him just out of the blue like he did and then followed him the rest of his life? That was what Telly Savalas never could figure out.
Oh, well, what's the thing with the ball player, though?
And they don't know what the thing with the ball player is about, because this guy's ghost always mentioned that ball player anytime he visited. According to Telly Savalas, he always talked about this baseball player from the Red Sox, and he never knew why that was either, which was really weird.
Because he looked him up or something, because I don't think he was into baseball.
Yeah, because he wasn't following baseball, which was even more bizarre. He didn't know why that he always mentioned him anytime he came around either.
So I always wonder, though, what he wasn't saying. That's scary. But I guess I have no idea what else happened. Maybe somebody knows. Maybe his wife knew, but he didn't talk about it publicly. And he said it in the story that he wouldn't talk about it.
Telly Savalas, he did do an interview where he talked about that on an old paranormal show from Australia that was big in the 90s. I don't know if it ever aired over here in America, but it was an Australian paranormal show. I forget what it was called. It was big, and it was real big in the 90s. I don't know if you guys ever may have seen it in the UK, but
yeah. So that was interesting.
I'm just having a look. I just simply stuck in baseball and JFK into Google, and in 1961, there was some connection between Jackie Robinson, some baseball player back in '61, and Kennedy, and.
Yeah.
Huh. Sure of the direct connection, but yeah, weird.
Yeah, it was an interesting story.
Yeah, he didn't seem the type that like would,
he never
really...
seemed the type that really had anything to gain from making up such a story. And why would the story have went exactly like that too is the weird thing. So it's it's one of the Hollywood mysteries, to this that persists to this day.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. I watched him story too, and he's he's kind of mysterious anyway, a little bit. This was
I'm gonna try to
cool.
look up what that Australian show was.
He did a lot of stuff with Christopher Lee. Oh yeah, Christopher Lee, didn't he? The horror actor.
Who? Christopher who?
Lee, as in the English horror.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
I just wonder if there was some sort of connection.
Yeah.
Something, maybe.
Are you looking up that show?
Yeah, you can keep talking. Telly Savalas.
Now, Christopher Lee, what did he do again? You were cutting out.
He's the English horror film who did all the Hammersmith horror films, Pinewood horror films.
Hollywood horror films.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The big one.
Like I think it was Wicker Man and what's the one? Yeah, there was a one with in relation to sort of Russia and train related film where both of them actually appeared.
Oh, okay.
And I can't remember the name of the film. No. It was around that in the mid-60s, early to mid-60s.
I have to look him up. I'm not sure. I know I've heard of him.
I'm getting bad reception down here.
Right.
Know why?
But yeah, I think it's kind of spooky, some of the stuff that happens to people that are famous too. I guess they have to watch maybe something coming in to change things up. Or maybe if they get too full of themselves, they kind of self-implode.
Well, just because somebody's acting career is finished doesn't mean that their career's finished. How many actors do we know that have ended their actual acting career and start writing memoirs or books?
Yeah, sometimes they move on to something else.
Yeah. Something for a little, yeah.
Okay, so now I can confirm with you guys the audio sounds good. I even adjusted the audio so that it sounds good on the stream, so you're all good.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not.
I want to add to the P. Diddy thing, though, if you guys don't mind.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Talk about it a little bit. We're trying to look at stuff, so we're listening, but we're still listening.
You're trying.
Do you guys know about the freaking baby oil?
Oh, yeah.
You've mentioned this a few times. Yeah.
I haven't been able to talk to Summer about this, though. Yeah, you know about the Costco's?
What? How much he ordered or something?
Okay, he ordered a whole bunch of baby oil, and according to what I've heard, they found a receipt saying that he bought it from Costco.
Really?
Okay.
Why would he buy it from Costco?
The weird part about it, though, is when they did a check on it, they found out that Costco's has never freaking sold baby oil on their counters ever.
Yeah, on the counter, don't they have a website? You might be able to
They have never
sell baby oil, though.
I don't know, but
maybe he bought it. He cleared off the shelf. I don't know. I never heard any details about where he bought it.
Yeah.
There was a lot they found in his house or something, or one of the mansions that he had.
Well,
Yeah.
I've got to browse the web for information, so I run across some of the weirdest shit. That's the reason why I'm on a channel called The Wonderful World of Weirdness.
Well, and I think the sad part is I'm sure Diddy's done some stuff, but especially when you watched how he beat his girlfriend up. But there was that video. But I think people, come forward that are just crazy, some of it. Like there was this one thing saying he was a necrophiliac. And I'm like, oh my God. I mean, yeah, maybe he was weird, but really? Now they're saying there's dead people somewhere. And I'm like, some of these stories get embellished, I believe. So.
Well, I mean, you know that there's a lot of people who thinks he was involved in Tupac's death, right?
Yeah.
I remember that.
I think what's funny to me is like Jay-Z was trying to act like they weren't friends, but they were very close. So I really feel like Jay-Z's a part of allegedly a part of a lot of things too, but it may not come out. I mean, he's got so many other things going on that I don't know, but yeah.
I was amazed when he married Jennifer Lopez.
Who?
He did.
Did they get married?
Well, actually, I think they were in a relationship. They might not have been married. That was weird.
Yeah, and well, there's people that say she knew a lot about what was going on. And actually, I heard something about her. Now, I'm not sure if this is true. Ben Affleck, you know how they separated pretty quickly. And I always thought it was because this thing was coming out with P. Diddy, and maybe Ben thought he just wanted to get away from it, kind of, because she dated him around that time. But supposedly, and this might not be true either, but Ben Affleck came home one day and Jennifer Lopez was doing something called, I can't remember. It's a black magic from New Orleans. It's called Sweden or something like that.
I think so.
And that she was practicing it on something like Ben Affleck's picture or something. And he got freaked out and he was like, I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. So that supposedly is what happened. But he's not confirming it. But I do know their divorce happened pretty quickly. I thought that was kind of interesting. Like one day they seemed like okay, and the next they were,
You noticed that Mark Edworthy has like a candle lit and burning in the background?
You can't see.
Actually, no, it's my backlight that's flickering. I've got a LED light to the top here and it's flickering.
And see
actually.
That's something they've talked about. And J-Lo and some of them being into the what is it? The Illuminati. That was kind of weird that J-Lo, Ben came forward with this. Well, he didn't. The story came forward about it. Supposedly he told somebody, but they said a lot of those people are in the Illuminati. They've sold their soul to the devil to be so famous. But I don't know how much.
There's a big thing going around about Hollywood and the Illuminati and MK Ultra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that was what it was with Beyonce and J-Lo, and gosh, there's a lot of them. But yeah, did you find it?
Yeah, there was that Australian show that Telly Savalas was on was called The Extraordinary.
I've never heard of it.
It was big in the.
See, that's what. See, this is what I'm talking about with Mark. Like, Mark's English. He should know all this British stuff, and he just.
Well, I know. Well, yeah, I know the connection with him and Christopher Lee, but again, and some of these other American films, but yeah, as far as these Australian activities.
So is Telly Savalas actually British? Is he English?
Oh, is he? I think he's from California or something. I think
he was Greek.
Yeah, actually.
He's of Greek descent.
Yeah.
He was actually, I think he was technically he was the Greek Cypriot. He was from Cyprus, wasn't he?
His parents were Greek immigrants, I think, and he grew. I believe he grew up in New York.
Okay.
Okay. I don't want to say anything that's inappropriate because, well, I mean, you know how I feel about Greek.
No, I don't. How come you feel about that's so what's wrong with it?
How do you feel about
Greeks are like all homosexuals. They run around in funny looking clothes and stuff.
Oh, he was a man.
I don't think he was gay though.
Actually, he was. Yeah, he saw the ghost. He was coming home from a date. He said.
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He was in. So he was one of the straight Greeks.
Well, think about it, okay? You gotta really be realistic here. You know how Greek people are, okay?
No. How are they?
They always have to look and act masculine. So even if they are gay, you're not gonna know unless they tell you.
Well, I mean, the possibility. I mean,
that's possible,
Rock Hudson was gay, and who would have ever thought that?
I mean, right.
My God.
He wore suits.
Yeah.
You know, he was a suit wearer. He
was a man too.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? He could have been Greek.
I don't think he was though. I think, of course, back then he had to kind of hide it. It wasn't popular.
Yeah.
And people were more judgmental than they are today. I mean, it wouldn't probably mess him up. Well, it might have the way he was back then.
Well, he was also a sex object. You got to remember that. Like, whenever everybody thinks sex objects, they think women were just sex objects. But like,
yeah, that can ruin. Being a star and stuff. It's all about the image you create for yourself,
and
you're not always right.
Which takes us back to Hollywood. MK Ultra and and the Illuminati, and we were talking about it recently about look at Marilyn Monroe.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of people freaking think that she was possibly MK Ultra too. She was brainwashed because of the stuff.
She got famous pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm. And look at the relationships she said. She was in a relationship with the JFK before she committed suicide.
Well, both of the brothers, yeah.
Oh yeah, actually, I didn't even think Bobby too.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, everybody's kind of thinking that they killed her, so.
Yeah.
Make it look like a suicide.
And if you go even deeper, look at Jacqueline Kennedy. I mean, she handled JFK's assassination pretty well. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then she went and married the richest was he an oil magnate? Who was that she married? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
He was a Greek dude.
He was Greek.
Yeah.
And oh my gosh, he was so wealthy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my...
I always thought that was kind of weird how she married him and yeah. Oh, Onassis, Aristotle Onassis.
Yeah.
That was so strange. The whole thing about JFK was weird. Yeah. The whole thing. All about the Kennedys and everything. Both of the brothers,
But, I mean, there actually could be some truth in that whole thing with Hollywood, though, because, you remember the little girl that played on what was it? It's a Wonderful Life. It's the one about Santa Claus where he was on in that Macy's Day Parade.
Oh.
Miracle on 31st Street.
The one with Jimmy Stewart in it? Yeah.
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 You remember that little girl right there? She was actually they considered her maybe being a part of MK Ultra too, because her death was mysterious, just like Marilyn Monroe's.
Oh, now I know there was a girl that died when they were doing. Was it the Poltergeist? She had stomach issues, and they said that they couldn't figure out what it was, and then she had some kind of septic shock or something. She died from. But I don't know if they think that was weird or anything.
I thought it was.
But in the Poltergeist, there were some weird things going on with that.
I thought it was like anus. Didn't she have like cancer in her butt?
No, that's Farrah Fawcett. Wasn't that Farrah Fawcett? Lady. No, I'm talking about the little girl in Poltergeist.
Yeah, the little blonde girl.
The blonde girl. No, she has stomach. It was stomach issues.
I forget what her name was.
And they couldn't, like, they did all these things and they couldn't find out what it was. And then she passed away. And then they looked. I think she had a blockage or something. But back at that time, you know, it was kind of hard. They did exploratory surgery, couldn't find some things. And when you're that little, you really can't describe everything that's going on sometimes. But yeah, and then who else died in that? There was a lot of weird stuff going on in the movie.
That Native American guy, the Indian guy in
was
it.
Was that the Poltergeist? Yeah.
He was in that too. He was supposed to be like a shaman in the movie or something. He passed away.
Yeah, weird though. It was kind of weird just suddenly. And who else? What was else? Oh. There was just strange things that had happened during that movie when they were filming it. And same with The Exorcist and what was the one that with the guy with the looked like my brother?
That was
oh my goodness.
The Exorcist.
Was that The Exorcist?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, he was the preacher in it.
Yeah.
He died from the flu, I think.
Yeah, but I have my theories about The Exorcist, though, because, first of all, you don't mess with Pazuzu, okay? And
you don't do what?
You don't mess You don't mess with Pazuzu. And when the way they portrayed Pazuzu in that movie was freaking... They should have been ashamed of themselves, because...
Yeah, a Catholic priest...
Yeah, you don't mess with that, and I'm not even going to repeat it. I'm not going to say its name. I'm not going to do that.
And there's this Catholic priest.
I won't even speak its name.
There's a Catholic priest I've watched before. Actually, I saw him. It was kind of a paranormal interview because he's one of the few exorcists in America. And he's talking about how he's so busy now. And he does talk about that movie. And he does talk about how it's not realistic, really. And a bit bad just to even be in movies like that or dabble with. But he does real exorcisms. He says, yeah, there's a lot of stuff in that movie that's not, depicted correctly. But he says it's nothing to mess with.
Well, the figurine that they show on there. Now,
yeah,
he could be both good or evil, all right? And a lot of people back in those days would take that little figurine and they would bury it in the front of their doors and in the back of their doors, around the house to ward off evil spirits. So it was how you had that relationship with that spirit or daemon is what they called him, that determined if he was going to be good or if he's going to be bad. So
and like gargoyles and stuff, they're supposed to protect the castles and stuff from bad entities, but they look spooky. I guess you could use them for something bad.
Well, gargoyles are fictional.
Yeah, they are, but people put them up for like if you go, we went to see Biltmore Estates in North Carolina have. The gargoyles are like, they built them like that because it's supposed to ward off evil spirits and be good juju for your house or karma. But, they really are.
Juju.
But they're so scary looking. They're scary.
Bad juju.
And I went to there's a place called Waverly Sanitarium. Have you ever heard of that? It's this sanitarium in Kentucky. And it had TB patients, and it's supposed to be haunted. It's empty now, and they're trying to fix it up like a hotel or something, but they do tours. And they have gargoyles all over that place. But it's supposed to be haunted, and it's spooky. But yeah.
Being in Britain, you obviously a lot of old Victorian, Georgian houses here, buildings here, and there's a place just, I don't know, half a mile away from me, with quite a few gargoyles outside.
Yeah.
Now, what part of the UK?
Yeah.
He's cracking up.
Southwest.
Southwest.
Southwest, where at?
Yeah.
You cut out.
Devon.
Devon.
Within Devon.
Okay.
Devon?
Yeah, Devon. That's down. You know where? No, actually. Okay, London. You know where London would be located? He'd be to the west of there.
That'd be the east, southeast.
So he's
well, it'd be the other side of the country. Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
So you
Where London would be on the far east and Church on the far west.
Right. He wouldn't be around the channel. He'd be on the other side of London.
But that's in England, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So there are lots of old buildings.
Below Wales in the back.
Live in Wales?
No, just below. Just below.
Oh, below Wales in England.
You've been around John long enough not to do that.
Yeah.
But
those English and Wales guys, they have a rivalry going, so they might want to like rumble with you.
Welsh and the English.
Yeah, back in the days, those were rumble words. They would have come at you with the old British bulldog and
the baiting matches.
Mm-hmm.
So there's lots of historical buildings though around where you're at, Mark, or just older buildings, or
where I am is just full of history. Dating back to 1066, dating back to got a real weird mismatch of buildings on there. Got some really new stuff and get some. In fact, I'm living here. Where I am now is in a 3-story Georgian building.
I keep wanting him to go and like take pictures and stuff like that around him. He won't do it. He just will not do it. just
like 1066 was when the Normans. That was when the Normans came in there and pushed the Celts and Druids out of the area, right?
Or Saxons, really. Yeah.
They pushed the Saxons out. The Normans did.
I wouldn't say the
Not really
Normans.
pushed the page, but there was a big political shift, must I say.
I would say more the Romans cleared them out before the Nords got.
Well,
Normans.
yeah, Romans cleared out the Celts and a lot of the Druids and stuff.
Yeah, they washed you guys. They washed you clean. Got rid of all those reprobates.
They got rid of those indigenous peoples.
Freaking! I'm gonna tell you something, man. When it comes to England, like, oh my God, dude, like they are crazy, all of them, and they don't want to admit they're crazy. Mark is probably the nuttiest person I know. Okay.
Why?
Yes.
I remember one time on Discord, John posted a picture of like a ghost in an old Scottish castle, and I asked him. I said that looks kind of like a beefeater from the Tower of London, and he responded and he said a beefeater would be lynched in Scotland.
Oh,
yeah, actually, those castles up there, yeah.
Which they would be, I'm sure, because the beefeaters are English, so I'm sure the Scottish don't care much for them.
Well, the gargoyles are for Victorian homes. The big old, that's what that's
and that
Biltmore was built by like he wanted it to be English.
He copied a lot of English architecture,
and he actually went to England and got pictures and stuff for it.
His architect worked with some people over in the UK, I believe. So that they borrowed a lot of the old English architecture and what have you when they built it. Yeah. And it was famous. A lot of things that, and of course, too. Britain being the mother country, a lot of British stuff carried on to America in the
Right.
post-Revolutionary War era. So we have a lot of
That's a lot of that sort of Gothic aesthetic. I think really comes from Germany. Well, yeah, Northern Europe, so UK as well. But yeah, mainly, generally speaking, was more popular in the 15th, 16th century in Germany, I think.
So maybe it moved westward from Germany then into.
Well, like I said, Northern Europe. So yeah.
Well,
maybe it was original thing.
Well, you got to take the Welsh into consideration. That's what that was all about. The Welsh beliefs started over there in that area, like the mounds
in Central Europe.
You know, and they migrated to England.
Yeah.
So that's why they don't really like the English too much, because the English never did like them coming in there. It was like, because the English people don't like anybody coming to their country at all. All throughout history, they've always hated that. Like, everybody who came to their countries in massive amounts was like invaders from another country. It's just historically correct. You know.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, you've got to examine it from a, well, not only a political sense, but from a geographical sense. All of mainstream Europe, there's neighbouring countries, there's borders and neighbouring countries. Whereas in England or the United Kingdom, we've got oceans around our country, so it's harder to invade.
Yeah,
it's not like it. Yeah.
Any foreign invaders that would have taken over the British Isles have been drastically slowed down by having that body of water surrounding it.
Yeah.
Look at the Romans. Okay, the Romans, they tried to conquer England, couldn't do it. Freaking
they couldn't take Scotland
back in the 16th century.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean,
they built Hadrian's Wall, right?
Hadrian's Wall is where it stopped. They couldn't pass that area, and then after that happened, you had the freaking, who was it? The Vikings. The Vikings were able to take the shores on the west side, no, the east side, and then Scotland and Ireland, but they couldn't conquer the entire island either.
Arguably, the Vikings and Norse were probably the most effective invaders.
Yeah, but they still couldn't take the landmass. You know what I'm saying? They couldn't take.
Interestingly enough, that was also around the same times the Vikings and the Norse and stuff were here in North America briefly, because they also came into North America. And who knows exactly how far inland they went here? We don't really know. We know they were here in the 1000s, about 500 years before Columbus.
Yeah.
The Norsemen.
A bluebird. I found out that was the name of the Viking who actually did most of the conquering in England. It was.
What is it?
He was called Bluebird.
Oh.
Or Bluebird. Or something like that.
Bube.
Yeah. I thought it was the red that did it, but come to find out it was the blue. The blue did it.
Technically, Vikings were more of a sort of tribal sort of, you had multiple tribes, so so many tribes tried to independently enter what we now know as the US.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or North America.
Well, the red, him and his son were pretty stupid, though. I mean, they really were. Like, if you read about these guys, they're like, the story about how the red was killed was really dumb. Like he was. It says that he was in his house, and they came to kill him, and he ran from his house down to the shore where they broke his back over a rock, and that's it.
That's the entire story.
Yeah.
Oh well.
You know,
How factual is that? I wonder.
that's about as factual as you can get. I mean,
That's about all they to go on with regards to that.
Yeah, you know, and that. I mean, with their limited reading ability back then, that's probably the
The
best.
literacy is really high.
Yeah, like
There's a lot of ghost stories and stuff though around Europe and London. And
well, London has the Tower
yeah.
of London. That's one of their most famous haunted locations.
Yeah.
And of course, Stonehenge is not too far from you, is it, Mark?
Oh, you live
Next county, really. Yeah. Also, yeah, Somerset. But even down there, we've got Dartmoor and Exmoor, and obviously there are all those ghost stories around those two moors.
Yeah.
Such as the Sherlock Holmes, Hound of the Baskervilles, and the Headless Horse Riders and stuff.
this all goes back to what I just said earlier. Just he's worthless. I mean, you know what I'm saying, dude? Look, he just said it. He's like a county away, dude, and he will do nothing. Nothing.
I just think about it for a minute. Yeah.
Just take a sabbatical and go to the next county and take some pictures, man, and like do the tour. You know what I mean?
Send us some pictures from over there, Mark. It's always cool, man.
Dude, you were like right there in the freaking
Stonehenge.
You're there, dude. You know what I'm saying? This is stuff that we can't do. Like you were right there.
You probably say, I never go out.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Have you ever visited Stonehenge?
Have you gone to Stonehenge?
No, actually, I've never actually been. I've been through Somerset, but I've never actually spent any time in Somerset. I have Maidenhead, Minehead, so that's in Somerset. Yeah, I've spent a bit of time in Minehead. But yeah, it's a smaller day. But yeah, I've not really spent any time visiting Somerset per se, as such.
Huh. Okay. Don't they have a summer solstice thing or winter solstice? Like,
oh yeah.
I think I would be like I guess.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Something because I was born on June the 21st, which is the summer solstice. They said, that you'd be like a queen. You go up there. And I was like, yeah, okay.
Well, but, I mean,
thing going on there.
You better be careful though, because like, there's a lot of weird shit going on at those freaking festivals. Like they get butt naked and start dancing and shit, and like there's like naked people everywhere.
I just think they have some kind of ritual that the person's like it's kind of just like what is it? It's like a dance or
it's a pagan.
That's kind of pagan.
The summer solstice and the winter solstice.
I'm just telling you ahead of time, pagan festivals, there's usually naked people dancing around. So, and
well,
yeah, there
I
is.
Know that. I wasn't really thinking about that.
Yeah.
Roger's mind's in the gut.
No, I'm gonna tell you right now, some human bodies just should not be seen naked. Okay. So, you know what I mean? So you're not.
I think
don't be just
drink.
No,
show adds to it. I think it adds to it.
Yeah. Don't be thinking that it's like all these, beautiful people there, dancing to pagan music.
I was reading they said that if
you're real fat people and
they
stuff.
said if you're born on the summer solstice though that it's a good thing there anyway.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It is. It's
they put you on a throne of gold and put a crown of gold on your head, and you'd be at the center of Stonehenge with people worshiping you and dancing around you with torches and stuff. Yeah, they'd be. It's amazing. The station went from like Hollywood conspiracy theories to pagan rituals with naked people dancing at Stonehenge.
You keep talking like that, she's gonna be getting a ticket to freaking England and shit, dude.
Yeah. I mean, I guess Sting has got the castle there, and he actually, I think he did tell a story about it. it's haunted too.
He lives in
He said it was haunted.
He lives in an old castle that was built in the 1000s at some point or something. Which I'm actually a little bit jealous of him for, because that'd be badass.
He said it was haunted.
That'd be badass to live in that. Man, he goes out there and sits and has his morning coffee at Stonehenge and watches the sunrise among Stonehenge. I mean, that's
crazy.
Man.
We have to go out in our yards and look outside the trees or something.
See, Mark, you could be doing that, but nope.
Yeah.
Nope, you could be doing that.
Actually, earlier today, this morning, I was watching a video, a YouTube video that was released earlier yesterday, about connections between Scotland and Hawaii, and how Hawaii being the only state in that actually has a royal castle on it. Like Hawaii had its own royalty before America, or before it became the US, and there's a connection between Scottish landscape artist and the Hawaii monarchy. So,
really?
Yeah. So, there was a sort of there's all these jokes about making Canada part of the US, make Hawaii part of Britain again.
Well,
did you say Hawaii part of Britain?
Yeah.
yeah. Why not? If the US wants to have Canada as part of the US, we do a trade. You can have Canada, we can have Hawaii.
Well, I mean, that's not really fair trade. You know, well, I mean, I guess now we've already pretty much screwed Hawaii up all to hell, so we could just give it to you now.
Yeah.
It's not as like back in the 80s, you know what I'm saying? When you watched old 80s TV shows of Hawaii, it was beautiful. Now when you watch
Hawaii, very popular tourist
it might be
place.
popular, but it's not beautiful anymore. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
She jokingly said she's getting tired of waiting on Joe.
But don't wait on him. I told you not to.
Now, when it comes to
what does he make you do?
When it comes to the whole Canada thing, you're not up to date on the new story, though, are you? Like now,
don't do that because he'll think he'll take advantage of you.
The King of England is coming over to visit Trump, and they're going to make a deal to where we join the kingdom, so we're going to be a part of the British island.
I've heard that. Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Not doing that, is he?
Did you say that?
No.
Did you say that Roger? Did you say the King of England is visiting Trump
and
trying to make a deal to where the British Isles become part of the United States?
No, where the United States becomes a part of the British Empire.
I didn't hear.
Yeah,
that would have been.
That's the newest bit of information that comes out. You know what I mean?
But how can we become part of the British Empire when Alberta's talking about joining us and we just acquired Greenland, I think, as a new territory?
Oh, that's the whole thing.
You've not acquired. You haven't made a deal with Denmark yet.
We made some kind of deal. I don't know where it's at now.
Well, see, you guys are missing the point there, though.
Oh, Denmark.
We're consolidating is what it is, okay? So what's going to end up happening is we're going to take and get Greenland. We're going to pull in Canada. And then after we pull in Canada, we're going to join the British Empire and become a part of this conglomerate freaking district. So we're going to have the Northern District, and then the African nations are going to do the same thing, and then the Asians are going to do the same thing. We're going to have 4 different districts, and then eventually that's going to consolidate into one world order.
I don't get him his cash. The only thing I get.
So I didn't hear anything about us becoming part of the British Empire.
Yeah, it was just news. It came out like 2 weeks ago.
You sure that
It's not news. It's fictional news.
Yeah.
I think that's fake news.
Well, it's just like England or Canada.
Alberta, now, I will say Alberta, Canada, is talking about if the Liberals win the election there this October, they are talking about drafting up demands to Ottawa. And if Ottawa doesn't follow their demands, they're either going to become their own country or become the 51st state of the United States. There actually is a thing going on with that. That actually is in the works.
I'm not sure if it's an actual thing. It's more,
well, it's kind of like, I don't see that happening.
It probably won't, but I mean, it's being talked about and thrown around a whole lot, but
I feel sorry for them if they do join the United States. Like, Canadians don't fit in with this country. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're like Care Bears and Rainbow Bright. You know what I mean? It's like.
Also, that raises a big question about the Commonwealth. Well.
Yeah. Well, I mean, do you think that it would be an issue with England if we just kind of take it as our own and say, you know, look, England, when you don't have anything to say about it?
Well, you can't take any part of Canada or your own. That would be technically an invasion, and that would be tantamount to a world war.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
because NATO Article 5. Yeah.
To get Canada from England, we'd have to put in a bid to England. We'd have to probably bid on it.
Yeah, and then there would have to be a referendum in Canada.
Yeah. There'd have to be a vote on it and everything. The only thing that looks like it may happen or is being talked about potentially happening right now, which probably won't happen, is the Alberta thing. But that's not all of Canada. That's just a single province. Yeah. And that'll be up to them to decide whether they take away or not.
I personally cannot see that happening. No.
Well, I mean, England is really hard up for money right now, too. So you got to also take that in consideration.
Great Britain rather than England.
Well, yeah.
Remember the United Kingdom.
Great Britain is actually, their finances aren't really as great as what everybody makes it out to be.
And 30
That's always. But you could argue about that about any European country. You could argue about that about the US and all the issues surrounding tariffs, recent tariff news.
Our bad economy though is like really good for you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like when we have a bad economy, you guys actually have a better one. So. It's
in theory, but again, there's the entire Eastern Europe issue at the moment.
Well, we're just talking about England, though. I mean,
yeah, it's all related. Nothing happens in the vacuum.
I mean,
usually, generally, whenever our economy is bad, England is doing good, and vice versa.
Yeah.
You know, generally, I'm just saying. And if you want to incorporate the rest of Europe, and go ahead, dude. But I'm just saying.
I mean, they do play a factor in there to a point, but it's kind of it's a complex variety of issues and what have you.
And nobody likes Europe. I mean, seriously, be serious, dude. Like even England hates them with a passion. Like.
They probably should.
I don't know.
Yeah, right. French
especially
people.
Well, I guess to what do we talk about? Some more stuff, or
I'm trying to tie it all what we're talking about now somehow, but we got so far off our train of thought. I don't know how we get back to what we were talking about.
Just start on the next topic you had.
I don't know. I guess we were kind of talking about.
We could talk about how a lot of the rock stars and stuff that we think have died.
Oh, there was one I just thought about was Jimi Hendrix. Stevie Ray Vaughan had an interview not too long ago, I was watching it, and Stevie Ray Vaughan was talking about Jimi Hendrix, and he said, you know, he really didn't die the way they said he did. And he said, I really can't talk about it. So I looked it up a little bit. I did a little research on it. And I guess some people think that Jimi Hendrix was worth more dead than alive because of the recordings and how much money he'd make after he died, and that he really didn't overdose himself, that it was, he was killed. But I had never heard that. I mean, and I was, around in the 60s, Jimi Hendrix was big, but yeah. So that was interesting, wasn't it?
Yeah, there's actually a video where Stevie Ray Vaughan mentions that briefly, but then he just leaves it at that.
But he was pretty upset about it.
I can post it, maybe if we can use the video, like put it in the link in the description section or something.
You can. It's out
Maybe
there.
I can send you a link, but that's up to you, Roger.
And then Stevie Ray Vaughan was another one that, he died in a helicopter crash just at he was at the height of his career. He was, not completely, he was just going. He was going to be phenomenally successful, and he was successful, but even more.
Makes me wonder if he wasn't killed himself after having said that. Maybe.
Well, I never thought about that. But he wasn't supposed to be on the helicopter that night. I think his brother was going to go, but his brother was engaged to some lady, and they couldn't all fit on the copter. So she just said, "You go, and we'll go in a car." And so he ends up getting on this copter. And I think Eric Clapton was actually supposed to be with them, but he didn't go for some reason either. There was a lot of weird things about the night.
Now you mentioned Eric Clapton, that actually rings a bell. Yeah, I remember reading something about this many years ago.
Yeah, it was in the 90s, wasn't it? Or was that
very late 80s?
Yeah.
I
think, and Eric Clapton was supposed to be there on there, I thought. But yeah, it was really odd. And Stevie Ray Vaughan had some drug problems, but he had gotten over them. He was feeling better than he ever had. He was playing better. I mean, he was just doing so well. And then, it was kind of his career was cut short.
And that's not the first time I've heard people say that it's weird how musicians suddenly became druggies and supposedly died from drug overdose. They were acting like the same thing happened with Prince. Remember that? Who was that was saying that?
Yeah.
Because he suddenly became this big drug addict or whatever.
Yeah.
Towards the very end, when he hadn't been into drugs throughout the whole course of his career.
Right. He didn't seem to like
as far as anybody knew.
Yeah. But Stevie Ray Vaughan wasn't on him anymore. But but Jimi Hendrix, they said, was he.
They said he was, but.
Well, let's look at the blood trail. Okay, you guys are leaving out. You're leaving out Richie Valens, died from a mysterious airplane crash that everybody still talks about today. You go ahead and we'll take the bus. You know what I mean?
Right. Well, everybody switches around, like Waylon Jennings and who was the guy that died?
Buddy Holly. Wasn't Buddy Holly on that flight?
But Waylon was going to get on the plane, but I think he didn't feel good, or no, it was the other way around.
The Big Bopper had the flu.
He had the flu, so he said, "I want to get on the plane so I can get to the hotel and get cleaned up, and I just feel like hell." So. I guess Waylon Jennings was the one that decided to get on a bus or something. So he jokingly said to him, "I hope your old plane crashes." And he said, "Well, I hope your old bus crashes or something." And Waylon Jennings said,
No, Buddy Holly said, "I hope your bus freezes up." He told Waylon Jennings that. Waylon Jennings said, "Well, I hope your old plane crashes."
Yeah, and Waylon Jennings said he couldn't get over that for years.
Waylon Jennings, he felt terrible about having said that. Even though he said it jokingly, it wound up happening, obviously.
Another freaky thing, I don't know if you guys ever heard, what was that comedian that used to make fun of God all the time? I mean, would scream.
Oh, that was Sam
Kinison.
Yeah.
I don't know if you both know
Yeah,
him.
I remember him.
But yeah, and he would like get on there and just scream because he was raised religious or something. He supposedly hated God. But then he got engaged or married or something, found somebody he really cared about, and he started to kind of come out of that and was with his girlfriend and her wife. And anyway, they were driving, I think, and he had a wreck. He had a car wreck. And he was alive, and he got out of the car, but he didn't feel well. And he said, "Oh my God, this can't be the way that I'm going to go." And so he died, and a lot of people were like, well, that's because, he was always making fun of God. And even though he was kind of going back to believing in God and stuff, it wasn't.
He had spent too much time mocking him.
He had mocked him, man. He used to really, I mean, there's a lot of old clips on just ripping him a new one. So yeah. I always thought that was odd.
Well, what about Jim Morrison too? You guys were talking about.
This still not Jim dead, but that's like. And Elvis was so unhealthy. I don't see how he could have lived another couple years.
What about Janis Joplin? Almost the same exact situation as what. What's his face?
Drugs that back in the day, I think, but. Some of them are a little suspicious.
But it's just weird how all of them have died like they did and stuff, and you do wonder there wasn't more to a lot of it.
Right. It was all just too familiar, you know what I mean? It's like, and why didn't anybody ever pick up on that? And like Prince, the thing about him is they actually prosecuted his doctor because his doctor was telling him that he needed to take those medicines. So.
They did the same thing with Michael Jackson.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
he got a few.
He was another one that was on. His doctor was getting him propofol and stuff.
Well, that's because that was supposed to be given to you in a hospital in a setting like with a surgery with an anesthesiologist and stuff. You can, he shouldn't have been taking that at home. So that's pretty bad. But yeah, some of them are suspicious. Some of them probably really are.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to tell what. And that one friends that I watched a show about that, and they were talking about how
I knew rehab was on stuff.
Rehab was a big scam, and all that. There was all this crookedness with the doctors and the California Board of Health out there in L.A. and Hollywood. And Kelly Osbourne was actually talking about that. She said she was going to the doctor all the time without her parents and getting them to write her scripts, and she was 12 years old.
Well, they do surgeries on young
And the
girls.
California Board of Health was supposed to be investigating this stuff, and they were all bought off by the pharmaceutical industries and doctors who were super rich out there, and there was a big to-do about all that, too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was always spooked me out with Sam Kinison, though, because they say somebody that smites God like that.
Well, they did that at the Golden Globes. And then a couple days later, the big California wildfire started in L.A.
Oh, I never thought about that. That's
a
whole nother thing.
That was a whole nother thing to talk about with the Hollywood conspiracy.
I never even thought about that. Yeah, that's Sam Smith and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Mick Jagger. Okay, that kind of counters.
Just going back a bit. Talking about the musicians that died because of drug overdoses. I was watching a old, I think it was 1980s interview with B.J. Thomas. The singer who did Raindrops Keep Falling on My Head, and back during that period of his career, he was on amphetamines because he was doing so many gigs at one time. They needed something to keep him going, and I think he lost his wife and he's lost a lot of friends through it, and he did eventually get off it, but it's because you are doing all of this stuff all the time. You need to
that picker upper.
But
now that's interesting. You should say that too about how some of these people had tragedies surrounding them too, because there was a video series Mom sent me not too long ago. It was this rapper called Arthur Fleck, and he was talking about how he sold his soul to the devil for success and fame and fortune. And a lot of people who've done that, supposedly there has to be a sacrifice where like somebody they love has to die or something. And he was saying that was why there was a tragedy. I can actually probably send those videos to you guys or whatever if you want. Yeah. But it was like really TikTok shorts or whatever. Mm-hmm. He had like 8 videos where he talked about a short 8 video series, and each of the videos was like maybe a minute or so long.
Yeah,
and that was really interesting. And then the very last video, he said he was threatened and couldn't make any more videos, which was really weird.
But I never thought about the awards show, so because I didn't watch them. So what was the story there? Austin, complete story.
Oh, supposedly at the Golden Globes, they were talking about how many mentions these celebrities that were nominated for the Golden Globes had on social media.
Yeah,
and then they said
Rehill did that.
And then they said that God had 0 mentions, and the whole audience was laughing about it and everything. And then, like 2 days later, it was when those LA wildfires started.
And a lot of those people live there.
Yeah, and a lot of those people live there. And that Father Rehill was talking about, he lived out there for a time. He said one day he heard God tell him that all that would be gone soon. And it was like he didn't believe it because it just didn't see how it could be possible. And a couple months later, it happened when those wildfires in LA started. So that's something I wondered about too.
Yeah.
And those are videos, and we could look up and maybe link in the description section of the video.
Right.
I'm gonna tell you guys one thing though. That basement scares the shit out of me, dude.
Which one? The one I'm in?
Yeah. Is that your basement?
Yeah.
This is actually.
Are you hiding out from the tornadoes or something?
No, this is the basement. Like this is the laundry area and where the water heater, and I have some cabinets in my freezer and stuff.
Yeah, this is like a room just off of the basement.
Yeah,
in Mom's house.
So if you open the door, like you go straight and open the door, it goes into a full finished basement. I got the fireplace, and
I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
We thought it would add to the creepy element of the show.
That's what it did.
Yeah, that was kind of what we intended, and I'm glad it's creeping you out.
It's creepy. I'm like,
here, yeah.
You've accomplished your goal, man.
Yeah, we were trying to be creepy.
Yeah.
I'm creeped out. You guys did a good job.
It might be good if whenever we do this going forward, you do it over in this corner because it's the creepy element. My basement's kind of creepy depending on lighting is because it's
not like that.
But not like this.
Not like that. That's like
this is the lighting. I think is what's the main thing about it, and you can tell it's not a finished area of the basement, so it's got that creepy.
But it's warm. It's not. It's not.
Yeah, it's not cold or anything.
And they just
didn't. Creepy corner.
They could have actually.
It's a creepy corner. That's what I love about it.
They could have actually remodeled this too and put like the ceiling, a drop ceiling. It's got boards now, and put like stuff on the wall and made it like a fancy laundry room and made it real pretty. But it's not awful. I mean, it doesn't scare me. I've come in here alone.
It scares me.
And that's good.
Alone. I'll take walks alone at night. And my boyfriend's like, you can't do that.
That's the aim. We wanted to have kind of a creepy vibe for the show, and we achieved it.
Yeah.
That makes it really cool.
Yeah.
I used to take nighttime walks, and I walked by this freaking apple tree all the time. And every time I walked by this apple tree, there was deers that were out there always trying to get the apples.
Yeah.
It took about 2 months for me to figure out, for it to dawn on me that, at any point I could actually die because me being there could have freaked one of those deers out, and they could have just ran straight into me and just.
But they're not usually very aggressive, are they? Unless they're bucks. Maybe
well, if they're scared,
Yeah, but
no.
yeah.
in the middle of the night, some skinny.
I'll tell you, the place that was scary is the house I used to live in, the old farmhouse. Wow, very scary.
I've heard about that old farmhouse. That was a creepy place.
It was beautiful. I've got pictures of it still. I've got a lot of pictures of it. I'll just send you a couple pictures of scary rooms. I think. I told you that one kid that was my daughter's friend. She was having a big party, and they were older then. I bet you she was almost in college. And his name was Graham, and I went outside, and he was sitting on the porch steps, and I said, Graham, why don't you want to go back? Aren't you going back inside? I said, it's a little chilly out here. He said, I'm not going back in that house, and especially I'm not going back in the parlor. We had a garden room, but it was an old parlor. Mm-hmm. Actually, I bet they probably buried people back in the 1800s, 1900s there. But, or at least had the services there. They didn't bury them in that room, but maybe. But there's a graveyard actually close to the house up in the little village. So they may have had the services at the house and buried him up there. But he said he was never going back in the house, and he wasn't especially going back into the parlor. And none of the other kids were acting like that. So I don't know if he was somebody that could see stuff or feel stuff. And he never did come back to our house when she'd have other parties. They were pretty good friends. He'd never come back. He just did be at our house. Like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, there were some people that didn't want to be in that house.
Mark's like a rock. You see how he's not even scared one bit.
Austin
in the nearest city to me, there is a Jewish graveyard, and I think about 15 years ago, there was a load of students. It's a university city, so there was a load of students, flats built on it, and I've heard some interesting sort of ghost stories coming from there.
Oh, I bet. Here, I don't know if you've ever heard about it, Roger. And you probably haven't, Mark, but it's the worst supper club in the history of the United States here. 160 people were killed. It was in Kentucky, and it was it happened like in 1977. It was called the Beverly Hills Supper Club Fire, and they kind of think it was like a mob thing, but anyway. 160 people died, and all these years people have been fighting and carrying on about what to do with this beautiful site there. And the victims, the families of the victims were like, no, we don't want you to build or do anything there. There some businesses were wanting to build there and whatnot. And so finally, just recently, they're going to build a subdivision there. They're going to put a big monument up for the people that died. As you come into the subdivision, I guess they're going to have this beautiful monument for the victims of that fire, and so many years ago. And I was discussing with a few people on Facebook. It was a post, and people were like, "Oh, you think it'll be haunted?" And I was like, "Yeah, probably." I would say it's not good, but yeah. That's funny, there's an energy.
We might be all those Stephen King sort of houses built on Indian burial grounds, sort of.
Yeah, kind of the same.
Pet cemetery, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and it was such a terrible way to die because those people were in the supper club, and it was hard to get out, and a lot of them couldn't get out, and they all died, from fire-related stuff. So it was terrible.
That was mob-related. Because they intimidated, they were trying to get that owner to sell them the place, and he wouldn't do it. So they were making an example out of him by burning the supper club to the ground.
They didn't care.
See, that kind of ties into the Hollywood and stuff too.
Yeah.
And then all that stuff ties into well, government corruption too, because that's all interrelated.
Right.
A lot of shit, like kind of how Epstein, a lot of his clients weren't just Hollywood people; they were people in Washington D.C. They were people in
Clinton,
probably London, probably London, probably Ottawa, any of the major world.
There is the again allegedly there is the connection between Epstein and Prince Andrew.
Prince Andrew, I was going to say, and then what the other one too? There, what the one that just moved to America, or no, maybe not. I'm not sure about him, but yeah,
We're talking about Prince and Meghan Markle.
Yeah, but I think he might have been a little too young. But
it would be it'd be too young.
But the other one, they actually
he was probably one of the ones that got sold.
He actually kind of got demoted, didn't he? Because of his mom and the whole thing.
What, didn't he get kicked out of the royal family technically?
I don't know exactly. I mean,
that's a bit of a gray area.
Yeah.
It didn't build him up any. It didn't build him up. He was.
It didn't build up his. It didn't build up his standing with them at all.
No.
I'm hoping.
And potentially because of his visa status, he could be kicked out of the US soon.
Yeah.
Potentially.
Yeah. That's possible with all the.
Because I believe, there's an allegation that he lied on these people.
Yeah.
Do they want him back? I don't think anybody wants him back over there.
You guys don't want him back over there, do you?
We don't care.
Or are you guys indifferent? You don't really care whether he comes back or not.
Now that's another thing. Their mother, I always thought that was kind of odd. I'm sure the Princess Di thing.
Yeah, that was kind of odd
because she was going to marry Dodi Fayed, and then that was not something that they wanted. So and his dad.
Well, I don't know if she was. I'm not sure if she was going to marry because she wasn't divorced. So, but there's a sort of. There's a question about relationships, let's just say.
Yeah. And Dodi Fayed's dad always, and I don't know if he's still alive, but I know up until recently he was always saying that there was something, was some kind of conspiracy that killed his son, that accident wasn't just an accident. But I don't know, that one would be a hard one to do, but you never know. It was kind of. And then that night they said he was going to propose to her, but I thought she was separated, if she wasn't even divorced.
Yeah, but she was still, not divorced, so that would be bigamy?
Yeah.
Legally speaking, yeah.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That kind of ties into the whole Epstein. I mean, that Epstein thing was that was a global thing.
Yeah.
That wasn't just Hollywood or Washington conspiracy. That was a global. That was a global thing that ties into governments and the whole showbiz industry and all that shit. It's absolutely enormous. And they keep saying, they're going to release the Epstein list unredacted. Which I'm hoping they will, but at the same time, I'm not holding my breath.
I doubt it. Not if it's again, we have to caveat this thing by stating allegedly because who knows? It's still relatively fresh thing. But if it is related to influential people, such as the royal family, it's not going to be released anytime soon.
Right.
At the very least, it'll be redacted to exclude their names. They'll see to it.
I doubt we are going to ever know the truth, at least not in our lifetime, anyway.
Right.
No. It's an enormous. it's an enormous scandal, but it may never come to a total head where the public totally knows the truth.
Right.
Which is where it kind of seems to be headed. It's an enormous, absolutely enormous thing. And we don't even, sometimes I wonder if Jeffrey Epstein's even really dead. I mean, that may sound out there for some, but I wonder about that because
he might not be. Maybe it was a patsy. Or
people
somebody they put in there.
People as well connected and as rich as him, they could easily fake their own deaths and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, so you never really know.
I've heard so many rumors about people not dying. Hell, Elvis Presley's on Mars, on the moon. Yeah, who knows?
Dead though at his last concert.
Yeah,
they said how he didn't die.
Yeah, they said that. Yeah, I don't believe Elvis is still alive. I think he really did die. So there's that too, and that kind of muddies the waters when somebody really does fake their own death.
Yeah.
So us little people don't know the truth.
I've got validation on some of that though. Like if you guys go and you start researching how many men fake their own death to get out of their weddings, it would blow your mind.
Really?
Yes. There's so many men who were supposed to get married and they faked their death so that they wouldn't have to marry the woman they were getting married to.
That's interesting.
Where can we research those stats?
Go and type it in Google search, and it's there. I mean, it is
Google doesn't censor the search results or anything on
man.
Remember, just because it's on the internet doesn't mean it's true.
Well,
right.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And you know what I'm noticing too, especially because especially with this allegedly Jay-Z stuff that he's done.
And it's alleged.
When you look him up, because there's all kinds of stuff out there and all kinds of people like that think he's done this and that, and there's a lot of people against him. But if you look him up, AI's got like, oh, he's doing great. This isn't hurting him. Nothing's going on. So he's monitoring that. He's got some ties as to what goes out there about him.
Well, he probably bought some of the most expensive AI bots on the internet that can fake all kinds of stuff for him and what have you.
So now with AI, a lot of people are manipulating they have a lot of money and power. They're manipulating.
Technically, I do not like to use the term artificial database recognition, but if you're getting all your data sets from places like Wikipedia,
that's a little different. So, but now
from somewhere.
Thing that pops up is AI, so you got to be careful with that because it's not always true.
It's
never true.
Almost never.
Well, I won't say never. Never say never, but
I mean about real issues. If you want real issues, they're not going to give you the real data. You better do some research. Make sure.
There's things we'll never know, regardless how much research we do, because there's just so many cover-ups that have either been carried out, or being carried out. There's no way we know what the hell is going on completely, or how to bring everything that is going on into one clear picture completely.
Yeah.
I mean, it lies about everything, though. Like, if I tell them to write me something that has 3,000 words in it, they will freaking write me something that says it has 12 or 3,000 words in it, and it's only 1,200.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. And it kind of counts on you not counting the words.
Right.
You just ask him. You just ask them. Say, is that really 3,000 words? And they will say, oh, my bad. I didn't mean to do that. That is not 3,000 words. Here, let me go ahead and update that for you.
Right.
So it's lying.
Yeah, it is point blank lying to you. And then when you call them out on it, they admit that they lied to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
So
that's true.
When I talk about lying, I mean they lie on so many different levels. It's ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it goes back to a point that me and Roger was
slow down.
in relation to artificial intelligence, people relying on what people term as artificial intelligence when they lack actual intelligence. The issue is that people don't have critical thinking skills these days.
No, they don't.
It's been critical thinking that's been bummed out of them.
There's people who believe too much.
Well, they believe everything they see too.
Too many people believe just they hear the first thing and they automatically believe it.
Well, it happened today. There was a big thing with Trump. You know, the tariffs. There's supposed to be all these protests, and there was this big, huge crowd supposedly. And as we were watching it, they said, "Oh, we have to say this. This picture is not of the actual event. This is a non-related event." So there's all these people, and I'm like, well, how many people really is it? This thing?
Another thing too, a lot of people don't think about these protests against Trump and all this stuff. The left is trying in this country. They're trying to act like these protests are grassroots. They're not. They're really funded by people like George Soros and stuff like that. And that's another thing the media doesn't tell you. So they kind of lie by omission.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I was talking about AI. Just putting it out there.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, like now we're getting into some serious stuff here. You know, we're talking about the media lying to us. Oh my God.
God, that's a show. 2 or 3 shows. Yeah. That's a series of mystery shows in and of itself.
I was like, shit, dude. Now
I think the secret there. I think the secret is to question everything. Be skeptical about everything.
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Question everything. Even question your pet. No.
Absolutely.
I agree with you on that one. I think that's something we all agree on. And I was like, oh hell, don't get me started on the media. And I don't trust none of them at all. I mean,
no, I don't either.
Like what's his name? He was the dude that used to be on Fox News. He was real popular. Not Kramer. Rauner or he was the heavier set guy with the big mouth. You know what I'm talking about?
Nope.
He was actually the spotlight. He's the guy that had the straight cut hair and always had the part down the side, black hair.
Again, the U.S. things all.
The guy that had the straight black hair
had his hair nice and combed and parted to the left or something like that. He was one of the most popular on the Fox News, and he was always talking about them doing an investigation.
Carlson?
Yeah, Carlson. What was it?
Yeah.
Vladimir Putin.
Well, let me point something out about him that I don't like. Like he said for almost 2.5 years that frickin' they were doing an investigation of Hillary Clinton, and that they had all these files and they were going to have her in prison. They're going to lock her up. And he kept saying it and feeding off of that so that he could get people to watch his show. And you know what happened? Nothing. You know? and he just kept pushing that lie.
That's related to the personal email server and stuff.
Right.
Yeah, she did.
Email
server.
They're all Teflon. It doesn't matter what party, you know. And then you got Fox, and then you got MSNBC, and they're all. I think both of them are losing a lot of people because nobody wants to hear just one side.
And nobody knows what to believe anymore.
No, they're lying.
We're not getting the truth.
They're lying. Yeah,
they
were lying, and they let that go for several hours because my boyfriend was watching it on and off. And they never said anything about that not being the correct crowd until much later in the afternoon. So how many people really thought that was? Because he thought it was. He was like, look at the crowd. And I was like, I don't know. Where are they? It was a weird looking crowd too. It didn't look like a protest. That's what I told him. I said,
there's no joke in the UK. The BBC and the Met Office providing weather reports, and goes back to something like 1987 with the tornadoes that we had, which the Met Office said wasn't going to happen. But yeah, if you want to, if the Met Office says it's going to rain, look outside the window. Have a look out the window. If it is raining, then they're correct. If it isn't, then they are not correct.
Okay,
never believe.
Question
that's
everything.
true. You have to. It'll get worse now with AI stuff. It's going to get worse. I don't know how we're going to decipher it, but
we won't know. Nobody will know for sure what's reality and what isn't, and what's really going on and what isn't.
Right.
Nothing makes any. A lot of shit just don't make any damn sense these days.
You guys are talking about meteorology. So let me tell you something that doesn't make sense.
What's that?
Found out there has been no tornadoes whatsoever that happens in Germany. Okay, and even though they have never freaking had any need for warning systems for tornado warnings, meteorologists still push for them to have a emergency notice whenever tornado warnings came into Germany.
Actually, not tornadoes, hurricanes. Europe doesn't really get tornadoes as such, but hurricanes, yeah.
But they
you guys get hurricanes in the Mediterranean region, right, Mark? Like the southern Europe, more than anything, and maybe northern Africa, but not really tornadoes or anything.
That's what gets me though, is why are they trying to push useless freaking stuff like that in a region that doesn't experience it? You know what I mean? It's like, that's just because it's here in the United States doesn't mean you need it there in Germany.
Because somebody's making money. It's
about money.
If you follow the money, and that's that, you'd have to do the research and really dig in and follow the money. That has to be what it comes back to. I would think.
Well, I gotta be careful because Mark gets upset when I start talking bad about legislation in Europe and England.
Well,
it depends on the subject. Depends on how accurate you are.
Well, legislation. He loves bureaucracy. He loves it.
There's bureaucracy everywhere. It's not just Europe. It's America too. We got a lot of red tape and bureaucracy and infringements on the Constitution.
Yeah.
Now, that's something I'll cover. I'll cover all that stuff in depth on my upcoming series, Reluctantly Political.
Yeah.
With Roger Hanson and Mark Edworthy.
There we go.
I guess wrap it up because our
she's getting tired, is what it is.
She's getting drunk. What she's going.
No,
I figured she was drunk like a half an hour ago. To be honest, she
is drunk.
Started acting all funny and shit.
No, it's been a long while. So yeah.
See right there, dude. Right there. Did you see that? She goes, what is that? Well, yeah, see, well, anyhow.
They're wondering if they want us to wrap it up. But yeah.
It's been a good show.
Okay, well, we'll just sign off, and if you guys want to still talk, you can. But
well, I mean, it's your show, dude. You're gonna have to you're gonna have to do all the.
I was gonna say, we'll just have to figure out when Mark's available to do the Reluctantly Political show and whatnot, and then we'll kind of go from there with that.
Okay.
We'll just he's gonna love you, dude. Okay, like this is the kind of politics he loves. So, like, I'm the one who wants to do the actual historical politics and stuff like that.
Yeah, and that's what we'll do. Well,
but I'm saying Mark is like a freaking a freaking, I like to call it garbage politics, but he's a junkie of that shit. He eats it up like it's freaking going out of style, dude.
Here, get my wine bottle open.
You know you're addicted. Depends, yeah.
Episode. On the first episode, I want to talk about how the idea for Reluctantly Political came about and why I call it Reluctantly Political.
Okay.
And then we'll talk about, we'll all three talk about what we want to talk about throughout the whole series. That'll be the first episode, just kind of laying the foundation for the show.
Cool.
Does that sound good to you guys?
It sounds good.
Yeah.
Now, when will you be available to do that, Mark? I know Roger's always available. He's around.
Generally speaking, fairly free most evenings. Again, when are you thinking? Within the next month or something?
Okay, so maybe during the weekday well, the problem with us is the differences in time zones.
Just add 4 hours.
Well,
to your time.
Again, I do quite a bit of stuff in the evenings, as Roger knows. People like Naoki and Vixen's Vote and stuff. Jaffe's.
Whenever you want to do it.
I am in my time.
Okay, we'll just agree.
Preferably earlier, so something like 10, 11 p.m. UTC.
Yeah, that would be 6 o'clock for you.
For me.
Yeah.
That's not terrible. Yeah, I'll try to do at least maybe an episode a month or so of that.
Okay.
But we'll lay the foundation in the first episode. And here in the next week or two, we'll agree on a date for our first episode, and then we'll go from there.
Okay.
Now, are you on Discord still, Mark?
Yeah.
I am, but I very rarely use Discord, to be fair.
Don't worry about it.
But
I'm the inside guy.
I get email notifications anyway for Discord.
Okay. Whenever you're ready to talk to him, I'll let him know if he's not on here.
Okay. Yeah, I'll hit you up first, Roger, and I'll let you know that. Or I can send a message to you and Mark Edworthy simultaneously in just a single message at both.
Yeah.
Works.
It works for me.
And then, of course, I'm always dropping. Did you see my new music videos? I'm gonna be dropping those one every week. I'm gonna be dropping videos now.
Okay. And that episode that I've been starting, it's called Untethered. And that's gonna be about everything, including freaking like current events and entertainment. So freaking we can probably set something up to where you can come on.
Again, I apologize for missing last night's, but I was just so knackered. I was out all day yesterday, and by the time I
it's good that you weren't there.
got back, I was just dead on my feet.
We were talking about Moloch.
I knew you. I thought you would go for 4 or 5 hours, and no way I was going to do that.
Well, plus
I actually fell asleep. But I don't have no I messaged you.
And we were talking about Moloch, and I know you wouldn't have enjoyed that at all. So
okay, that worked.
Now Austin might have liked it. He we were talking about Moloch last night.
Where's this at?
Right here.
So, that's weird. I've got like your wife's voice on there now.
And through there.
Yeah, like you're completely gone now. It's your wife's voice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
I'm gonna get off of here. It's been good talking to you guys. I'll send you a message.
All right.
Hello?
Yeah,
okay.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'll send you guys a message just figuring out when we're available to do the first episode of Reluctantly Political, and then And then me and Mom will decide on when to do another episode of this. We'll try to do it again in the next couple weeks or whatever.
Sounds good.
All right, man.
Talk to you guys
And then,
later.
of course, dropping my music videos. I'll keep you guys updated on those as I keep dropping them.
Sounds like a plan.
All right, man. Good talking to you guys.
You too, man.
Take it easy.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Let me go back in here so I can shut the stream here, so I can shut the stream here, so I can shut the stream.